Chapter 1742. What surprised him was that he was actually surrounded by a small mountain forest. The trees were all very tall, and they were some ancient trees that Long Chen couldn't name. They were entirely purple and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Staying in such an environment, he suddenly felt comfortable all over. The reason was that a large amount of nirvana spiritual energy was emitting from the ground. Nirvana spiritual energy rose and formed yellow clouds in the sky. Just by breathing, one could absorb a large amount of nirvana spiritual energy. The 72 ancient cities of divine descendants are all built near the dragon vein's head. The inner city of the ancient city of martial god is the place where the divine dragons of the earth vein raise their heads and absorb nirvana spiritual energy. For thousands of years, nirvana spiritual energy has never been cut off, and it is precisely because of this that the divine bloodline families are so powerful. The 18 divine dragons turned into 18 old men in front of him. Long Chen looked up and saw that the entire mountain and river was emitting a large amount of nirvana spiritual energy. If one could cultivate in this place, the effect would definitely be countless times better. No wonder so many people yearn for the ancient city of divine descendants so much. One must know that nirvana spiritual energy was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that could be directly transformed into nirvana power. It was the highest level of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Compared to the spiritual energy of the collapsing dragon sacrificial continent, this was the true heaven. No wonder the people here called the dragon sacrificial continent a lower realm. For the dragon sacrificial continent, this was the heavenly palace, the place where the gods lived. The entire eternal sacred territory was full of experts, and there were no commoners. With the gathering of nirvana spiritual energy, Long Chen could make great progress with just a raise of his hand. His cultivation speed would probably be 100 times faster. And this endless mountain forest was the inner city of the ancient city of martial god. It was filled with dense immortal qi. At a glance, even the purple trees had several immortal patterns. All the plants and trees in the entire inner city were probably immortal essences. Back then, the snow lotus immortal spirit pool next to Lingxi's little building had already surprised Long Chen, let alone this place. But the world had levels. Perhaps it was really very common here. In the depths of the mountain forest, there was a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo. It was elegant and fragrant. It was Su Yuyao's father, the third son of the ancient city of martial god city lord, Su Zhen. Su Yuyao had already left. Otherwise, if she saw Long Chen appear, they would definitely fight. Follow me to see his lord. He already knows of your existence. You can call him Mr. Su. One of the golden dragons took Long Chen to the small courtyard in the middle of the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was the heavenly flute jade bamboo. All of them were immortal essences. Some only had 2 or 3 segments, which meant 2 or 3 immortal marks. Some had more than 10 segments, which was comparable to the one Long Chen had obtained, which had more than 10 immortal marks. In such a place where the nirvana spiritual energy is erupting non-stop, it shouldn't be surprising for so many immortal spirits to grow. Long Chen had seen many things that surprised him. The higher the level, the calmer his heart. He reckoned that the entire forest in the inner city was probably made up of immortal essences and Tao artifacts. Along the quiet path, they walked to the courtyard that was filled with the fragrance of books. The golden dragon knelt at the entrance of the courtyard. As he knelt, he said, "My lord, I have brought Long Chen here." It was because of the existence of Su Zhen, a samsara realm warrior, that Long Chen didn't dare to use time roaming dragon to escape. He reckoned that this Su Zhen was more than a little stronger than someone like the wind dragon stream master. Given Long Chen's current level, using time roaming dragon might not be able to escape the other party's eyes. If Su Yuyao didn't have someone like Su Zhen backing her up, Long Chen wouldn't have let her off in the cave. After he killed Qin Fengxue, even the wind dragon stream master could find him within 10 days. It was more likely that Su Zhen, or even the entire martial god ancient city, could find him. "Come in." A gentle and elegant voice rang out in the courtyard, but it wasn't lacking in sternness. It sounded a little like a teacher in a private school. When Long Chen heard this, he walked into the courtyard. When he passed through the bamboo door, he suddenly felt like he had walked into another world. This must be another small cosmos world. After walking in, the entire courtyard became even more charming. Runes swam in the sky, and there seemed to be countless words swimming around. In this small courtyard, Long Chen felt like he was suffocating. He felt like he had lived several lifetimes in the mortal world, and there were many inexplicable memories in his mind. This is the heavenly Tao. Samsara, Long Chen muttered to himself. Chen. Lingxi saw him looking around with a strange expression and reminded him. Only then did Long Chen come to his senses. He looked at Su Zhen's courtyard in shock. The bamboo door opened gently, and a formless force brought Long Chen into the bamboo house. At first glance, the furnishings in the bamboo house were not surprising, but upon closer inspection, one would find that there were mysteries hidden within. Regardless of the furnishings, they all contained the Tao of Array, which was unpredictable. Inside the bamboo house, there were bookshelves all around, and in the middle was a desk. A thin middle-aged man was sitting in front of the desk, reading a book. Seeing Long Chen come in, he closed the book in his hand, then looked at Long Chen and said, Martial Tao, Heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao we cultivate is also the martial Tao, the martial God's Tao. Long Chen knew that this was a peerless powerhouse. He looked at the other party with a calm mind, but found that this man was not extraordinary. What left a deep impression was the mustache on his chin, and the eyes that were like deep pools. The more one stared at his eyes, the more one would be confused, as if there was a deep world in his eyes. Was he an enemy or a friend? For the time being, he would treat him as an enemy. Long Chen knew the rules very well. He cupped his hands and said, Junior Long Chen greets Mr. Su. The middle-aged man, who was Su Zhen, was still in a trance. He stood up and walked around Long Chen with a strange expression. Finally, he said, although the martial Tao can be learned quickly, and the comprehension of the divine martial realm is inherited, to comprehend it deeply, or even to become a god, is too difficult. Long Chen had a feeling that under his eyes, he had no secrets at all. Mr. Su, what instructions do you have for me to come here? Long Chen tried his best to not care about this guy. Mister, I love it when people call me Mister. Very good, very good. Su Zhen returned to the desk and sat down. Then he said, Welcome to the ancient city of martial god. Even I have not seen your inherited essence blood, so you must be a super dragon. Also, there is a little girl who obtained the inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect. Let me have a look. Long Chen consciously protected Lingxi, so he said, She obtained the 8 heavenly swords and the inheritance. I don't know what Mr. Su thinks of me, and what do you want me to do? He always felt that this Su Zhen was a little strange. Long Chen did not let Lingxi appear. He seemed to have forgotten about this matter immediately, as if he was in a trance. He opened the black book on the desk and read for a while without eating or sleeping. Then he said, From today on, you can't leave the ancient city of martial god. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I can find you in 10 days. You can try. Long Chen's expression was still calm, but he took a deep breath in his heart. This strange man, no matter where I escape to, he can catch me back. He is really so magical. Just when Long Chen was doubting, he seemed to have read useful information in the book. He smiled and said, I understand. This magical power turns out to be time. The way of time. Long Chen was even more shocked. This was the first person who recognized his way of time. Since ancient times, I have heard of the way of space, the way of soul control, and other magical ways of heaven, but I did not expect that someone can also control time. This power may come from your understanding, or from the inherited essence blood. As he spoke, he seemed to have forgotten about Long Chen. He was busy in the whole study, and in the end, he was so tired that he sat on the chair. The pupils of his eyes were spinning, and no one knew what he was thinking. Mr. Su, do you have any instructions? Anyway, the other party was not willing to let him leave the ancient city of martial god, and that was enough. It meant that Long Chen would have to stay here in the future. Although it was very dangerous, under Su Zhen's control, he could not do anything. He could only improve his strength first. Su Zhen stood up and said, "There is nothing else. You have just arrived, so you can only start as an outer city disciple. I will arrange for you to go outside. The ancient city of martial god will be your future home. You will definitely fall in love here, because this is a family full of glory and mission, a place where the masters gather." What the hell was this guy thinking? Long Chen could not understand his jumping thoughts. However, this made him feel that this person was even more terrifying. In a short time, Long Chen did not dare to try to escape, but the problem was, what was the other party's purpose? Was it to let him unleash his potential, so that he could help his children seize the position of the ancestral family in the future? According to the rules of the ancient cities of divine descendants, among the 5 children of the ancient city of martial god, only one could become the new city lord and the new ancestral family, while the other 4 needed to be assigned to branch families. Just like the princes fighting for power, the strength of the younger generation was indeed very important. However, Long Chen always felt that it was not that simple. In a daze, Long Chen left Su Zhen's courtyard. "What the hell is this foolish thing doing?" Kitten spoke with incomparable disdain. In the divine kingdom, no one knew. Everyone exchanged glances. Coming to the ancient city of martial god out of the blue, Long Chen also felt a sense of helplessness. If he didn't work hard enough, he would most probably be imprisoned in this place forever, until he could kill this Su Zhen. It seemed like a long time. But at least his life was still there. "Little friend Long Chen, I will bring you to the outer city and arrange for you to stay there. After a few decades, when your strength increases and you make great contributions to the ancient city of martial god, you will naturally be promoted and arranged to enter the inner city. At that time, you will be able to assist the 3 children of the martial god, and you can be considered to be working with us. Yeah, to be able to work for the bloodline of the martial god is an honor for us. This honor isn't something ordinary people can obtain. The reputation of the Su clan is pretty good." Chapter 1743. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. "In that case, I'll bring you to the outer city and arrange for you to be with the outer city disciples." After one of the golden dragons was separated, the others dispersed. They were all 9th tier Nirvana tribulation warriors and were about to face the Samsara tribulation. To them, it might be the greatest tribulation in their lives. Long Chen followed the Golden Dragon Elder and quickly headed for the outer city. The Golden Dragon Elder's goal of letting Long Chen travel by himself was actually to let Long Chen take a good look at the inner city of martial god ancient city and how magnificent it was. Long Chen was running in this endless mountain forest, and he discovered that it was indeed as he had guessed. Surrounded by this vast nirvana spiritual energy, all the plants had grown into immortal essences, and growing here for a year was almost equivalent to growing outside for tens of years. The medicinal efficacy of the immortal essences mixed with the nirvana spiritual energy and produced great benefits. These are all small things. The descendants of the martial god don't care about them at all. In the depths of the inner city, there is a large plot of immortal essences planted. That is the real treasure of martial god ancient city. Ancient immortal essences can be seen everywhere. It is said that there are primordial immortal essences with more than 100 immortal patterns. The Golden Dragon Elder chuckled. In his opinion, Long Chen was like a lucky child who walked out of the deep mountains and wild forests. Telling him all this could make him yearn and honor for martial god ancient city and make him follow martial god ancient city unswervingly. However, Long Chen did not think much of these things. No matter how terrifying martial god ancient city was, it could not compare to the freedom in his heart. He had been forcefully brought in. Just this point alone made martial god ancient city unable to gain his favor. When the Golden Dragon Elder spoke, he smiled and nodded. This was a winding white jade path. In the depths of the forest along the road, there would occasionally be buildings formed by Tao artifacts, just like the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. However, they were very common in the inner city of the war god, and some of them looked like palaces. It seemed like the Sioux family lived in these places. The inner city is very big, and there are close to 10,000 people living there. They are all scattered, and there are many places that are forbidden for clan members to enter. With my current authority, I can only move about half of the inner city. There are many ancient ruins, forbidden areas for clan members, and immortal spirit plantations that I can't get close to. If you have outstanding achievements in the future, perhaps you can obtain such authority. You can enter any forbidden area, and you will benefit for the rest of your life. The golden dragon elder chuckled as he stroked his long beard. He suddenly pointed to the front and said, "There is a small forbidden area in front of us. We can't get within 3,000 meters of the Samsara soldiers." "What is a Samsara soldier?" Long Chen asked curiously. The golden dragon elder smiled and said, "We are getting close. You should be able to see it." As he spoke, Long Chen followed the golden dragon elder's instructions and looked to the north. In the depths of the undulating forest, a large number of runes suddenly appeared. A golden pillar of light soared into the sky, forming a dense circular array formation in the sky. In the middle of the golden array formation, there was a strange statue that was 100 meters tall. Although it could not be seen clearly, it made Long Chen feel suffocated. "This is the Samsara soldier," the golden dragon elder said proudly. Long Chen could not shift his gaze away. He was deeply immersed in it. This was clearly just a statue, but it made Long Chen feel as if he was facing Su Zhen. Or rather, this feeling was much stronger than when he was facing Su Zhen. In the inner city of Martial God Ancient City, 3,000 Samsara soldiers formed the Martial God Reincarnation Array to guard Martial God Ancient City. In the inner city of the Ancient God of Martial Arts, 3,000 Samsara soldiers formed the Martial God Reincarnation Formation to guard the Ancient God of Martial Arts. Ordinary people can't break in, not to mention the Demon Tribe, the Sea Tribe, the Spirit Tribe, and the Sorcerer Tribe. The 3,000 Samsara soldiers have been left since ancient times. It's said that they are the 3,000 Samsara realm warriors under the 18 martial gods. They once followed the martial gods to conquer the world and finally died with the martial gods, leaving behind the golden body Dharma Laksana in the ancient god of martial arts. I heard that in the depths of the inner city of the ancient god of martial arts, there is a martial god spiritual steel left by the 18 martial gods. The 3,000 Samsara soldiers were figures from the immemorial age. Only deities could live forever. Even warriors in the Samsara tribulation realm could be killed by the Samsara tribulation. What was going on with the golden body left behind? Long Chen suddenly thought of something. Since deities were said to live forever, where did the deities that appeared after the disappearance of the divine dragons in the immemorial age, such as the 18 martial gods, go? Weren't deities all immortal? Moreover, most of the millions of dragons were immortal, so where did they go? This was an ancient mystery that no one could solve. Presumably, even the descendants of deities didn't know where their ancestors went. The 3,000 Samsara soldiers, the martial god spirit steel. Long Chen quickly forgot about the Samsara soldiers as he hurried on his way. Before he left the inner city, he saw it again. "I don't know when you can return to the inner city after leaving this time. I thought the Lord would let you stay in the inner city." The 18 divine dragons thought highly of Long Chen. "Thank you, Senior." However, Long Chen wasn't the least bit interested in the inner city. After leaving the inner city, the concentration of Nirvana spirit energy was indeed reduced by 10 times. There were fewer places on the ground that could erupt Nirvana spirit energy. Although the Nirvana spirit energy was reduced, immortal essences with 1 or 2 immortal patterns were still very common. The inner city was a forest, but the outer city stretched for countless miles. It was more like a wilderness with 10 times the Nirvana spirit energy, immortal essences, and even wild beasts. This is the 11th district. You will live here in the future. This is the 11th district. You will live here from now on. I will now take you to one of the martial god squads. Each martial god squad has about 1,000 people and is led by 3 martial god guards. The entire 11th district has more than 100,000 people, which is controlled by a branch family of the Su family. Remember, when you are in the outer city, you better not offend the branch family. After all, in the eyes of the Su family, outsiders like us are like subordinates and slaves. Only obedient people can survive. Do you understand what I mean? The golden dragon old man exhorted again and again. Got it. Long Chen looked at the vast wilderness and nodded with a smile. The wilderness in front of him was a great world. It was vast and boundless. The only pity was that there were too many restrictions. After speaking, the golden dragon old man led Long Chen to patrol the sky above the 11th district. The martial god teams were hidden in the wilderness to cultivate, fight, and carry out missions. It wasn't easy to find them. After traveling for some time, the golden dragon old man finally found one of the strongholds. There was a 1,000-man martial god team there. Most of them were cultivating. When they saw a 1,000-meter-long golden divine dragon pass by, 3 cultivators in golden battle armor rushed up. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they welcomed the golden dragon old man. Greetings, Dragon Soul General. Indeed, the golden dragon was also a member of the Dragon Soul General. The golden dragon brought everyone down. At this moment, Long Chen let Lingxi out. After all, from today onwards, he and Lingxi were considered to be part of the outer city disciples. Long Chen was young and mature with an extraordinary temperament. Lingxi's beauty attracted the attention of the 3 martial god guards very quickly. However, the 2 of them were brought by the Dragon Soul General. They knew what to do. Usually, the Dragon Soul General wasn't a real member of the Su family. They had relatives outside, so it was normal for them to bring them to the martial god ancient city. It was a great thing to take care of the Dragon Soul General's relatives. After the 2 men and 1 woman bowed to the golden dragon went straight to the point. He pointed at Long Chen and Lingxi and said, "This young man is Long Chen and this woman is Lingxi. From today onwards, they will be part of the martial god team led by the 3 of you. I am the Dragon Soul General, Ao Chong. From today onwards, I hope the 3 of you can take care of them." Although he didn't say it clearly, it was obvious that they were Ao Chong's relatives. The 3 martial god guards said excitedly, "Dragon Soul General, the 3 of us will not disappoint you. We will take good care of them and give them the best resources." They could clearly tell that Long Chen and Ling Tian's nirvana energy wasn't that great. They seemed to have passed through the 9th heaven lightning beast and hadn't reached the standard of the 6th level of the nirvana tribulation realm in the war god ancient city. However, because they were both related, it wasn't a problem to take care of them. Long Chen was also sizing up the martial god guards. These 3 guys looked much stronger than the Wolf Fang army's commander. They were probably at the late stage of the 7th heaven nirvana realm. The Wolf Fang army's commander was at the early stage of the 7th heaven nirvana realm. If it was a one-on-one fight, Long Chen might not be their match. Even the Wolf Fang army's commander had to expend a lot of effort to fight. Moreover, the Holy Infant had already been killed. The martial god guards are the elites of the outer city. Only 2 or 3 martial god guards can be produced out of 1,000 outer city disciples. They must be at least at the late stage of the 7th heaven nirvana realm. Later on, the 3 of them will be your commanders. You must listen to their orders. Understand? Ao Chong warned Long Chen. Long Chen nodded quietly. After giving some instructions, Ao Chong returned to the martial god ancient city. After Ao Chong left, the 3 martial god guards hurriedly introduced themselves. A burly man with a dark face said, "I am Tyrant Bear, I am the first commander." The woman with an ordinary appearance but a very attractive figure said, "I am Jiang Yan. You can call me Sister Jiang Yan in the future. I am the second commander." The last youth with fair skin said, "I am Li Chongfeng. However, other than these 2, the other brothers and sisters like to call me third brother. We will take care of each other in the future." Perhaps it was because of Ao Chong, the three of them were very polite. Chapter 1744. Lingxi didn't really like them, nor did she like this environment. Longchen gently let go of the other party's hand that was holding him, and then pulled Lingxi into his embrace. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "Three commanders, there's no need for introductions, right? The two of us prefer peace and quiet." Long Chen was brought here by Ao Chong. Even if he was a little rude, they wouldn't dare do anything. In fact, newcomers in a place like the Martial God Squad were basically destined to be beaten up. The three commanders wouldn't care. First Commander Xiongba said, "Although we prefer peace and quiet, introductions are necessary. After all, we'll be moving together in the future, so we can't avoid getting to know you. Don't worry, this process will be very fast." They might not be used to this place, but they still need to quickly integrate into the life here. "Children, you may have been pampered and spoiled at home, but this martial god ancient city is a cruel place. You still have to work hard." Seeing Long Chen and Lingxi's soft and tender skin, he automatically thought so. In the eyes of the three martial god guards, Long Chen and Lingxi couldn't be loved. They were pampered young masters and young ladies. Soon, they walked to a huge open space. Because of Ao Chang's arrival, the martial god squad's thousands of members had basically gathered in the square. Xiongba and Li Chongfeng walked to a high ground, while Jiang Yan brought Long Chen and Lingxi to an exquisite small house. Fill in the basic information on this form. We've submitted the data to the higher-ups. From now on, you're members of the 11th District's 83rd Martial God Squad. Our Martial God Squad has a beautiful name, Demonic Bear. The Demonic Bear Martial God Squad is named after our boss. Jiang Yan smiled beautifully. Long Chen and Jiang Yan did not look at her. They made up the two forms and wrote that they were at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. However, after Jiang Yan took them, she changed them to the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. She also wrote Dragon Soul Divine General Ao Chong recommended at the back. This was probably because of connections. If not for Su Zhen, Long Chen would have escaped long ago. He would not have stayed in this place at all. At this time, 3rd Commander Li Chongfeng was introducing Long Chen and Lingxi to the thousands of people outside. The power and prosperity of the martial god ancient city still deeply shocked Long Chen. Soon, he walked up to the platform next to Xiongba. Below them, thousands of black-armored warriors were looking at them with cold and envious eyes. Each and every one of them had a ferocious temperament, dense martial aura, surging nirvana energy, and astonishing combat strength. They were all martial artists who had at least passed the 6th stage of nirvana tribulation. In the dragon sacrificial continent, each and every one of them was an existence that surpassed the Zhenwu Heavenly Emperor. Among them, there was even a 6th stage nirvana tribulation realm, which was equivalent to the snow-wind spiritual dragon Qin Fengxue. There was also a 7th stage nirvana tribulation realm, which was equivalent to the commander of the Wolf Fang army. 1,000 experts were only a small team of martial gods. They were the 83rd team of the 11th district. Who knew how many such powerful teams were in the martial god ancient city? This was only the lowest level of the martial god ancient city. Looking at the experts below, Long Chen finally understood how pitiful the dragon sacrificial continent was. Only the eternal god domain could be considered a truly complete world. The nirvana energy of thousands of people swept out, giving Long Chen a huge impact. He held Lingxi's hand. The two of them stood in front of the thousands of experts with resolute eyes. "Everyone, these two are our new companions and comrades. This is Long Chen, and this is Lingxi. They are both younger than 50 years old and are rare geniuses. From today onwards, we must take good care of them. They are the younger brothers and sisters of our martial god team. At the same time, everyone should know that they were brought here by Lord Dragon Soul Divine General. Lord Dragon Soul Divine General entrusted us to take good care of them. Therefore, brothers and sisters, please don't make things difficult for them. Otherwise, Xiongba will not have my fists for nothing. The first commander wore a golden battle armor and stood on a tall mountain, looking awe-inspiring. Below, when the thousands of experts heard that they were the Dragon Soul Divine General's men, although they felt some disdain in their hearts, they knew what to do. Jiang Yan smiled and said, "You guys are new here, so if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask us. The area within a radius of 300 miles is the territory of my demonic bear martial god team. You can move around freely within this area, but if you want to go to other places, you have to get the permission of the three of us. You can't act recklessly. After all, that is the territory of another martial god team. Do you understand?" Longchen didn't want to stand there and be watched, so he nodded. At this time, someone below said, "Little brother Longchen, can you tell us what your relationship with Senior Ao Chong is? I heard that Senior Ao Chong is one of Miss Yao's 18 bodyguards. He's a very popular person." Everyone revealed looks of envy. "Yes, can you tell Sister Jiang Yan what your relationship with Senior Ao Chong is?" Jiang Yan asked curiously. Even if they were related through connections, there was a difference between a close relationship and a distant relationship. The closer the relationship, the better they would treat Longchen. If the relationship was distant, there was no need for them to serve him like an ancestor. Longchen hated being treated as a fool by these people. His temper flared up, and he sneered, "Do you really want to hear the truth?" "Of course we do." Everyone had an expectant look on their faces. Longchen was silent for a while, then said in an indifferent tone, "I have no relationship with Ao Chong. I offended Miss Yao. Originally, Miss Yao wanted to kill me, but her father, Su Zhen, thought that I was an outstanding genius, and it would be a pity to kill me. So, he imprisoned me in this ancient city of martial god, and I'm not allowed to leave for the rest of my life. Then, he had Ao Chong arrange for me to stay here. Do you believe it?" After he said that, everyone's expression froze, including the three martial divine guards. What Longchen said was simply too inconceivable. In their eyes, Longchen was just a little fellow who had been pampered since childhood and relied on his connections to enter the battle god ancient city. "Longchen, don't joke around. This kind of joke isn't funny at all. Don't you think so, everyone?" Jiang Yan laughed awkwardly. The people below also roared with laughter, thinking that Longchen made a joke. Also, the young city lord is one of the rulers of the ancient city of martial god. He's a godlike existence. It's best if you don't call him by his name. Otherwise, even Senior Ao Chong won't be able to protect you. Xiongba reminded. Regardless of whether they trusted him or not, Longchen didn't care. He directly asked Jiang Yan, "It's fine as long as we don't leave the 300 li range, right? Also, where are we staying?" Jiang Yan said, "But when you hear the whistle, you need to hurry here immediately. Normally, you can just casually cultivate. As for your residence, you can just build one nearby. However, there's an empty space beside Big Sister Jiang Yan's house." Before she finished speaking, Longchen directly said, "No need, I like peace and quiet. Also, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first." Finished speaking, he really didn't stay. Holding Lingxi's hand, they left everyone's sight just like that. Everyone watched them leave with faces full of astonishment. Pa Xiongba shattered a huge boulder beside him, and cursed with a dark expression, "Damned backdoor entrant. We went through untold hardships to obtain the opportunity to enter the ancient city of martial god, but he can come as he pleases. After we came in, we suffered all kinds of humiliation. But this brat, he's so arrogant. If he wasn't brought here by the divine dragon soul general." Jiang Yan also gnashed her teeth in anger, and said, "Really a little guy who doesn't know what's good for him. This kind of little thing joining our team is also troublesome. If something happens, it'll be on our heads." The people below also cursed, and said, "For a little brat like him, as long as he goes out to battle, there's an 80% chance that something will happen. It's even more impossible to make him cooperate with us in battle." Li Chongfeng said, "Forget it, let him be. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, let him stay here obediently. When we go out to battle, we'll let him stay behind. In any case, we have to have a dozen people stay behind every time. Jiang Yan put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, "Damn it, I originally wanted to properly entertain these two little ancestors, and set up a banquet for them." Tyrant Bear said, "Forget it, leave the good wine for our brothers." Jiang Yan suddenly remembered Long Chen's words, and she said doubtfully, "This little guy is also very strange. How did he get involved in Miss Yao's matter? He's probably a psychopath." Tyrant Bear scolded, and then roared, "Dismissed, all of you go back to your cultivation. I won't be responsible for mourning anyone who gets struck to death by the Nirvana tribulation again." Long Chen wandered in the forest with Lingxi. This wilderness felt much better than the outside world, surrounded by countless hanging springs and waterfalls. It could be said to be a paradise of birds and fragrant flowers. They walked up to a towering mountain, and at this moment, the sun was about to rise, and the fiery red sun rose from the distant sea of clouds, its light illuminating the world. This is the light of dawn. Bathed in the light, Long Chen suddenly felt that this place was also very beautiful. "When we came up just now, I think the stone tablet said that this place is called Mount Dawn. Chen, from now on, we'll live here, okay?" Lingxi danced in the forest, like a fairy descending to the earth. Okay. From now on, they would use this place as a temporary stronghold. When Long Chen was still building a simple wooden house, Lingxi suddenly called out to him, and he hurried over. Following Lingxi's instructions, he saw that on the mountainside of Mount Dawn facing the sun, there was a place with a diameter of about 10 meters, and a large amount of nirvana spiritual energy was erupting from it. Such a place was relatively rare in the entire outer city. "This is great, we'll build our home here, and we'll get twice the result with half the effort when we cultivate. In this place, the density of nirvana spiritual energy is almost equal to that of the inner city," said Long Chen with a face full of smiles. The people in the God Nation were also very bored after a long time. Mo Xiaolang could pretend to be a wild beast, and Kitten looked like a human child, so as long as he didn't run around, no one would notice him. Soi Eon, on the other hand, was a little more troublesome. Although she was a human, she had the aura of a demon beast or a wild beast, and it was very easy to be mistaken for a demon. Chapter 1745. Aside from Suyin, everyone else helped out. After about a day's time, an exquisite little courtyard was formed in the hands of everyone. This kind of life seemed to be very comfortable. With Long Chen's ability, as long as someone approached, he would be able to detect it. After that, everyone sat at the back of Mount Dawn and looked at the setting sun that was about to set in the western mountains. "It's so beautiful." Soi Eon leaned on Mo Xiaolang's furry back and propped her chin up with her hands. She looked at the moon and said, "Since I'm here, I have to work hard to catch up to you guys. I can't be a burden." Everyone laughed. Perhaps they would never forget that evening when they quietly watched the sunset together. Lingxi also leaned on Long Chen's lap and sat quietly on a green boulder. This was a rare peaceful day. They quietly enjoyed this brand new world. Only the kitten felt that it was boring, so it lay on the ground and slept. 2 hours later, Long Chen stood up and gathered everyone. "Although this place seems peaceful, it's actually turbulent. We seem to be free, but we're actually imprisoned. But this isn't our fault. It's just that we're still young. From today onwards, we will start a new campaign. We will let the world understand that if we can climb to the peak of the draconic sacrificial continent, so can the eternal sacred realm. We will also let them understand that controlling our lives is the biggest mistake of their lives." He wasn't just warning everyone, but also himself. They couldn't forget that they were actually in hell just because they were comfortable. Mount Dawnlight is our only sanctuary in the infernal realm. Under the setting sun, they swore an oath. No matter how much effort they put in, they never felt the slightest bit of fear. Whether it was the martial god's bloodline or the ancient city of 72 divine descendants, they couldn't stop their growth. "The 5 of us will never be separated," Soi Eon said sneakily. You're right. Mo Xiaolang smiled and looked sincerely at Long Chen. I just hope Big Brother won't stop me next time when I put my life on the line. He was still brooding over what had happened last time. Long Chen didn't know if it was right or wrong, but he knew that there wouldn't be a next time. I have a plan. Both of us are about to cross the 6th Nirvana tribulation. Perhaps we can try the method we used last time and cross the tribulation together. Long Chen suddenly said. In this case, no matter who reaches the critical point first, we will be able to benefit the other party. Everyone burst into laughter. Onward, glory awaits them. Just as Long Chen and the others were deciding on Mount Dawn, a mysterious girl arrived at the demonic bear martial god squad's territory. The 3 martial god guards were cultivating when the mysterious girl barged into Jiang Yan's cultivation area. Who is it? Jiang Yan suddenly stood up. Standing in front of her was a graceful young girl. However, there was a strong sense of hostility between her brows that made people feel fear. Jiang Yan vaguely remembered this face. She knelt on the ground in great excitement and said with a trembling voice, Martial Divine Guard Jiang Yan greets Miss Yao. Su Yuyao sat on the luxurious bench and said proudly, Go and call the other 2 out. Hurry. Yes. After Jiang Yan received the order, she hurriedly called Xiongba and Li Chongfeng over. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. This Miss Yao's clone was so precious. Why would it suddenly appear in the martial god squad? When the 3 of them knelt in front of Miss Yao, they still didn't understand. As for what Long Chen had said, they had long forgotten about it after a day. I don't know what Miss Yao wants. As long as it's within our power, we will definitely go through water and tread on fire. Xiongba said fearfully. He was worried that Miss Yao was targeting the 3 of them. But no matter how he thought about it, he didn't seem to have the ability to attract her attention. Su Yuyao looked at the 3 of them disdainfully and said, Let me ask you. Is there someone called Long Chen in your martial god squad today? So it was that guy. The 3 of them were shocked. Then, they remembered what Long Chen had said today. He said that he offended Miss Yao and was imprisoned by Su Zhen because of his talent. Replying to Miss, there is indeed such a person. He was brought here by Lord Ao Chong. Xiongba replied as the first commander. Su Yuyao's eyes lit up. I don't know what Miss has orders for us. Xiongba didn't dare to raise his head and continued to ask with a trembling voice. They were shocked. Looking at Miss Yao's expression, could it be that what Long Chen said was true? That spoiled brat was really so awesome? The young city lord personally imprisoned him. Hearing the definite answer, Su Yuyao sneered coldly. Killing intent surged in her eyes. She had received her father's warning not to harass Long Chen and the others. But she was unwilling. How could she let them off so easily? I have a mission for you. Miss Yao said coldly. Please speak. Xiongba continued to lower his head. Su Yuyao's voice was like a knife as she said, Use all your strength to teach them a lesson. You can use any method you want as long as you don't kill them. You can also not let them escape. You have to make them regret being born in this world. For example, you can sleep with his women in front of him, or you can throw them into a pot of boiling oil and cook them. You can strip them naked and display them in public. You have to think of any method to make him kneel down and beg for your forgiveness. Can you do it? The 3 martial god guards raised their heads and looked at Su Yuyao in astonishment. Their minds were completely blank. When they heard this, how could they not understand that what Long Chen said today was definitely not nonsense? It was the truth. He really offended Miss Yao, and it was an extremely serious offense. Even his words of being imprisoned by Su Zhen were not false. Otherwise, why didn't Miss Yao personally make a move? Why didn't she directly kill Long Chen? This young man really had such astonishing capabilities that even Miss Yao didn't dare to kill him. She could only entrust this task to him. Can you do it? Su Yuyao berated loudly. The 3 martial god guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Yes, I can definitely do it." Su Yuyao giggled and said, "That's good. I know you bastards are the best at this. Let me tell you, if he isn't miserable enough, I'll kill you all and replace him with someone else who can make him miserable. In order to protect your dog heads, you have to think of a way." The 3 of them didn't dare to raise their heads. They were sweating profusely. They silently mourned for Long Chen in their hearts. Who would have thought that offending Miss Yao would result in such a tragic outcome? The ideas that Miss Yao had mentioned earlier could be said to be incomparably poisonous. But if they could only do that, it didn't seem to be enough to satisfy Miss Yao. Remember, don't do it too frequently. You have to bring despair to them every few days. At the same time, don't let them escape from the area controlled by your team. I'll come every 10 days to check on your results. You have to do it beautifully, otherwise. Yes, yes. Xiong Ba, Jiang Yan, and Li Chongfeng continuously kowtowed. After a long time, there was no sound. They raised their heads and saw that Su Yuyao had already left. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their bodies covered in cold sweat. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that Long Chen's words to be true. After offending Miss Yao, this guy is doomed. Not only do we have to prevent him from escaping, we have to prevent him from committing suicide. Yeah, if it were me, I'd rather commit suicide." Li Chongfeng also smiled bitterly. Tyrant Bear stood up and said, "Don't speak nonsense. From today onwards, our mission is to torment Long Chen, to make him suffer so much that he'd rather die than live. Only then will we be able to survive and gain the favor of Miss Yao. We will torture him once every 10 days. If we want something different, we should hurry back and think of a way. Each of us should think of at least 10 different ways to torture him." "Yes," Jiang Yan and Li Chongfeng replied, trembling. Just as Long Chen had imagined, the peace was only temporary. Undercurrents were surging in martial god ancient city, and a calamity was about to descend. On Long Chen's side, it was another early morning. They were all near the location of the Nirvana spirit Qi eruption. Soi Eon had entered the divine nation to cultivate. Xiao Lang had transformed into a sun-devouring demonic wolf, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen himself, while Long Chen and Lingxi sat at the center of the Nirvana spirit Qi eruption, circulating the Nirvana power, transforming a large amount of Nirvana spirit Qi into their own Nirvana power. Long Chen had the ancestral dragon body, and Lingxi had a high concentration of Goddess Su's blood. Coupled with the complete inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect, their progress was unprecedented. Long Chen had seen the power of martial god ancient city, and only then did he understand how powerful the ethereal immortal sect, which could contend with the divine descendants ancient city, was. At the very least, it allowed Lingxi to have no worries before the 3rd reincarnation tribulation realm. Of course, to the current them, the reincarnation tribulation realm was a dream. Long Chen was only at the late stage of the 2nd nirvana tribulation realm. As they cultivated, they formed a cocoon of light that surrounded them. Even without a room, they could still converge yin and yang, bringing them a faster cultivation speed. Under the light of the morning sun, everything was thriving. At this moment, Long Chen stopped cultivating and threw the sleeping kitten into the divine nation. As for Mo Xiaolang, he had to show himself after all. As long as he maintained the form of a sun-devouring demonic wolf and its ferocity, no one would doubt if Long Chen said that he was a tamed wild beast. After all, even the Wolf Fang army could tame wild beasts. The reason why they were on guard was because someone had arrived. Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang were the iron triangle of their current combat power. The people at the foot of the mountain faced the sunlight and saw the grave and stern Long Chen, the outstanding beauty Lingxi, and the ferocious black demonic wolf. "It's them. Go up." Chapter 1746. More than a dozen warriors from the demonic bear martial gods team rushed up Mount Dawn. Long Chen stared at them as they rushed in front of him. His face was calm, but he could roughly guess that these people were ferocious. They were definitely up to no good. Soon, these ferocious warriors in black armor arrived at the peak of Mount Dawn and stood in front of Long Chen and the others. The leader of the warriors was a level 7 Nirvana Tribulation warrior. Although he was only in the early stages, he was extraordinary. He was dressed in fiery red animal skin and had a large number of human skulls wrapped around his body. Not a single blade of grass grew on his head and his skin was gray. He was extremely ferocious and looked no different from the leader of the Wolf Fang. Before this, it had been rather difficult for Long Chen to kill the leader of the Wolf Fang. The warriors that he brought were all in the level 6 Nirvana Tribulation realm. Although they could not compare to Qin Fengxue, who had the bloodline of the Snow Wind spiritual dragon, their ferocious fighting strength was not far from hers. Long Chen did not say anything. The other party looked at them coldly and walked around them to the back of Mount Dawn. They arrived in front of the cozy little house that Long Chen and the others had built together. It was the place where the Nirvana spiritual energy was erupting. The man in animal skin turned around and looked at Long Chen with a ferocious gaze. He said in a voice that sounded like a wild bear, "Don't the two of you know that no one is allowed to live next to the spiritual dragon cave? Don't tell me that you are new and don't know the rules. Young masters like you know more than us." Previously, they had looked at him with envy. Now, their eyes were resolute and fearless. How could Long Chen not know what was going on? He said calmly, "What spiritual dragon cave? Are you referring to the place where the Nirvana spiritual energy is erupting? You're still playing dumb." He squinted his eyes and said, "Since you're acting dumb, I'll tell you the rules. Within the range of the spiritual dragon cave, the density of the Nirvana realm spiritual energy is 10 times that of the normal areas in the outer city. Our demonic bear martial god district only has a total of over 10 spiritual dragon caves, and everyone takes turns to use them. Yet, you're building a house right in front of the spiritual dragon cave. Aren't you trying to monopolize the spiritual dragon cave? Brothers, this little brat doesn't know the rules. Let's tear down his broken house and let him understand the rules." As soon as this person finished speaking, the others seemed to have made all the preparations and swarmed towards the wooden house that Long Chen had just built not long ago. The speed of more than 10 people was extremely fast, and logically speaking, Long Chen wouldn't be able to stop them at all. After all, in front of them, Long Chen was at most at the 5th level of the Rebirth Tribulation realm. "I'll kill whoever touches my things." Long Chen stood in front of them. His body was filled with an aggressive aura. His words also carried a lot of weight. This sentence actually scared everyone to the point that they stood rooted to the ground. "I'm taking over this spiritual dragon cave. If you're not convinced, you can either defeat me or go complain to Tyrant Bear and the rest. 2 choices, you can choose one." How could Long Chen not understand that the spiritual dragon cave was just an excuse? The real goal was nothing more than to teach them a lesson. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary lesson. After hearing Long Chen's straightforward words, they looked at each other. The gray-skinned martial artist was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the mission would be so easy to find an excuse. He still wanted to give Long Chen a chance to slowly adapt. A hothead raised by a big family. After sizing up Long Chen for a while, the man in animal skin didn't hesitate anymore. He pulled out a young martial artist who had just stepped into the 6th Nirvana Tribulation realm and joined the martial god ancient city not long ago. He said, "Jiang Lei, come and teach him a lesson. Let him know the rules of the martial god squad. This isn't your home. You can do whatever you want here. Even your introducer, Lord Dragon Soul General, has to abide by the rules of the martial god ancient city." Hearing the order, the young man called Jiang Lei walked out eagerly and looked at Long Chen with a blazing face. He was born in a poor family. In order to enter the martial god ancient city, he even risked his life. Finally, he succeeded and brought honor to his ancestors. Therefore, he hated trash like Long Chen the most. When the leader called his name, He was so happy that he couldn't help but imagine himself beating up Long Chen so that the beauty next to him would look at him in a new light. He wanted to prove that even though he was born in a lowly family, he was much, much stronger than a greenhouse flower like Long Chen. He was inwardly disdainful of people like Long Chen. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely complete the mission perfectly. Brothers, just watch. Against a mere Long Chen, there was naturally no need for everyone to do anything. Jiang Lei cultivated the Tao of heavenly lightning, which was pure elemental lightning. At this moment, as he advanced, purple lightning surged around his body and enveloped him completely. Thunder and lightning balls exploded on his body again and again. The surrounding flora and fauna were all trembling, and the air was extremely hot. Vaguely, the entire Mount Dawn was trembling. If this guy was on the dragon sacrificial continent, he could kill great Emperor Jinwu. But now, his vision had broadened. The previous peak was now just a joke. Facing such a strong enemy, Long Chen said softly to Lingxi, 6th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm. They're the weakest. You try to practice. Lingxi had inherited a high concentration of Goddess Su's blood, the ethereal immortal sex legacy, and an ancient Tao artifact with 80 Tao patterns. Although she was only at the 5th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm, in terms of combat strength, she was already qualified to fight above her level. Watch my performance. Lingxi smiled quietly. When facing the fierce Jiang Lei, her face was already full of coldness. 2 divine swords appeared in her hands. The 8 divine swords were all under Lingxi's control, but she could only control a few at the same time. Right now, she was using the Immortal Execution Sword and the Sky Incineration Sword. The Immortal Execution Sword was the strongest killing sword. It was extremely similar to the God-slaying sword. At present, it was equivalent to an enhanced version of the God-slaying sword. The Sky Incineration Sword possessed the power of fire. When used, it burned in Lingxi's hands and turned into a high-temperature fire crystal. When the Sky Incineration Sword appeared, the surrounding temperature rose at an astonishing rate. The Sky Incineration Sword formed a fireball that surrounded Lingxi. When they saw Lingxi make her move, everyone was stunned for the first time. At first, they only wanted to mock Long Chen's cowardice. However, when the 2 divine swords appeared, the killing power of the Immortal Execution Sword and the flame power of the Sky Incineration Sword shook them. Jiang Lei retracted the lightning power all over his body and suppressed the explosive power back into his body. He waved his hand and said, I don't fight with women. Trash that hides behind women, coward, hurry up and come out. You gutless thing, you only know how to live under a woman's crotch or belly since you were young. Everyone roared with laughter, feeling embarrassed for Long Chen. He said it so arrogantly, but he called a woman to fight. This courage was really unsightly. However, no matter how much they laughed, in the eyes of Long Chen and the others, they were just clowns. Lingxi did not get angry because of this. She only moved according to her original actions. When the other party laughed, her figure quickly moved. At that moment, the entire Mount Dawn was filled with Lingxi's snow-white goddess-like figure. It was extremely fleeting, and even Long Chen could not see where Lingxi's real body was in a short period of time. This Khanate Dao technique is the most famous one in the Misty Immortal sect. It's also a classic among the entry-level Khanate Dao techniques. It's a psychedelic footwork. With the help of the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly, this Khanate Dao technique is 200% effective. I remember it's called Misty Immortal Footwork. It was only 1 word away from the Ethereal Immortal sect. Back then, the name Ethereal Immortal sect was deeply related to this footwork technique. When the Misty Immortal Footwork was used, the crowd was in an uproar. Child's play. Jiang Lei knew that his brothers were all watching his performance. After Lingxi made her move, he smiled and used the Tao of Thunder. He gathered the lightning in the sky in his hands and formed 2 1-meter-wide purple balls of lightning. Explosive lightning flashed, and the entire Mount Dawn was enveloped in a world of lightning. Where is her real body? Jiang Lei sneered and looked around coldly. right here. His eyes lit up. He saw Lingxi charging towards him with 2 swords in her hands. Her 2 swords were ancient Dao treasures with a total of 10 Dao patterns. He did not dare to be careless. He clenched his fists and the 2 balls of lightning collided. A terrible explosion occurred, and the released energy rushed towards Lingxi. But what made him dumbfounded was that the thunder lightning ball had actually destroyed Lingxi. The living woman had disappeared in an instant. Oh no, I underestimated her power and killed this beauty. Jiang Lei was stunned. At that moment, his back was struck twice. 2 strands of sword qi rushed into his body, causing his back to bleed. At the same time, 1 strand of sword qi of slaughter and another strand of domineering sword qi of fire destroyed all of his meridians and bones at almost the same time, causing him to be heavily injured in a short moment. The intense pain drowned his nerves, causing him to let out an unprecedented scream. Jiang Lei softly fell to the ground. When he landed on the ground, Lingxi was completely unharmed. She had only used 2 simple sword strikes to finish off her opponent. Jiang Lei, who was twitching on the ground, and Lingxi, who was floating in the air, formed a strong contrast. Those black-armored martial artists who were still laughing had their expressions frozen at this moment. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They swore that they had never seen such an unexpected scene in their lives. A weak girl at the 5th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm had actually finished off Jiang Lei just like that. Lingxi danced in the forest. She put away her swords and was embraced by Long Chen. She asked in anticipation, "Chen, I did well, didn't I?" Her expression was so cute that people couldn't help but want to kiss her face. Losing to Su Yuyao last time was a blow that Lingxi couldn't bear. Therefore, during this period of time, she worked even harder than Long Chen. Everything that happened today was the result of her hard work. Chapter 1747. You are courting death. The beast-skinned man had an extremely gloomy expression as he helped Jiang Lei up. The 2 scars on his back were enough for him to recuperate for a month. At this moment, Jiang Lei was already unconscious. The beast-skinned man threw him into the divine kingdom. The group of people looked at each other before glaring fiercely at Long Chen. They closed in on Long Chen. The beast-skinned man said, "Long Chen, and this little girl Lingxi, listen carefully. You have just arrived, yet you spoke so arrogantly about occupying the Spirit Dragon Cave. Now, you have injured Jiang Lei for no reason. Such an unreasonable act of killing your own kind has already committed a serious crime. I, Long Chen, as one of the captains of the martial god team, have the authority to imprison you and severely punish you. It is best that you do not resist, or else you will be punished even more harshly. You must always remember that the martial god team is an army, not a place where you can do as you please. This time, even Senior Ao Chong will not be able to protect you. If they wanted to beat Long Chen half to death, they would need a barely acceptable reason. Now that the reason was established, Xiong Pai did not need to be courteous anymore. He immediately incited the group to attack Long Chen and Lingxi. You and Xiao Lang watch. I will do it myself. If this kind of trouble is not dealt with, there will be no end to it in the future. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged a few words before gently tossing Lingxi to the side of the sun-devouring fiend wolf, who was glaring fiercely at the group. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was filled with a vicious aura. He looked completely like a desolate beast. Let's cripple Long Chen first. Brothers, let's avenge Jiang Lei. Lingxi was so beautiful that torturing her would be difficult. Hence, the group decided to deal with Long Chen first. This mission was the same. Only by restraining Long Chen could they torture him. A group of martial artists much stronger than Jiang Lei swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Lingxi wasn't afraid at all because Long Chen had the most life-saving move, the time-roaming dragon. Therefore, he was even more unafraid of group battles. A group of martial artists took out their own Dao treasures. Among them, some even had ancient Dao treasures. Xiong Pai was holding a deathly gray battle saber that was very similar to Long Chen's god-slaying sword. It had a deathly aura and a total of 13 Dao patterns. Xiong Pai cultivated the Dao of death. Beside him, the deathly gray nirvanic force was so strong that no one dared to approach. Xiong Pai was one of Xiong Ba's most capable subordinates. He could control life and death. Basically, when he made a move, his opponent would definitely die. His Dao could be said to be the Dao with the most shocking killing power. If not, Xiong Ba wouldn't have let him be the vanguard. The others weren't much weaker either. There were even 3 martial artists who were holding 3 different colored but identical halberds. All of them were ancient Dao artifacts with 10 Dao patterns. They had the power of fire, frost, and poison respectively. The 3 of them worked together and formed a battle formation. Their combat strength was not weaker than Xiong Pai's. As for the others, to Long Chen, they were just stragglers. Lingxi's combat strength was unexpected, but no one overestimated Long Chen. The reason why they attacked together was to be safe. Xiong Pai and the other experts were mostly just observing the situation from the back. In the blink of an eye, 2 martial artists arrived in front of Long Chen. To the current him, other than Xiong Pai, the others were like chopping melons and vegetables. Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword and swept past the 5 people in an instant. The Dao artifacts in the 5 people's hands exploded and turned into dust. In the next instant, they realized that there was a wound on their chests that was rapidly corroding. It was a wound that almost cost them their lives. The speed and power of the god-slaying art was so powerful. When Long Chen stood in front of the remaining 6 people with the god-slaying sword, he took a step forward with a cold expression. However, everyone subconsciously took a step back. Looking at the blood dripping from the god-slaying sword in his hand, even Xiong Pai was stunned. He couldn't react for a long time. He is actually so strong. Lingxi's performance was amazing, but Long Chen was almost 10 times more amazing than her. Previously, the god-slaying art's killing was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The speed of the sword was faster than the speed of their resistance. It was just a moment. Even Xiong Pai wasn't sure if he could do that. Calm down. Xiong Pai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suppressed the shock in his heart. He roared in a low voice, but the trembling of his body showed how nervous he was at this moment. He didn't think that Long Chen was that amazing, but he suddenly remembered that a youth who made Miss Yao so angry and helpless, who was said to be so talented that even Su Zhen, the young city lord, was moved by him. He should have a very terrifying side to him. Unfortunately, he didn't think of it before. Now that he thought of it, it became a curse in his heart that he couldn't stop cursing. Let's go. He let out a roar that shook the forest to increase his courage. Under his command, the remaining martial artists all moved at the same time. 3 halberds rushed forward, forming a super array of 3 different forces. It expanded to a huge circular array diagram that was now hundreds of meters wide. In this blurry array diagram, Long Chen couldn't see where the killing intent was coming from. Kill. The array diagram exploded, and the 3 forces were very close. This was the power of the heavenly Dao. As long as it was related to the heavenly Dao, its power couldn't be simple. Rip. Flames, frost, and poison rushed over. Long Chen was completely focused. The god-slaying sword in his hand turned blood red in a short time, completely covered by the immemorial slaughter runes. At this time, the god-slaying sword was undoubtedly the king of slaughter swords. The will of slaughter that came from the immemorial blood spirit dragon could make others submit without a fight. Instant. Eternity, this dreamy voice suddenly sounded. It was like a nightmare. Everyone found that they couldn't move. There was nothing more frightening than being unable to move, because anyone could be killed at this time. After the extreme shock, they began to use their nirvana power to struggle violently. In truth, these people's nirvana power was much stronger than Long Chen's. Long Chen couldn't hold them for long. In just an instant, he finished his attack. Wherever the sky-slaughtering blood sword went, Dao treasures were devoured by the god-slaying sword, including the 3 ancient halberds. The god-slaying sword could be said to be the terminator of Dao treasures. After destroying these Dao treasures, Long Chen found that the god-slaying sword had formed its 9th Dao pattern. It was finally one step away from becoming an ancient Dao treasure. Long Chen disdained to kill them, and didn't want to give them a bigger excuse. However, he still taught them a lesson. Except for Xiong Pai, everyone else had their arms and legs broken. Wherever the sky-slaughtering blood sword went, flesh and blood flew. Xiong Pai was a true expert. Long Chen's simple battle method couldn't defeat him. In the blink of an eye, Xiong Pai saw his wailing subordinates. From the start of the battle until now, less than 20 breaths of time had passed. Long Chen seemed to have completed all of this effortlessly. He wiped away the blood on the god-slaying sword and looked at the Dao weapon with the 9th Dao pattern. He thought to himself, I wonder what kind of changes the god-slaying sword will undergo after it forms the 10th Dao pattern and becomes an ancient Dao weapon. He was probably the only one who could think of such an unimportant question at a time like this. Xiong Pai trembled as he watched all of this. His heart was filled with crazy hatred. This hatred was born from fear. He found that Long Chen wasn't a flower in a greenhouse like he had imagined. Instead, he was a freak. Xiong Pai took every step carefully. He was most afraid of such a freak. Finally, you're the only one left. Long Chen wiped the blood off the god-slaying sword and pointed the extremely sharp sword tip at his opponent. The gray battle saber in Xiong Pai's hand seemed to have sensed the provocation of the god-slaying sword. It let out a ferocious roar. It didn't seem like a beast, but a person in despair. A gray aura spread out, forming countless ghostly shadows on the battle saber. You. Xiong Pai took 2 steps back and barely managed to raise the gray battle saber. He loved his battle saber very much. When he saw the other people's Dao treasures shatter, he felt like he had seen that scene himself. Everyone has fallen. Only you returned unscathed. What do you think Xiong Ba and the others will think of you? If you don't fight and retreat, in their eyes, you might be a coward. Long Chen said indifferently. Xiong Pai's face was filled with fear. He was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He cried out, How did you know that the Grand Commander asked me to come? Long Chen smiled in disdain and said, I've already made it clear that Su Yuyao, that bitch, is asking you guys to mess with me. That woman only knows this kind of bullshit method. Otherwise, with that crippled brain of hers, what kind of good plan can she come up with? Go back and tell Xiong Ba. Tell him exactly what I said, and let him think of something exciting next time. In the entire team, only Xiong Pai truly knew that this order to find trouble was personally ordered by Su Yuyao. But Long Chen easily knew. In the entire outer city of the martial god ancient city, perhaps only Long Chen dared to say such words to Su Yuyao. Xiong Pai's face was blank. He was hesitating whether to make a final gamble. After all, he was stronger than the others. But he was afraid. He was afraid that he would lose too easily. Not only would he lose face, but more importantly, he would lose his weapon. If that happened, his battle strength would be greatly reduced in the future. Should he fight or not? You don't want to leave. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and approached his opponent. Let's go. Xiong Pai was shocked. He hurriedly brought all the martial artists into the divine nation and fled in panic. This guy was a coward. He looked fierce, but in fact, he was good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Long Chen understood his temper. He didn't even need to fight and scared him away. If he really wanted to fight, he was afraid that he would have to spend a lot of effort and even transform into his divine dragon body. It's a pity that you missed a chance to drink blood. Long Chen looked at the god-slaying sword and looked forward to its 10th Dao pattern. The 3 gathered. Long Chen said, Work harder. Su Yuyao won't give up. Although she can't do anything to me with the time-roaming dragon, since I'm here, I can't let this woman play with me anymore. P.S. During the journey, I'm so tired. The train is so dirty. Chapter 1748. Xiong Pai ran back in a panic with his brothers. When they saw only the pale-faced Xiong Pai, the three martial divine guards were stunned. They were drinking tea, and at this moment, the three martial divine guards stood up and sternly looked at Xiong Pai. Tyrant Xiong picked him up and asked, "Where are the others?" Xiong Pai was scared out of his wits and released the others from Divine Nation. More than a dozen martial artists, some with broken arms, some with serious injuries, all were screaming. Li Chongfeng's face was solemn. He said, "Isn't it just taking care of a 5th-level Nirvana tribulation guy? How did it end up like this? Did you guys follow my orders, and what did you do to Long Chen?" Xiong Pai trembled and stammered for a long time. Under the pressure of the three commanders, he finally told them everything. "You piece of trash. You haven't even fought them yet and you already ran back." The three of them stared at Xiong Pai in disbelief. Yes, although we didn't fight, I feel that as long as we fight, his magical weapon will definitely break my soul slasher. This is my ancestral weapon, ancestral to your mother." Xiong Ba roared as he sent Xiong Pai flying with a kick. When he hit the ground, he was only half dead. Although the punishment was severe, Xiong Pai felt that it was better than having his Dao item destroyed. Xiong Pai's eyes widened. He dejectedly knelt on the ground, not regretting his actions. This trash, he cultivated to the 7th-level Nirvana tribulation for nothing. No wonder he can't reach the late stage. Xiong Ba was half dead with anger. "Big brother, let's sit down and discuss." Jiang Yen sat upright, her towering chest padded on the tea table, attracting the attention of the other two commanders. Jiang Yen said, "It seems that Long Chen has at least the strength of the 7th-level Nirvana tribulation, but since he chose to scare Xiong Pai away, his combat strength should be about the same, so we can avoid mutual destruction." "That's reasonable." Xiong Ba nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then the only way is for the three of us to act together. This is the mission that Miss Yao has entrusted to us. Since Long Chen knows that it's Miss Yao's orders, then there's no need for us to make too many excuses. We'll just act directly." Li Chongfeng clapped his hands and said, "It's done. We'll use the fact that he killed his own people as an excuse to torture him again and again. We'll teach him a painful lesson and make him regret being born into this world." Jiang Yen looked at the injured fellows and said, "However, these non-fatal injuries don't seem to be enough." The three commanders narrowed their eyes, roughly understanding what the other party meant. "Let me do it." Jiang Yen smiled coquettishly, and more than 10 plum blossom-shaped crystals appeared in her hand. She casually waved her hand, and those plum blossom-shaped crystals disappeared from her hand. As for those cultivators who were kneeling in front of them, they all had lifeless eyes. Their eyes were wide open, and they all fell to the ground. A fist-sized bloody hole had appeared on each of their foreheads. Blood flowed everywhere. The only one who was unharmed was Xiong Pai. His entire body was trembling, and he was incomparably puzzled. He stared at this scene in shock. His entire body was trembling, and he struggled to move his body. His grayish-white skin was now deathly pale. And at this time, the three commanders were already standing in front of him. "Xiong Pai, I've treated you well all these years, right?" Xiong Ba said in a low voice. He lowered his head, pulled Xiong Pai up, and patted the dust off his body. "Great Commander, you're my teacher, my second parent." Xiong Pai hurriedly cried. "That's enough." He pointed at the corpses and said, "You've just returned from Mount Dawn, and just encountered a deadly battle. Your brothers were all killed by Long Chen. His methods were cruel, and you were the only one who escaped with your own strength. So you should know what to do, right?" Xiong Pai was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded vigorously and said, "Great Commander, I understand. I will definitely tell the truth in front of the demonic bear martial god squad. That brat was arrogant, despotic, and condescending. He killed our brothers, and we must avenge them. Yes, we must avenge them. Xiongba and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Not long after, Long Chen heard the urgent ringing of a bell. This was the ringing of the bell to summon the demonic bear martial god squad. It ended after ringing 20 times. Clearly, all the warriors were required to rush to the square within 20 breaths of the ringing of the bell. Big brother, this is directed at us, right? Mo Xiaolang said casually. Long Chen nodded and said, summoning the bell and asking everyone to come here, I suppose it's to judge me for my crimes. Do you want to go? Mo Xiaolang asked. Of course. I'm now a member of the martial god squad. How can I not listen to orders? The corners of Long Chen's mouth curved into a smile. In truth, Long Chen felt very helpless, because he really enjoyed the peace at this moment. However, as long as Miss Yao was here, Long Chen would never be able to have peace. Since these three martial divine guards were unable to calm down, Long Chen could only let them calm down first. Of course, in terms of combat strength, Long Chen was indeed inferior to the three martial god guards. Being able to lead an army of 1,000 people wasn't a simple person. All the martial god guards were the core of the outer city, and they directly obeyed the martial god's bloodline. Shuttling through the forest, Long Chen and Lingxi quickly approached the square. As for Mo Xiaolang, he had already entered the divine kingdom. This wasn't a real battle, so it had nothing to do with him. The three martial god guards stood on the tall mountain beside the square with their hands clasped behind their backs. Their eyes were fierce. The people below rarely saw the three of them so serious, so they were somewhat frightened. Everyone knew that something must have happened. What happened to the three great commanders? It's those blind people who provoked them. Back in the day, before the three great commanders joined the martial god ancient city, they established a very famous faction and conquered the world. Commander Xiongba even had the battle record of slaughtering 100 people by himself. When the three of them joined forces, they even personally slaughtered an 8th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm desolate beast. Even our 1,000 people combined are not a match for the three great commanders, right? Long Chen and Lingxi stood in the crowd and quietly listened to their sighs. They were right. In terms of combat strength, they indeed firmly suppressed Long Chen. They were people that even Long Chen couldn't restrain with eternal instant. Probably even Long Chen's strongest heavenly slaughtering blood sword couldn't do anything to them, especially Xiongba, who was at a level where he could absolutely suppress Long Chen. Even if Lingxi obtained the 8 great heavenly swords, she still couldn't defeat Su Yuyao. The huge gap between realms was very difficult to make up for. Long Chen was only at the 2nd level Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Compared to everyone else, his realm was pitifully low. Soon, everyone was present. Before this, the three great commanders didn't cast their gazes on Long Chen. But they had just arrived and caused a huge commotion. Even in the crowd, they were so dazzling. Buzz. Xiongba clenched his fists, and everyone felt a mountain toppling, sea-overturning aura sweep towards them. Everyone took a few steps back, and most of their faces paled. That divine might even caused Long Chen to take a step back. Under his control, everyone seemed to be in a swamp. They couldn't move, and it was difficult to breathe. They felt that the person in front of them wasn't a person, but a prehistoric beast. Everyone. Xiongba's voice was like a bomb, ringing in everyone's ears, causing everyone's attention to be focused on him. Everyone's mouths were dry. This guy's combat strength is really terrifying. He's close to the 8 banes of the galaxy. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. At this time, Xiongba opened the Divine Kingdom, and a total of 11 corpses fell to the ground. In an instant, silence reigned. Everyone stared at these corpses in a daze. They were very familiar with these dead people. The eyes of those who died with grievances instantly enraged them, igniting the flames in their hearts. The martial god squad valued brotherhood and honor the most. Who did it? For a moment, more than 1,000 disciples roared. Kill them. Long Chen was somewhat angry. For the sake of an excuse to attack, these 3 martial god guards treated human lives like grass. He truly despised the way these 3 martial god guards did things. He was a righteous person and didn't care about such unorthodox methods. But he knew that today, the other party was determined to fight to the death. As expected, at this time, Xiongba walked to the side of the corpses. His eyes were bloodshot, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed down his cheeks. He said angrily and miserably, "Those who died are my brothers. It's all my fault for being incompetent, but this matter must be resolved. We have to avenge our brothers. Xiongba, tell us clearly. Who killed them? Yes, we are all brothers. We definitely can't let their deaths be in vain. Tell us, which bastard did it? No matter who it is, we will not rest until we are dead." At this time, Xiongba waved his hand and interrupted them. Then, he said in a heavy tone, 4 hours ago, I brought them to Mount Dawn. Xiongba briefly explained the matter, and with a slight embellishment, he made it sound like Long Chen was arrogant and tyrannical. Just because he had a backer, he didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. He killed people at the slightest disagreement. His methods were so cruel that it made people's hair stand on end. Tears trickled down Xiongba's face as he spoke. His bloodshot eyes stared in a certain direction in the crowd. Although everyone knows who it is, he has the Dragon Soul General as his backer. How can people like us, who don't have a backer, fight against him? We are born to be inferior, while he is born to be a noble. I just want to say that everyone should keep this matter to themselves and not mention it. Our brothers died in vain. After all, we can't go against the Dragon Soul General. This last sentence completely ignited a bomb. The crowd exploded. Over 1,000 people's eyes were bloodshot. They turned around and stared at Long Chen like wild beasts. When the time was right, Xiongba and the other 2 jumped in front of the crowd. Facing Long Chen, their eyes were cold. Commander, if you let these 2 bastards off, I will withdraw from the demonic bear squad. Chapter 1749. The level of the 3 martial god guards could be said to have exceeded Long Chen's limit. After all, he was only at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. And the limit was precisely what Long Chen pursued, so at this time, he first let Lingxi return to the Divine Kingdom. This way, no matter what happened, the others would be fine. At this time, the 3 martial god guards pretended to be attacked by thousands of members of the martial god squad. Their expressions were grim as they surrounded Long Chen. Among them, Jiang Yan said, Long Chen, you just joined our demonic bear martial god squad a few days ago. The 3 of us have treated you well. Now that the evidence is conclusive, we have decided to arrest you and punish you severely. What else do you have to say? Li Chongfeng continued, although most of us in the Einerjar squad come from poor backgrounds, we are still lives. Since you're so indifferent to us, treating our lives like ants, it seems like I've been polite to you in the past for nothing. We may not have any background, but we have courage. Long Chen smiled peacefully and said, do it, the 3 of you. We all know the truth. As long as you torture me, Su Yuyao will definitely give you a lot of benefits. For her benefit, why are you still hesitating? Long Chen stood on an absolute high ground, so he didn't even bother to explain or say too much to them. The 3 martial god guards looked at each other. They knew that Long Chen would definitely be able to easily see through their plot. Thus, Tyrant Bear waved his hand, his expression solemn. Even if you were recommended by Senior Ao Chong, you still killed and refused to repent. I, Tyrant Bear, as the commander of the martial god squad, naturally have to be worthy of my brothers who have accompanied me through life and death. Today, the 3 of us will personally take action. Xiongba's words made the eyes of the martial god squad members brim with tears. They had been oppressed by power, and the martial god ancient city wasn't as free as they had imagined. Coming here was like working hard to become the bloodline of the martial god. They resented this kind of person who came from a noble background, but Xiongba was willing to take the risk to stand up for them. Just this courage alone made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. The great commander is mighty. That's right, we definitely can't be polite to him. Otherwise, a few more members of the demonic bear martial god squad will die. That's right. Even if he has Lord Dragon's Soul General, we can imagine that Lord Dragon's Soul General wouldn't protect such trash. Commanders, let's all attack together and avenge our brothers. Grand Commander, give the order. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They looked at Long Chen with incomparable fury in their eyes, wishing they could skin Long Chen alive. Tyrant Bear saw that the time had come. He loudly said, "Everyone, surround him, don't let him escape. The three of us will personally take action. I don't want to fail to capture this guy." Yes. Hearing such an order, everyone's blood was boiling. They spread out and surrounded Long Chen. At this time, the three captains, the three martial god guards, surrounded Long Chen from three different directions. Xiongba's expression was sinister as he looked at the other two captains. When the martial god guards revealed their true strength, Xiongpai simply couldn't compare. The moment they made their move, Long Chen felt an incomparably heavy pressure. He hadn't been in the eternal sacred realm for long, yet he was already in the center of the martial god ancient city, surrounded by countless experts. If he'd been anywhere else and didn't have the spiritual snowhound, he wouldn't have encountered such powerful opponents so quickly. Tyrant Bear, Jiang Yan, and Li Chongfeng were all famous people in the martial god ancient city. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were masters of their generation. Pressure. 3 beams of light shot toward him. Although Li Chongfeng's cultivation was the lowest, he was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Long Chen and pointed a finger at Long Chen's forehead. 100 fingers of light. This was an extremely advanced innate Dao art. Li Chongfeng cultivated the Dao of light, which granted him incredible speed and offensive power. Hundreds of light beams shot out from his fingertips, instantly enveloping over 100 acupoints on Long Chen's body. Late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Long Chen had wanted to push his limits a little, but he realized he was being too naive. In the Eternal God domain, he wasn't even a match for a puny martial god guard. Just the 100 fingers of light of the Wheel of Light meant that his cultivation in the Tao of Light wasn't low. It was extremely unwise to fight them today, especially against 3 of them at once. However, at this juncture, in order to challenge his limits, Long Chen had no choice but to summon the strength in his bones. 2 seals appeared on each of his hands. These were the Slaughter Dragon seals, and the might of the Slaughter Dragon seals was not much weaker than the heavenly Slaughter Blood Sword. Furthermore, this was a double attack. The 2 dragon seals clashed with his opponent's 100 light fingers. It could be said that although Long Chen was superior to his opponent in innate Dao techniques, he was completely defeated in other aspects. Can't even withstand a single blow. Li Chongfeng smiled disdainfully and sent Long Chen in Tyrant Bear's direction. Long Chen's battle prowess was much stronger than he had expected, but it definitely wasn't at such a shocking level. At this moment, the burly Tyrant Bear was like a demonic bear, about to tear Long Chen in half. Tyrant Bear had once inherited the War Devil Fist from the martial god's bloodline. It was a top-notch Khanate Daoist art passed down from the martial god's era. Now, in order to intimidate Long Chen, Tyrant Bear used the Su clan's War Devil Fist. The so-called War Devil was a war devil who fought like a mad devil. When combined with Xiongba's own Dao of battle, he looked like a devilish god who had descended into the world. Vast quantities of battle magical symbols appeared on his body, which transformed into a spell formation. In the blink of an eye, an enormous black sphere appeared on Xiongba's fist, which he then punched out with all his might. Boom! Wherever the War Devil Fist went, the ground caved in and dust swept towards Long Chen. At this dangerous moment, Long Chen had just recovered from Li Chongfeng's attack, and now he was faced with such a terrifying attack. Perhaps this is my true limit. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was excited. His primordial blood spirit dragon bloodline was like this. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he would be. Although Long Chen knew that there was no way he could take on such an attack, he still wanted to give it a try. Under the hateful gazes of over 1,000 members of the martial god squad, Long Chen transformed into a terrifying 200-meter-long divine dragon. In that instant, apart from the three commanders, everyone else hurriedly retreated, their faces filled with shock. Perhaps they truly understood that Long Chen did not seem to be a pampered and spoiled person. Red Dragon. That was the most basic type of dragon martial artist. There were tens of thousands of them in the eternal god realm, so they weren't rare at all. Therefore, everyone was even more dismissive of him. The War Devil Fist destroys the enemy's internal organs, bones, and meridians. Even if this guy transforms into a dragon, he'll still die a horrible death. Seeing that Long Chen was fighting like a cornered beast, everyone wanted nothing more than to rush forward and help him. Buzz. Buzz. Long Chen's ears rang with this noise. It was the effect of the War Devil Fist. In his eyes, the simple punch had transformed into a crazed demon that hid in the sand and reached for him with its ghostly claws. Dreamy Bubble. Long Chen made a prompt decision and unleashed the Tao of Time with all his might. The Tao of Time trembled, and a chaotic power immediately intercepted the war demon god's fist. In terms of nature, Long Chen's attack was thousands of times stronger than his opponent's. However, his opponent's nirvana force was just too strong. The illusionary bubble was only able to shatter a small portion of the attack before it was completely broken. Break! Xiongba's cold shout reverberated in Long Chen's ears, deafening. It was the sound of his internal organs, and it also had an offensive effect. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He couldn't suppress the battle genes in his bones. Even facing such an opponent, he still used the heavenly slaughter blood sword under the dreamy bubble. Rip! A huge dragon tail rose into the sky. The blood-colored ancient runes gathered on the heavenly slaughter blood sword until they were densely packed. This murderous aura, everyone was an expert. They looked at the heavenly slaughter blood sword in a daze. Only then did they remember that the red dragon was a flame dragon. Why did it look like this? Just as they were feeling puzzled, the heaven-slaughtering blood sword slashed down and collided with the war demon god's fist in a shocking manner. Immediately, a whistling sound exploded and the entire sky was submerged in the color of blood. A large area of the ground was shaking and dust exploded, engulfing everyone's vision. Is Long Chen dead? Everyone couldn't help but ask. The heavenly slaughter blood sword's nature was strange, but compared to the war devil fist, its weakness was very obvious, and that was the lack of nirvanic power. Just as everyone was puzzled, the ground shook again. Everyone clearly saw that Long Chen had returned to his human form and was sent flying. He crashed into a small mountain, and there was a deep dent in it. His face was somewhat pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiongba's power was too overbearing. Long Chen's internal organs had already suffered a certain amount of damage, and his entire body was still shaking. However, it definitely wasn't as serious as others thought. Although Long Chen had been injured, he had still broken his opponent's fist. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as a light injury. Is he dead? The martial god team's warriors were all happy. They surrounded Long Chen and pointed at him, looking as if they had gotten their revenge. At this moment, Long Chen broke free and walked out of the small mountain. Apart from his pale face, he didn't seem to have suffered any major injuries. And in front of him, the three commanders stood indifferently, but their eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiongba was extremely shocked. He knew exactly how powerful he was. Chapter 1750. They could only roughly tell that Long Chen's nirvanic energy was only at the level of a 9 heavens lightning beast, so they had greatly underestimated him. But just a moment ago, Long Chen had used less than 1/20th of his nirvanic energy to break his war demon god fist. This kind of achievement made Xiongba's heart tremble. I'm following Miss Yao's orders to deal with this guy. If I can't kill him in the end, and he grows stronger, I'm afraid I'll die for sure. This made him worry. Therefore, his eyes hardened as he thought to himself, since I've already done it, I'll be ruthless to the end. In any case, if I can form a relationship with Miss Yao this time, I'll have endless benefits in the future. He's just a prisoner, and Miss Yao is young city lord Su Zhen's beloved daughter. He's offended Miss Yao, so his chances of survival are too small. Chief Commander. Everyone was waiting for Xiongba's instructions. They were also waiting for Xiongba to end Long Chen's life. They still didn't know that Xiongba's order was to torture Long Chen to death. Under the watchful eyes of the martial god squad, Xiongba and the other two had already reached Long Chen. I'll restrain him. After saying that, Tyrant Bear attacked again. Under the opponent's astonishing pressure, although Long Chen was unwilling, he could only retreat. The difference in strength was 20 times. It was like a child facing a grown man. The difference in strength was irreparable. Tyrant Bear's expression was cold, and he didn't say a word. Both of his hands reached out to grab Long Chen. He was well aware that after the battle just now, Long Chen had exhausted almost all of his strength, and with his light injuries, his ability to resist was no longer as strong as before. You've offended her. Obediently follow the arrangements of fate. Xiongba's heart trembled at the thought of Miss Yao, so he was even more careful. Long Chen smiled coldly and said, only people like you are willing to be enslaved. Even though he was trapped like a beast, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. That was because he had the time dragon. Just as Long Chen was about to use the time dragon to leave, he suddenly sensed a mysterious existence. Someone arrived. Xiongba was the first to discover him. Everyone looked up and saw that in the air, there was a young woman wearing a fiery red dress. Her long hair cascaded down her back, causing people to feel intoxicated. This woman's temperament was undoubtedly mesmerizing, and there was an extremely serene feeling about her. It was like a lake that had not moved for 1,000 years, deep and perfect. Su Yuyao, it's not. Her appearance was very similar to Su Yuyao, as if they were carved from the same mold. However, Long Chen still discovered a huge difference between them. Su Yuyao was unruly and tough. There was no way she would have such an elegant and quiet temperament. It should be that Miss Ji, Su Yuji. Long Chen had heard her voice before, but he had never seen her. Su Yuji's appearance was similar to what he had imagined. He also knew why this woman had come here. Miss Ji. This lowly one greets Miss Ji. The members of the demonic bear martial god squad quickly came to their senses. They hurriedly knelt on the ground, extremely excited. They had completely forgotten about the death of their brothers. In their eyes, there was only this quiet and intelligent woman. Compared to Miss Yao, Miss Ji had a higher status in martial god ancient city and was more famous. It was not only because she was the elder sister, but also because she was close to the samsara tribulation. Furthermore, she was kind and did not put on airs. She was kind and charitable. In the eyes of countless people, she was a goddess. Basically, the warriors in the outer city of martial god ancient city all had an indescribable affection for Miss Ji. Therefore, when Miss Ji appeared, everyone, including Xiongba, forgot about Long Chen. Miss Ji looked down quietly, her gaze landing on Xiongba. She gently parted her red lips and said in a heavenly voice, Martial God Guard, Long Chen is someone my father left in Martial God Ancient City. My father once said that no one is allowed to touch him. On account of the fact that you were bewitched by my younger sister, I will not pursue this matter with you for the time being. However, there must not be a next time. Do you understand? Xiongba sucked in a breath of cold air. He was not in a dilemma. Miss Ji's authority was much stronger than Miss Yao's. Moreover, the person behind Miss Ji was the young city lord, Su Zhen. This meant that Xiong Ba could only stop. Although he understood that if Miss Yao appeared later, she would definitely make things difficult for him. This was all Long Chen's fault. If it was not for him, there would not be so many troubles. Xiong Ba hurriedly kowtowed and said, Miss Ji, Xiong Ba will not dare to do it again. Thank you for your forgiveness. There will not be a next time. Only then did Miss Ji nod in satisfaction. While the others appeared to submit on the surface, they were actually bursting with anger. They still believed that Long Chen had killed their brother. This was a blood feud that could not be resolved with just a few words from Miss Ji. However, even Xiong Ba had lost the courage to resist. They could only swallow their tears of blood in their hearts. Humiliation. At this moment, Miss Ji said to Long Chen, "Come with me." After saying that, she landed on the ground and walked towards the depths of the mountain forest. Long Chen's expression was calm as he passed by those people who were gnashing their teeth at him. He followed Miss Ji's graceful and alluring figure and walked in the mountain forest. Not long after, they arrived at a quiet pavilion on the mountainside. There was a white jade table in the pavilion. In this ancient city of martial god, even this white jade table was actually a Tao artifact. Miss Ji sat opposite him and made a gesture of invitation. Her movements were graceful and graceful. She possessed the unique temperament of a noble bloodline. Compared to Miss Yao's temperament, it was like heaven and earth, making people feel very comfortable. Long Chen sat opposite her. He looked very casual on the surface, but he was still very wary of this Miss Ji in his heart. After all, Su Yuji was much stronger than Su Yuyao. She was not an unruly princess, but someone who was truly presentable. Su Yuji said, "I searched for you in the entire ancient city of martial god. You came and went like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. I did not expect that you would actually come to my ancient city of martial god." Long Chen smiled helplessly. He also did not expect it to be so dramatic. She continued, "I suddenly wanted to ask you a question. When I arrived at Lunar River Border City and met with the Wind Dragon Stream Master, were you there? Otherwise, Long Chen would not have disappeared so quickly." Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes." There was nothing to hide. Su Yuji was suddenly enlightened. She still had some admiration for Long Chen. She said, "Don't worry, I won't believe the Wind Dragon Stream Master's nonsense. You were the one who found the spiritual snow hound. Just this point alone is enough for me to be indebted to you. Speaking of which, you should know why I came to find you." Ever since he came to ancient city of martial god, Long Chen had this realization. The spiritual snow hound would not belong to him. It was originally something that others doted on. It did not seem right for him to forcibly take it for himself. Moreover, he was now a prisoner. Naturally, he could only listen to her. Hence, he brought the spiritual snow hound out of the divine nation. The spiritual snow hound shook its head and looked around sneakily. When it suddenly saw Su Yuji, Long Chen originally thought that it would excitedly pounce over. He did not expect that this treasure-hunting dog would actually let out a terrified scream, as if it had encountered the most terrifying thing. It shrunk towards Long Chen and looked at Su Yuji with a terrified expression. Su Yuji rolled up her long skirt and put the spiritual snow hound into the divine nation. She smiled bitterly and said, "Previously, it was mischievous in the primordial era. I punished it a little. I did not expect this little guy to have such a bad temper. It ran away from home just like that. Fortunately, you found it. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart." However, Long Chen was still immersed in the details just now. He knew in his heart that Su Yuji's explanation was just an excuse to cover up a lie. The real situation was that the spiritual snow hound did not seem to like this woman at all. That terrified expression was not something that a small punishment could cause. If it was just a naughty child who ran away from home, after experiencing a life and death separation, it should have cried bitterly together with Su Yuji. However, this was Su Yuji's item after all. Moreover, the other party was currently very powerful. Long Chen could only suppress this matter in his heart and laugh dryly for a while. Su Yuji changed the topic and said, "Since you have already arrived at my ancient city of martial god, with your talent, as long as you work hard, you will definitely have outstanding achievements within 10 years. At that time, you will join my Su family and enjoy supreme resources and glory. I have talked to my father. He is already prepared to pour out a large amount of resources to nurture you." Nurture. Long Chen could only sneer in his heart. He naturally did not believe that this family would be so kind. Without that moment, he would never know what kind of conspiracy they had in their hearts. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Nurture me? Looks like I really have to work hard. It's just that Miss Yao and I have a grudge." Su Yuji's expression was stern as she said, "Yao has been spoiled since she was young, and has been spoiled rotten by my father. When I return, I will properly teach her a lesson. Since you don't get along with her, you should avoid interacting with her in the future. Long Chen, you must remember, in this ancient city of martial god, in the martial god Su family, only my father and I, Su Zhen, can be trusted, understand? As for my sister, just treat her as an unruly little girl." From these words, Long Chen could tell that this woman was still rejecting her own sister. If Su Zhen's intention was to have Long Chen assist the three siblings, then Su Yuji could be said to have tied Long Chen to herself. She was so sincere in her invitation. Looking at Long Chen expectantly, Long Chen could only nod his head. Su Yuji stood up, her long skirt fluttering in the wind. She had an elegant temperament. She smiled slightly, like a blooming flower. With a beautiful voice, she said, "Since that's the case, I will take my leave first. As long as you have me, in the ancient city of martial god, your future will definitely be limitless. You might even have the chance to truly become a member of my Su family." Speaking up to here, her face was slightly red as she floated away. What does the last sentence mean? In the divine nation, Kitten cried out strangely again. That. It seems to be asking Chen to marry into our family. Don't tell me he's going to marry her. Lingxi suddenly came to a realization. Her expression was one of embarrassment. However, Long Chen's expression was gloomy as he said, "Don't think too much. She's much more terrifying than Su Yuyao. Perhaps she's a poisonous snake with a beautiful appearance." This was intuition. Chapter 1751. After Miss Ji left, the three martial god guards didn't come after Long Chen again. Long Chen and the others could finally enjoy a peaceful time in Mount Dawn. Long Chen thought that this trouble would be endless. He didn't expect that Su Yuji's appearance would resolve everything. Su Yuji had helped Long Chen out of his predicament. The sun set, and everything fell silent. Darkness fell. Long Chen and Lingxi sat on a tree branch at the top of Mount Dawn, gazing at the beautiful night scene in front of them. The moonlight shone down, covering the ground in a silvery white color. The girl next to them looked especially beautiful under the moonlight. Under the moonlight, Lingxi's figure became even more graceful and alluring. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her clear and exquisite facial features exuded a dainty temperament that made it hard for others to breathe. The delicate fragrance that came from the side also caused Long Chen, who had not raised his spear in battle for a long time, to feel a little tempted. It was a rare quiet night. It seems that the spiritual snow hound doesn't like Su Yuji. "Chen, if there's a chance in the future, can you get that spiritual snow hound back?" Lingxi opened her eyes wide and looked at the bright moon in the distance, pretending to ask casually. "Of course." Long Chen's answer surprised her. "Really?" The young girl's eyes were bright, and she looked at Long Chen affectionately. Long Chen could feel her heart pounding, and her heart was beating rapidly. "In any case, there will be a day when we fall out, right?" Long Chen laughed dryly. Lingxi was relieved. She sighed. "In the blink of an eye, it's been so long since we came to the Eternal God realm. It's really unpredictable what will happen. Yeah, I'm like a headless fly, I have no direction at all. I only know that I have to go to Eternal Dragon City. The image of that city appeared in Long Chen's mind. That was the place he should go. When he reached the reincarnation tribulation realm or possessed the combat power of a reincarnation tribulation realm expert, it might not be impossible. In the silence of the night, they were both hot-blooded and tender. Under the attraction between them, they gradually lost themselves. Long Chen suppressed his berserk roars, and his movements were swift and violent. He pressed the young girl in his arms under his body, and just as he was about to begin his assault, his actions turned into boundless gentleness. His movements were extremely slow, all for the sake of allowing Ling Shi to enjoy this process. This was not only the deepest and most hysterical exchange between them, but it also allowed the two of them to completely fuse their feelings and romance. When the pure goddess blood met the ancestral Gragon, it completely displayed its superhuman uniqueness. Especially in the eternal god territory, which was filled with nirvana spiritual chi, the pure goddess uniqueness was activated to the fullest. A large amount of nirvana spiritual chi erupted from the spiritual dragon cave and wrapped around them to form a beautiful cocoon, blocking all movements within. Surrounded by a large amount of nirvana spiritual chi, Long Chen received sufficient replenishment, and his circulation accelerated. Under his eyelids, the snow-white body undulated and twisted like a water snake with his movements. The crystal-clear skin made people unable to resist swallowing it. It was simply a work of art. A pair of delicate pigeons transformed in Long Chen's hands. A large amount of power suddenly gathered. In this ancient city of martial gods, Long Chen could only try his best to minimize the movements here. In recent days, many powerless battles had allowed Long Chen to fully develop. He had long reached the peak, and now he was sprinting towards the peak, which was sufficient for him to trigger the nirvana tribulation. What brought him the peak was the pure goddess blood's pure goddess Dao Seal's characteristics. This mystical god spirit bloodline could harmonize the violent yang qi in the divine dragon's body, harmonizing yin and yang, and evenly releasing it into both of their bodies. It even formed an unprecedented absorption of nirvana spiritual qi from the outside world. Buzz. Long Chen felt the trembling of power. Under this state of intense impact, all the pores on his body opened up in an extremely comfortable state, just like a huge mouth that was absorbing the surrounding nirvana's spiritual energy intensely. Compared to his usual cultivation speed, it was more than 100 or 1,000 times faster than his usual cultivation speed. Although Lingxi did not have such a speed, the huge power that was reflected from Long Chen's body allowed her to improve rapidly. When the pure goddess blood encountered the ancestral dragon's blood, the reaction could only be described as terrifying. Back then, the pure goddess had naturally not seen the ancestral dragon. After a wonderful time, the young girl in his arms had fallen asleep. Her face was flushed and red all over her body. She slept lazily in Long Chen's arms, making her curves even more alluring. Long Chen's fighting spirit was still surging. However, at this time, he had already reached the limit and had no choice but to let Lingxi return to her god kingdom to rest. Whether it was Lingxi or Long Chen, there was amazing power in their bodies. Lingxi started later and was now close to the Hellfire Flame Star giant beast's tribulation. However, Long Chen had actually reached it. He was already close to it, and this time, he reached the peak quickly and touched the conditions for the nirvana tribulation to descend. A large amount of nirvana spiritual chi was transformed into Long Chen's nirvana power. With the growth of his power, Long Chen's body already had an explosive feeling of progress. The perception of the nirvana tribulation also appeared clearly. As Long Chen's power was increasing too fast, he roughly estimated that in less than an hour, the Hellfire Flame Star giant beast would descend. Since he could not leave Martial God Ancient City anyway, he might as well undergo the tribulation here. This moment has finally come. Long Chen squinted his eyes and cleaned up the traces left by Lingxi. Then, he ran in the direction of Mo Xiaolang and the others. They were all in the wooden houses built by the crowd. Long Chen and Lingxi were sneaking around and naturally would not let them know what they were doing. However, the commotion just now was not small, so they probably knew clearly. when he opened the door, everyone looked at him blankly. Long Chen did not have time to be embarrassed. He directly said to Mo Xiaolang, "The Nirvana tribulation is about to descend. Let's start our plan." Mo Xiaolang hurriedly followed behind Long Chen and headed to the back of Mount Dawn. As for the others, Kitten temporarily took care of them. Anyway, Kitten had the great virtual realm, so it was very stable. In fact, in the entire martial god ancient city, there were many people undergoing the tribulation every day. Therefore, undergoing the Nirvana tribulation could be said to be the most common thing. After staying here for a few days, Long Chen felt the aura of many Nirvana tribulations. However, it was not the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast, but the Inner Demon Tribulation or the Tiangang Mantra. These were all extraordinary tribulations. Because of the frequency of Nirvana tribulations, Long Chen was not worried that others would cause a commotion because of the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast. After all, there were many people who had not reached the 6th Nirvana tribulation realm. Moreover, among the Su family, there were many children who were only in the God martial realm. After arriving at the destination, the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast could descend immediately. Looking up, there was already a star in the sky that had turned into flames. This was a giant beast that was at least 4 times larger than the other Hellfire Flame Star giant beasts. Its energy was astonishing. Although it was still deep in the void, Long Chen could already feel the astonishing heat. According to the plan, he informed Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang expanded his body. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was indomitable. A ferocious aura was released from his body. If it was any other tribulation, Long Chen was not sure if Mo Xiaolang could survive it. He would not use such a situation to make his Nirvana tribulation descend in advance. However, this time it was the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast, so he could ignore everything. Long Chen was quite confident that he could survive the tribulation of the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast. However, when the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast really descended, he found that the divine power of the heavenly tribulation could not be underestimated. The Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast in front of him was ferocious, symbolizing the divine power of the heavenly Tao. It still had a characteristic that made all living beings tremble. At that moment, Long Chen felt as if he was the enemy of the entire starry sky. Rumble. A shining light streaked across the sky. Crack. The galloping giant beast had already descended from the sky and landed in front of Long Chen. It was like a flaming meteorite from the starry sky. When it arrived in front of Long Chen, it evolved into a flaming divine beast composed of star rocks and hellfire flame. Long Chen stood on the top of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. The Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast was not common in the martial god ancient city. Many martial god teams nearby had noticed this place. Of course, only the demonic bear martial god team could rush over in a short time. They finally confirmed Long Chen's identity from afar. It's Long Chen. I didn't expect him to be in the 5th Nirvana Tribulation realm. He's not even in the 6th Nirvana Tribulation realm, but he's already so powerful. He's really not simple. Do you think he can survive this tribulation? Many martial artists from the demonic bear martial god team were watching. They discovered the existence of Mo Xiaolang. This is the wild beast that Long Chen tamed. I think I've seen it before. This guy is good at taming wild beasts. Wild beasts are even willing to follow him when he's undergoing the Nirvana tribulation. At this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf made an impulse that puzzled them. It seemed to be out of Long Chen's control and blocked the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast in the sky. Whoosh! The sun-devouring demonic wolf spat out a colorful flame that collided with the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast, causing it to let out a deafening roar. Its fiery red eyes stared at the sun-devouring demonic wolf with boundless divine might. With a whoosh, it roared at the sky. At that moment, in the boundless starry sky, another star started to descend in this direction. This wild beast is so stupid to block Long Chen's tribulation. Everyone was extremely shocked. It seems that Long Chen's ability to tame wild beasts is only average. He actually dropped the ball at the most crucial moment. What a joke. 2 Hellfire Flame Star beasts actually came together. Seriously, this time around, I don't think that Long Chen will be able to survive this tribulation. Chapter 1752. The situation this time was extremely similar to the last time, except that the two were in opposite positions. Even so, the Hellfire Star Behemoth that Long Chen was facing was twice as powerful as Mo Xiaolang's opponent. Perhaps this was the level of strength that the heavens were jealous of. For example, Ling Shi and most of the descendants of the gods. The Nirvana tribulation that they faced was only at a normal level. For the descendants of the gods, it was not difficult for them to pass it. However, the Nirvana tribulation that Long Chen faced could be said to be something that almost no one could pass except for himself. Mo Xiaolang was the nemesis of flames. He quickly disappeared into the forest along with the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth that was chasing him. Wherever they went, the forest was destroyed. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had already chosen a place. In order to prevent Mo Xiaolang's amazing flame-devouring mystique from spreading, Mo Xiaolang brought the Hellfire Star Behemoth into a deep mountain stream. With Mo Xiaolang's speed, it could be said that he would be much faster than Long Chen to deal with the Hellfire Star Behemoth. Finally, there was no resistance. The Hellfire Star Behemoth stared at Long Chen. Most of its body was made of stiff rocks. Its eyes were surging with flames, and an amazing heat wave rushed towards Long Chen. Because they were in a high-level world like the Eternal Celestial Domain, the size of the Hellfire Astral Behemoths was also nearly 100 times smaller than before. Otherwise, with so many Hellfire Astral Behemoths descending, the Eternal Celestial Domain would have long been destroyed. Although its size was reduced, its lethality was absolutely not reduced. Most of the people present were in the 6th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, but when faced with the Hellfire Star Behemoth, they were still afraid and tried to escape from places that might be affected. But Long Chen was fearless. The explosive power in his body needed to be released. He needed to fight, and the Hellfire Star Behemoth had hit the muzzle of his gun. A large amount of smoke was produced, and Long Chen was shrouded in a bloody light, looking as terrifying as the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Just at this time, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth let out a furious roar and charged at Long Chen with the Hellfire Star Behemoth. Everywhere it went, everything within a radius of several thousand meters was turned to ashes. Most of the immortal essences with immortal marks were set ablaze. The Hellfire Star Behemoth, which was about 5 times the size of a normal person, attracted more and more people's attention. They were even more afraid. They could sense that, even with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to face such a huge beast. How could Long Chen possibly survive such a heavenly tribulation? In the blink of an eye, the Hellfire Star Behemoth arrived in front of Long Chen. It opened its huge mouth, and under its 4 claws, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The infernal starfire that filled the sky instantly engulfed Long Chen. Long Chen originally wanted to resist, but he suddenly had a strange idea. Let me see how capable this Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth is. What he wanted was not just to survive, but the most adequate tempering. Only by facing it with the most courage could he make the greatest progress. Therefore, what everyone saw was that Long Chen didn't even have a chance to move, and was directly swallowed by the Hellfire Star Behemoth. He was completely burned by the infernal starfire and even turned into ashes. Looking at the incomparably arrogant Hellfire Star Behemoth roaring towards the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at each other in dismay. They could never imagine that the peerless genius who was protected by young city lord Su Zhen and was even favored by Miss Ji would die just like that. This was too useless. It was too much of a drama. Everyone was stunned in the distance, and it took a while for them to react. He's not dead yet, the Hellfire Star Behemoth hasn't disappeared yet. He must still be struggling in the belly of the Hellfire Star Behemoth. One of them said. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. The belly of the Hellfire Star Behemoth is the deepest part of the star core. It's also the place with the highest temperature and the strongest lethality. Although he's struggling, it won't take long for him to be turned into coke. He's a dragon martial artist. Will he turn into a charred dragon? Haha. In general, Long Chen killed their brother, and they still had a lot of resentment in their hearts. Seeing Long Chen in extreme misery, everyone was overjoyed. What's the saying? Evil will be rewarded with evil, and good will be rewarded with good. This is retribution. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. It was as if they had seen the biggest joke in the world. But what they didn't know was that, indeed, Long Chen was now suffering the most terrible torture in history. In the body of the Hellfire Star Behemoth, he had already transformed into his original body. The blood-colored divine dragon body was completely surrounded by an extremely hot furnace. There seemed to be a huge world inside the Hellfire Star Behemoth's body, a huge flame world that could be said to be boundless. The burning torture of the Hellfire Star Behemoth was endless. The Hellfire Star Behemoth concentrated all its firepower, wanting to refine Long Chen into powder. In the midst of the terrible torture, Long Chen heard its proud roar and heard the ridicule of the people outside, but he didn't care. Although he was in extreme pain, and any part of his body was collapsing under the burning flames, it was reassembled under the powerful vitality and the power of Nirvana rebirth. This was in line with the rules of Nirvana rebirth. In such a cycle, as long as Long Chen could persist, then he would gain endless benefits. Collapse, reassembly. The repeated cycles created an amazing Nirvana rebirth body for Long Chen. His ancestral dragon body continued to transform and grow, from a young dragon to a child. Hold on. The recent series of events had caused Long Chen to be unable to control his own life. These were all humiliation, and Long Chen deeply understood that if he wanted to wash away this humiliation, the only way was to become stronger and defeat others, until even the mysterious Su Zhen was unable to control his own life. Imprisoning me, whether it's to rope me in or use me, has violated my taboo. I want to resist. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. While he was struggling, he looked in the direction of the inner city of Martial God Ancient City. As he struggled again and again, gritting his teeth and persevering, the people outside were even more shocked. Why isn't he dead yet? He can actually resist for so long in the body of the Hellfire Star Behemoth. I'm a little impressed by this guy. What's the use? He's still going to die. I bet he won't last more than 15 minutes. Another person laughed and said, the Hellfire Star Behemoth is going crazy. I think it won't last more than 20 breaths. Limit. While the Hellfire Star Behemoth could only desperately refine Long Chen and become more and more irritable, Long Chen successfully passed the critical point. He had achieved his goal, and it was time to counterattack. Under the opponent's refinement, Long Chen's physical strength became even stronger. The so-called refinement not only failed to kill Long Chen, but also during the refinement, Long Chen devoured a large amount of power, becoming the power for Long Chen's Nirvana rebirth. The time had come, die. At that moment, the huge dragon tail swept across the Hellfire Star Behemoth's body. The immemorial slaughter runes were densely attached to the tail, and the heavenly slaughtering blood sword had already been formed. Under Long Chen's attack, the power that was several times stronger broke through the Hellfire Star Behemoth's defenses, and pierced out of its abdomen. Everyone suddenly encountered this change, and they all looked at the heavenly slaughtering blood sword that the Hellfire Star Behemoth had swallowed. What came into view was a thick blood color. Rip. In the next moment, the heavenly slaughtering blood sword wreaked havoc on the Hellfire Star Behemoth's body. The Hellfire Star Behemoth let out a miserable cry and struggled with all its might, but it still could not stop the internal injuries from its body. Under the fierce attack of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, its body was soon riddled with holes. All the rocks and flames were completely divided by Long Chen and turned into the purest Nirvana force, which was the Nirvana tribulation's origin. And this origin was like a gift from the heavens to those who had survived the disaster. After the Hellfire Star Behemoth died, all of it entered Long Chen's body, allowing Long Chen to undergo the final transformation and evolution. The divine dragon that had killed its way out of the Hellfire Star Behemoth's abdomen was shrouded in the color of blood, and there was also a cloud of illusory fog. He directly swallowed all the Nirvana force into his abdomen and quickly digested it, causing a new round of transformation in terms of his combat power. Long Chen was immersed in the joy of success. This time, his progress was much greater than in Daming Tianzi. Although he was only at the third stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, his ancestral dragon's advantage was gradually manifesting. Now, it was equivalent to passing through the sixth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, but in reality, he had the Nirvana force equivalent to the sixth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and even far surpassed others in terms of nature. In addition to the ancestral dragon's divine ability and strong physical body, one could imagine his combat power. Long Chen's true realm was the third stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. If Mo Xiaolang had passed through the Hellfire Star Behemoth's tribulation, then his true realm would only be the fifth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This was what was so amazing about them. Absorbing a large amount of energy and feeling the expansion of his combat power, Long Chen was shrouded in the clouds. He knew that he had taken another step towards his dreams and desires. Scram! At the last moment of his transformation, Long Chen said one word to the surrounding martial artists. Everyone was still in shock. Frightened by Long Chen's cold rebuke, they looked at each other. Although they wanted to resist, their mouths were dry, so they left in embarrassment. He has only reached the sixth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. There's nothing to be arrogant about. That's right, in front of us, the three great commanders, you are nothing. Let's go, we are going to have a bonfire party tonight. That nether snake wine is really delicious, we can't let other brothers take the lead. They pretended to be indifferent and left. Finally, it was quiet. Long Chen completed his transformation and landed on the ground. In the divine nation, Lingxi had already woken up. The red flush on her face had faded, but her shy look was still intoxicating. In the depths of the mountain stream, Mo Xiaolang had already completed his transformation and rushed over at this time. Everyone gathered together again. How was it? Long Chen asked. I swallowed it directly. Mo Xiaolang said with some embarrassment. Everyone was speechless. What a freak. The battle during the day is not over yet. In order to make those three guys shut their mouths, for our peace, let's see who has improved more. How about it? Chapter 1753. Today, Xiongba had promised Miss Ji that he would not cause trouble for Long Chen in the future. But this was said in front of Su Yuji. Once Su Yuyao came again, under her pressure, Xiongba would be helpless and might still be in trouble. Long Chen wanted peace and quiet. In addition, he had already seen his strength during the day. Long Chen wanted to see if the other party could still control him after such a great change. Although Long Chen did not take the three martial god guards seriously, it was undeniable that they were indeed powerful. They were the best candidates for practice. If he could defeat Xiongba and the others today, perhaps in a few days, it would be Miss Yao's turn. The square was filled with flames. Burning torches, people drinking and having fun, laughing and joking, this was the best way for the martial god squad to relieve boredom. And the three martial god guards were mixed in the crowd, receiving the crowd's admiration. At this time, Xiongba and the others were sitting in the center, rewarding everyone with wine. One of them moved closer to Xiongba's ear and said, Commander, I just received news that the one who passed the Hellfire Star Behemoth was Long Chen. Xiongba looked as if he had expected it. What about the other one, is it that Lingxi? The other said, No, it seems to be a desolate beast that Long Chen tamed. Humph, they're all beasts. If Miss Yao takes her anger out on me in the future, it's all this guy's fault. Xiongba threw the wine bowl in his hand to the ground. The degree of shattering was not loud enough for the noisy crowd to hear. Boss, calm down. It's just two children, is there a need to be like this? Jiang Yan giggled. At this time, the people in the periphery were in an uproar. The crowd made way. That kid is here. Tyrant Xiong's eyes were calm. He poured the wine in the pot into another bowl and continued drinking, not paying any attention to Long Chen's arrival. Long Chen approached with Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang in his sun-devouring demonic wolf form. Everyone recalled that Long Chen had killed their brother and glared at him. Many of them even clenched their fists with fierce looks in their eyes. The noisy scene quickly quieted down. Jiang Yan seemed to have forgotten about the conflict during the day. She smiled like an old dove and said, "So it's little brother and little sister. I thought that elegant and noble young masters and ladies like you wouldn't be interested in our chaotic gathering. Are you here to drink, or are you?" Third Commander Li Chongfeng burst into laughter and spat out a mouthful of wine. He said, "It's obvious that someone has passed the first nirvana tribulation and is full of confidence. He must be here to cause trouble." Hearing this, the members of the Einherjar team were even more indignant. Tyrant Xiong placed the wine bowl on the table and said, "It's best if the two of you don't disturb our mood. Young Miss Ji and young City Lord Su Zhen are both protecting you, so we don't dare to touch you. But you killed our brothers, yet you walk around in front of us. Could it be that you feel a sense of accomplishment?" Under the hostile gazes of the demonic bear martial god squad, Long Chen walked in front of the three martial god guards. He said, "Don't talk nonsense. You know very well who killed someone. I don't have the time to get entangled with you about the truth of the matter. I only have one purpose for coming here today, and that is to let the three of you know that you are no match for me. If Su Yuyao still wants to bother me, tell her to find a decent opponent." When these words came out, the three martial god guards were all stunned. Long Chen knew that the other side would dawdle for a long time. His fighting spirit was already boiling, so at this moment, he directly rushed in front of the three martial god guards and punched. The violent air wave sent the three martial god guards flying. For a moment, the scene was in an uproar. "Long Chen, you attacked first. If young Miss Ji pursues this matter, I won't take responsibility." Tyrant Xiong was a proud person. After being provoked, his face quickly became gloomy. The other two also had ashen faces. Long Chen was not giving them any face by making a scene in public. "Don't worry. If she pursues this matter, I will tell her that I wanted to beat you up." "It has nothing to do with you," said Long Chen with a smile. As they confronted each other, the other martial artists kept retreating. Mo Xiaolang's identity as a demon couldn't be exposed. Long Chen held him down and pointed to Li Chongfeng, saying, "I'll leave this one to you." In the eyes of the crowd, the sun-devouring dire wolf seemed to understand Long Chen's words and glared at Li Chongfeng. Lingxi was naturally no match for them. Long Chen couldn't let her take the risk. Therefore, Long Chen's targets this time were Tyrant Xiong and Jiang Yan. He told Lingxi to retreat. At this time, the sun-devouring dire wolf couldn't restrain itself and charged toward Li Chongfeng. One man and one beast quickly formed their own battlefield. When Jiang Yan wanted to help Li Chongfeng, Long Chen stood in front of them. "Your opponent is me." The most primitive battle instincts were released unscrupulously after becoming stronger. He held the Lingxi sword in one hand and the god-slaying sword in the other. Both swords were placed in front of his chest and a sharp killing intent was released. "You want to fight both of us?" Jiang Yan was stunned. Long Chen didn't say anything. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he transformed into a blood-red light and charged toward Jiang Yan. At the same time, he used the god-slaying sword and 81-grade deathly sword cheese enveloped Tyrant Xiong. Obviously, he wanted to fight both of them alone. During the day, Long Chen could only break Tyrant Xiong's attack once. At this time, he was still fighting both of them alone. Wishful thinking. The crowd below was looking forward to his crushing defeat. But Jiang Yan felt an alarming sense of danger. Ghostly Dao, layers of phantom. Sensing fatal danger, she used the Dao that she was most proficient in. Her entire body seemed to be hidden in the darkness, transforming into countless unreal ghostly shadows that were impossible to distinguish. The members of the Einerjar team gasped. They realized that the entire sky was filled with Jiang Yan's ghosts. Her charming laughter reverberated in the sky, sending chills down their spines. Are you looking down on women? Jiang Yan was the first to attack. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Chen realized that he was surrounded by countless crystal weapons. These purple crystals were shocking Dao weapons and were full of destructive power when they were scattered. But their beautiful starry appearance made people feel relaxed, as if they were in a dazzling starry sky. Thousands of purple starry weapons attacked Long Chen at the same time. These weapons looked beautiful, but in fact, they were full of shocking killing intent and destructive power. Jiang Yan was a killing machine. Most of the enemies died in her hands when she was on a mission. But when these starry weapons got close to Long Chen, the two swords in Long Chen's hands were all knocked out. He even pinched most of them with his fingers. His powerful physical strength was revealed in full. This scene made Xiongba start to pay attention to him, let alone the stunned crowd below. They had personally seen the desolate beast that had passed the 7th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm being turned into a hornet's nest by Jiang Yan's starry weapons. Not bad. Jiang Yan sneered. Her phantoms continued to move, making it impossible to see her figure. At this moment, a small purple moon appeared in the sky. The moonlight shone down and instantly arrived above Long Chen's head. Long Chen raised his head and could clearly see a total of 20 Dao patterns on the crystal moon. Heavens, Sister Jiang Yan used the crystal moon. Everyone below exclaimed. This might be her trump card Dao artifact. 20 Dao patterns was very good. Many martial artists at her level didn't even have that many Dao patterns. Jiang Yan, don't kill him. Xiongba was confident in his strength and disdained to make a move. Instead, he reminded her. But at this moment, Long Chen, who was about to be buried in the crystal moon, actually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Time Dragon. This time, it swam out of everyone's perception. When the crystal moon hit the air, no one knew what had happened. Long Chen's blood-colored figure appeared behind Jiang Yan. His two swords quickly swept past her body. Lingxi's sword even pierced into her body. Her body and primordial spirit were destroyed. But Long Chen didn't kill her. He just made her lose her combat strength. Jiang Yan let out an astonishing scream. She fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The wound on her back dyed her clothes red. The wound didn't look big, but it was very difficult to recover. Especially the damage to her primordial spirit, it made her suffer. It was impossible for her to recover her combat strength in a short period of time. This was the terror of the god-slaying sword and Lingxi's sword. In less than an instant, Long Chen dealt with an opponent. Under the shocked gazes of the demonic bear martial god team, he appeared in front of Xiongba. His eyes were calm and natural. There was no pride or fear. Instead, he said, "It's your turn now. Now, do you think I have the right to fight you?" Xiongba's body trembled. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, coughed twice, and said, as expected of someone that even young city lord Su Zhen wants to protect. "Your improvement is great, and your talent is powerful. It makes me very envious. However, if you think that you're invincible because of this, then you're gravely mistaken. In Martial God City, you're just an ant." On the other side, the sun-devouring demonic wolf and Li Chongfeng were fighting fiercely. Long Chen put away the god-slaying sword and Lingxi's sword. With a shake of his body, a blood-colored divine dragon appeared in front of everyone. He was shrouded in clouds and mist, giving everyone a supreme pressure. They couldn't understand this red dragon, no matter how hard they tried. Xiongba's eyes narrowed. He threw caution to the wind. He clenched his fist, which was the size of a clay pot. Black nirvana force surrounded him. He looked like a demon god, standing proudly in front of Long Chen. His Tao was to fight crazily, to be a mad demon. This was a branch of the Tao of battle. It was very similar to Long Chen's Tao of slaughter. But when the other party fought, he would first go crazy. He wasn't as calm as Long Chen when it came to killing. I'll give you a chance to attack. Chapter 1754. What was unimaginable was that this was almost a one-sided battle. For Long Chen, after passing through the first nirvana tribulation, the improvement he obtained was simply too great. The nirvana power brought by the heavenly Tao was fully absorbed by him, giving him a chance to undergo nirvana rebirth. Every time he underwent nirvana rebirth, the ancestral dragon's body would be able to grow to a great extent. Xiongba had mixed feelings in his heart when facing Long Chen's sky-ripping sword. During the day, he had received this move from Long Chen, but now, the destructive power of this move had increased by several times. Even Long Chen's divine dragon body had grown to 300 meters, more solid and full of power. The divine dragon body turned upside down in the sky, the slaughter Tao gathered, and the ancient slaughter runes formed a blood-red sword of light. With the power of Long Chen's physical body, it exploded and descended on Xiongba's head. War Demon God Fist, 2nd level, I want to become a demon. At this most critical moment, Tyrant Xiong's heart trembled, and he almost went crazy. He crazily mobilized the nirvana force in his body, and the black demon god's aura rolled out from his body, finally condensing into a skull with black light flowing around his fist. As Tyrant Xiong punched out, the gloomy skull exploded. Buzz! The space shook. An indomitable fist intent soared into the sky, forming a myriad of black torrents. Long Chen could see that there seemed to be hundreds of millions of living beings below, madly rushing towards him. It had to be said that Xiongba could be considered an extraordinary expert even among the 7th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Unfortunately, he had encountered Long Chen. Long Chen didn't use the Void Cosmic Dragon's divine dragon body at all. The heavenly slaughter blood sword slashed down with extreme violence, and with a destructive power, it tore the war demon god fist in half, as if it was tearing the sky in half. Crash! The war demon god fist exploded, and in the intense shock, Xiongba's internal organs were seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky, creating a huge pit on the ground, and blood was everywhere. In the end, Long Chen retrieved the heaven-slaughtering blood sword and did not take their lives. And on the other side, Mo Xiaolang similarly controlled himself very well. In everyone's eyes, he was a desolate beast and would not show any mercy. Hence, when Long Chen finished off his opponent, Mo Xiaolang was about to kill Li Chongfeng. And at this moment, Long Chen whistled and said, "Xiaolang, come over." In order not to expose his identity as a demon, Long Chen was very careful. This action also explained why Li Chongfeng was able to survive the battle between the desolate beasts. But even so, the 3 martial divine guards had completely failed. They lay on the ground and struggled for a long time before regaining consciousness. As for the thousands of warriors, seeing the 3 commanders seriously injured, they felt defeated. To them, this was an unimaginable humiliation, but they could not help but imagine that Long Chen had really become so powerful. That's right, he could already fight Xiongba to a stalemate when he was at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, let alone now. Everyone's mouths were dry as they raised their heads to look at Long Chen and his desolate beast. They had wanted to charge forward as a group, but no one had the guts to take the lead. Although Long Chen, who had defeated the 3 commanders, looked calm, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if Long Chen was a deadly god of death. This was the pressure brought about by the ancestral dragon bloodline. Looking at the crowd below, Long Chen said, "The 3 commanders are no longer my match, so I hope that everyone will not disturb us while I'm in the demonic bear martial divine squad. In addition, you might not know this, but I have a feud with Miss Yao." The 3 commanders listened to her instructions and deliberately caused trouble for me, but I didn't kill them. Instead, someone framed me. As for who killed them, I'm sure everyone knows. He was just saying it symbolically, and he did not expect these people to believe him. After he finished speaking, the crowd below began to clamor, condemning Long Chen. "Let's go." Long Chen shrugged indifferently. In any case, it was fine as long as he could have some peace in the future. Just as he was about to leave, Long Chen stopped. In the east, a fiery red figure was approaching him at an extraordinary speed. Her target was Lingxi. "You're here again?" Long Chen laughed coldly. Before Su Yuyao arrived, he had already pulled Lingxi into his embrace, allowing her and Mo Xiaolang to enter the God Nation together. And at this critical juncture, Su Yuyao finally arrived at a distance of 20 meters from him. She initially thought that she could restrain Lingxi once again. In that case, she would be able to restrain Long Chen. At this moment, she was both anxious and furious. Her chest heaved up and down as she coldly stared at Long Chen. "Miss Yao." Everyone was terrified. They once again knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. Even if the people in the inner city were weaker than them, they were still their masters. However, Long Chen did not care. He coldly laughed and said, "You only succeeded once. Do you think you can succeed forever? Su Yuyao, there's no need to look at me like that. With your capabilities, what can you do to me?" Su Yuyao clenched her teeth and looked at him. Then, she looked at the 3 defeated commanders below. Her face instantly turned ashen. She was about to raise her fist and kill the 3 commanders below. The 3 commanders and the martial god team all saw Miss Yao's attack aimed at them. They were panicking, they were confused, and at this moment, Long Chen suddenly blocked in front of her. He coldly said, "Su Yuyao, there's a grudge between us, but you better not implicate this grudge with others. Otherwise, I will despise you and look down on you. With your temperament, what qualifications do you have to be my opponent?" The 3 commanders were stunned. They did not expect that the person who protected them in the end would be Long Chen. Below, there was absolute silence. Su Yuyao was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She coldly said, "You bastard, you are merely a dog imprisoned by my Su clan. How dare you be so arrogant?" This sentence was indeed ruthless. This was Long Chen's current situation. To be honest, Long Chen could not wait to leave this damned place immediately. He would beat up anyone who dared to stop him. However, the martial god ancient city had a strong foundation. It was not something he could contend against now. However, he had already taken the first step. Long Chen did not care. He smiled and said, "Even so, so what? You are defeated by me. As a young lady of the martial god ancient city's direct line of descent, you are powerless against me. Isn't this the portrayal of your incompetence? You don't dare to make a move yourself, but you let 3 small fries deal with me. Can you be any more stupid?" Long Chen. Su Yuyao was furious to the extreme. Her eyes were already cold. Her strength should be at the late stage of the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Long Chen needed to reach the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm to be able to deal with her. When she displayed her strength, she had indeed suppressed Long Chen. Everyone below was also unable to move. Just as she was about to attack in anger, Long Chen smiled and said, "Are you flustered and exasperated? I am speaking the truth. However, can you touch me?" When Su Yuyao released the purest martial arts punch, Long Chen quietly wandered in the long river of time and disappeared in front of Su Yuyao. Everyone was stunned. Especially the 3 commanders. Their gazes were complicated and their eyes were filled with tears. They finally understood that although young Lady Yao was much stronger than Long Chen had this magical method. Young Lady Yao could not do anything to him. In addition, with the protection of young city lord Su Zhen, Long Chen could go toe-to-toe with young Lady Yao. Living in the outer city of the martial god ancient city, who wouldn't have resentment towards the cruel Su family's disciples? Just like just now, Su Yuyao wanted to kill the 3 commanders. It was just a matter of a thought. When they saw that Long Chen dared to deal with her, everyone suddenly felt that he was not so annoying. Except for the matter of him killing his own compatriots, Su Yuyao almost exploded with anger. Damned Long Chen, get your ass out here. You're a coward, a gutless fellow. You can't even compare to a woman. Do you dare to fight me fair and square, you piece of trash? Su Yuyao was flustered and exasperated. Her face was flushed as she scolded the surrounding people. Long Chen didn't mind. He said, "What's the rush? It's still early. Since you're so anxious, I'll give you a chance. 3 months from now, I'll give you a chance to fight against me. Furthermore, I promise that it will be a fair and square battle. Do you dare to accept it in front of so many people?" Reaching the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm in 3 months was also a test that Long Chen had set for himself. This woman had to be defeated. Otherwise, she would never stop. 3 months. Su Yuyao was stunned for a moment, then she revealed a strange smile. She calmed down and asked word by word, "Long Chen, are you sure you dare to fight me in 3 months? Then I will choose a good place to let more people see me beat you up. I will also prove that my divine bloodline is not inferior to your dragon bloodline. Then it's a deal. Prepare well." Long Chen did not mind. The people below were in an uproar. Where did Long Chen get the courage to say such words? Even though he managed to overcome the ordeal of the infernal Inferno Star Behemoth today, he must have been accumulating his strength for a long time. It's a joke to think that he would be able to defeat Miss Yao within 3 months, that's right. 3 months can be passed in a nap. It is not enough for Long Chen to stabilize his current strength. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. But they felt that with Su Yuyao's personality and her resentment towards Long Chen, she would definitely make a big fuss when she finally had a chance to fight with Long Chen. She would let everyone in the martial god ancient city know of the existence of Long Chen. Hearing Long Chen's answer, Su Yuyao suppressed all her anger in the depths of her heart. She became gloomy and said with a chuckle, "This is what you said. There are so many people as witnesses. Don't regret it when the time comes. In order to deal with you, I have to go back and prepare well." After saying that, she left directly. Only then did Long Chen reveal himself in the sky. "Big brother, are you sure it is 3 months? It is too difficult." Mo Shaolang asked. Long Chen said quietly, "I am not sure either. Give yourself some pressure. This is my goal in 3 months. Move forward." Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, another red figure came. Chapter 1755. The newcomer's appearance was extremely similar to Su Yuji, making people think that Su Yuyao had returned. However, Long Chen could tell at a glance that she was Su Yuji. There was a big difference between Miss Ji and Miss Yao. Su Yuyao was unruly and sinister, but Su Yuji was quiet and elegant. Her temperament was calm and indifferent, making people intoxicated and fascinated. Her fiery red dress was like flames, shrouding her snow-white body. She walked on the wind and soon arrived in front of Long Chen. Looking at the commotion below, she roughly knew what had happened. She smiled and said, "Yao has been here before." Long Chen nodded. Su Yuji said helplessly, "Yao has a bad temper. You must have been frightened. I came here today to inform you of something good. Let's talk in private." To be honest, Long Chen felt that this Su Yuji was much more difficult to deal with than Miss Yao. He secretly wondered what good news she would bring. On the surface, he agreed and the two left the place, heading toward the place where they had talked during the day. After they left, the martial artists of the martial god squad looked at each other in dismay. The 3 commanders stood up with their injuries and looked in the direction of Long Chen with complicated expressions. "Not only did he not kill us, but he also protected us." Jiang Yan was a little dazed. "Commander, are you guys all right?" Everyone rushed over and asked with concern. "We're fine." Xiong Ba's voice was hoarse. What happened earlier had given him a huge shock. "Commander, this Long Chen doesn't seem to be bad. Did he really kill our brothers? The crowd below asked. This question made the three commanders tremble. Long Chen could be considered to have saved their lives this time. However, if they didn't push the blame to him, they would be exposed. If they knew about this, how could they lead the martial god squad in the future? However, if they concealed it, it would be framing Long Chen. Faced with this question, Xiongba and the others were speechless. Maybe. Xiongba casually replied and then changed the topic, say, Miss Ji is so good to Long Chen. What good news do you think she is talking about? Could it be that young city lord Su Zhen has decided to let him go and not imprison him? Everyone felt that this was very likely, but Xiongba shook his head, declining to comment. He understood in his heart that before Long Chen's value was fully displayed, Su Zhen would never let him leave. A pavilion in the mountains. In the dark night, Su Yuji was like a ball of enchanting flames, blooming in front of Long Chen. Under the flames, her skin that was as smooth as milk, was flowing with light, and her exquisite and delicate body sat there, revealing her curves, full of infinite temptation. Long Chen stood at the edge of the pavilion, his black clothes swaying in the mountain breeze. He went straight to the point and said, Miss Ji, can you tell me now what the good news is? Could it be that Su Zhen has decided to let me go? He was one of the strongest experts in the eternal god realm. The other party smiled and said, you must be joking with me. Your talent far surpasses mine, my father will not let you go so easily. Long Chen slowly nodded, his voice cold, and said, since that's the case, all the other good news is bad news to me. Su Yuji giggled, she clasped her snow-white fingers and said, I won't keep you in suspense. My good news is, my father wants to betroth Yaoer to you, what do you think? After all, you are a pair of quarrelsome lovers, no discord, no concord. Long Chen was scared 3 steps back, but when he saw Su Yuji giggling like a moving flower, Long Chen realized that she was joking. No matter what, my sister is still beautiful, it's just that her temper is a bit bad. Is it that bad? She asked casually after laughing. Miss Ji, let's get down to business. Long Chen was indeed scared by her joke. Su Yuji said mysteriously, the real good news is similar to what I said. Similar. What did that mean? Could it not be Su Yuyao? But, the person in front of him looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Long Chen concluded that if she were to marry him, she would not be so calm. Only then did Su Yuji say, my father has already informed the majority of the Su family in the ancient city of War God that he wants to take you as his godson. From today onwards, you will have the same status and identity as us, and you will also be treated extremely well. Your potential will also be fully excavated, and you will soon become a member of the ancient city of War God. In the future, you will even become an expert and rule the world. This news was too sudden for Long Chen. It was not good news. Perhaps to the people of the ancient city of War God, this was an extremely good thing. It was something that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. To have a status comparable to Miss Ji, how awe-inspiring and glorious was that? It must be known that Su Yuji was the granddaughter of the ancient city of War God City Lord. In the entire Dragon God domain, she could be considered a group of people with the most respected status. Countless people yearned and worshipped her. Whoever married her would basically reach the heavens in a single bound. Long Chen's treatment was different. Su Zhen wanted to nurture him as his own son. This meant that Long Chen was like a sparrow that flew up a branch and turned into a phoenix. Overnight, his status would undergo a heaven and earth change. There would be countless people envious of Long Chen's treatment, and it would make countless people envious and crazy. In the entire ancient city of War God, the Su family had close to 10,000 people, but the true direct descendants numbered less than 100. Long Chen could be considered to have entered the direct descendants. If he became Su Zhen's godson, his status would be above the Su family's branch family. To anyone in the ancient city of War God, this was an extremely good thing. However, Long Chen frowned deeply. He had always been against the ancient city of War God, and he hated the cage Su Zhen had set up even more. He wanted to leave this place immediately. How could he follow Su Zhen's idea and be used by him to become a capable general in his family, and even fight for him in the future? Long Chen was unwilling to be someone else's son. Even if there were great benefits, he would not agree. Back then, he had only recognized Dongfang Xianshao. Dongfang Xianshao was indeed weak to him, but Long Chen did admire him, but Su Zhen could not. Therefore, he flatly refused. I can't agree to this. I'm used to freedom. I don't want to enter the ancient city of War God, nor do I want to be his godson. Just tell him what I want. This is not good news for me, it's bad news. Long Chen instantly turned hostile. He took a few steps back and walked out of the pavilion. He did not want to say another word to Su Yuji. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuji was already in front of Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuji was already in front of him. She looked at Long Chen with an incomprehensible gaze, and anxiously explained, Long Chen, why would you have such a reaction? You have to think clearly about what it means to be my father's adopted son, to be a superior person in a noble place, to be looked up to by others. My father thinks highly of you, and will do his best to nurture you, and his efforts will not be any weaker than his 3 children. This is a treatment that everyone envies, and even though you were brought back from captivity, and even though you have enmity with Yao, these are just small matters. You are a man, so how can you care about these small matters? Yao is just a child, and I can see that my father really thinks highly of you. You don't have any other intentions. When Long Chen saw him stop him, he did indeed think for a moment. Su Zhen indeed seemed to love talent, or perhaps he really thought highly of him, but his intuition told him that the other party's regard was not a good thing. What Su Zhen naturally wanted was for Long Chen to treat the ancient city of War God as his home, to swear his life to protect him, as well as his children. It was just that Long Chen did not have the slightest sense of belonging in his heart. His personality was free, and he had never been forced to have a sense of belonging. So he shook his head and said, I really can't do it. I'm sorry, I like freedom. What you've given me is not what I want. But so what? You have no background, no one to protect you. So what if you are an ultimate mystical dragon? We are just kind enough to give you a backer. If you reject us because of Yao, then can I think that you are a short-sighted, petty, and cowardly man? Su Yuji was stunned. She was a little sullen. She finally calmed down with great difficulty, but her expression became somewhat cold. She said word by word, I am quite clear about your current situation. Super mystical dragon, besides you, there is only one person in the entire martial god ancient city. But so what? You're wrong. I just don't want to be someone else's son. Long Chen interrupted him. Su Yuji was extremely speechless. Seeing how determined Long Chen was, she said, since that's the case, then I'll speak the truth. I'm just here to inform you. My father was the first to announce this matter, so almost everyone in the Su family knows you and is interested in you. Long Chen didn't expect it to be like this. He sneered and said, so, for the sake of Su Zhen's face, I don't have the right to refuse. He's high and mighty. With just a word from him, I've already been recognized by your Su family as his adopted son, right? Su Yuji nodded and said, you're right. It's true that you're conflicted now, but in the future, you'll understand that my father is a person who doesn't put on airs. You don't even need to call him adopted father, because most of the time, he only stays in his study and won't appear even once in a few years. He's just giving you an identity that no one dares to touch. I hope you can understand his painstaking efforts. Otherwise, with so many of Yao's friends, they'll find trouble with you one by one, and you'll never have peace. Painstaking efforts. Long Chen wasn't a child. He wasn't so easily deceived by the other party. But he understood that if the other party were to force him on this matter, with his meager strength, how could he resist? Damn it. Long Chen's heart was burning with rage, but his eyes were calm as he looked at the other party. Chapter 1756. If it was forced, Long Chen didn't care. Anyway, the other party had forced a lot of things, so he didn't care. No matter how Su Zhen announced this matter, as long as he didn't admit it in his heart, he didn't care what the people outside thought. This martial god ancient city wasn't a place he wanted to stay. With his cultivation speed, as long as his mind wasn't controlled by Su Zhen, then one day, he would leave this place. So, he fell silent. Right now, because of your matter, the inner city is in an uproar. Many people want to see who you are, so my father has decided to bring you to them in 10 days. As for whether you want to stay in the outer city or the inner city, it's up to you. Su Yuji seemed very tolerant. Long Chen was silent for a moment, then said, I won't call him that, nor will I call you that, nor will I bow. My identity was forced on me by you, I have the right not to carry it out. Su Yuji was not angry, she said, my father has already said, everything is up to you. I personally feel that one day, you will admit us. After all, my father and I really don't have the slightest bit of malice, we are sincerely doing this for your own good. Towards this sentence, Long Chen didn't comment. Su Yuji smiled sweetly, you have already heard the good news I want to tell you. Prepare well, in 10 days, I will come and take you away, let the Su family get to know you well. You are the 4th child in my family, my big brother hasn't been home for decades, he just added an identity, you don't have to be nervous, it won't have much of an impact on your current life. For Long Chen, this impact was psychological. After all, who would feel comfortable suddenly having a cheap father? But in this terrifying world where the strong were as numerous as the forest, he could only endure. Goodbye, my dear little brother. Su Yuji's fiery red figure gradually disappeared in the night sky, until it became a red dot. Long Chen stood alone in the night wind. He could roughly guess that the internal hierarchy of the Su family was very strict. The branch family was not as good as the main family, and they fought endlessly for the sake of the main family. Now, Su Zhen's bloodline suddenly had one more person. This little bit of disturbance would have a huge impact on the entire martial god ancient city. People from other bloodlines would definitely investigate everything that belonged to Long Chen. Long Chen felt as if he had been sucked into a terrifying whirlpool. This whirlpool was so huge that it could easily tear him into pieces. Looking in the direction where Su Yuji disappeared, Long Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. The feeling of being forcefully controlled was truly unpleasant. Long Chen was on the verge of going berserk. He had the urge to shatter this invisible barrier in front of him. Su Yuyao, Su Yuji, and Su Zhen. His blood was boiling. Being provoked by this god's spirit blood pulse, Long Chen felt his whole body burning with anger. After a long time, when he felt a cold hand caressing his face, Long Chen calmed down. In front of him was the fairy-like Lingxi. She was so close. Long Chen hugged her slender waist. No matter what happened, she could make him feel at ease. Chen, think about it. You are here to train. Everything you have experienced today, everything you have sacrificed, is for the future of Eternal Dragon City, right? If you want to prove your father's innocence and clear his name, without absolute power, how can you do it? Her gentle hand soothed Long Chen's raging heart. You are right. I want to move forward, and fight. Long Chen took a deep breath. Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, Soi Yan, and the others all appeared around Long Chen. They all looked at him with determined eyes. At this moment, Long Chen found that his heart was full of strength. And a group of good brothers. Everyone held hands. If the ancient battle god's city is a stone pressing on my head, then I will take this stone to train my body and become stronger. One day, I will break this stone. After thinking this through, Long Chen felt relieved about today's good news. 10 days later, he would have to enter the ancient battle god city again. Su Zhen's intention was to go through the formalities and let everyone know him. No matter what, Long Chen did not want to have too much contact with them. Therefore, he decided to return to Mount Dawn when the time came. It was relatively more free here. In these 10 days, the ancient battle god city was in an uproar because of Long Chen. Many families were in heated discussions, and Long Chen's information entered the ears of the big shots of the families. There were very few things about Long Chen. He appeared out of nowhere, took away the spiritual snow hound, and then killed the illegitimate son of the Wind Dragon Stream Master in Daming Tianza. Then, he fought with Su Yuyao and snatched the ethereal immortal sex inheritance. Finally, he was brought to the ancient battle god city. These were all very shocking, but the most shocking was Long Chen's identity as a Super Shenron. Everyone in the Su family knew about the existence of such a Super Shenron. The entire ancient battle god city could be said to be turbulent. Because of Long Chen's participation, the entire inner city had undergone subtle changes. Once the time was ripe, it might cause a shocking explosion. And this news had already spread to the outer city. The people in power in the outer city were most of the Su family's branch families. The branch families controlled the lifeline of the outer city, and the martial god guards were chosen from the disciples in the outer city. They were loyal warriors of the branch families. The lowest standard was the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. There were roughly 3 martial god guards leading a 1,000-man martial god team. Therefore, the number of people in the outer city was countless times that of the inner city. When this news spread to the outer city, Long Chen became the most envious person of all the disciples in the outer city. The inner city was the goal of all the disciples in the outer city. Their lifelong dream was to be able to enter the inner city and witness the true relics left behind by the 18 martial gods. That was the high-level world of their dreams. And Long Chen, with his military background, inexplicably entered that place and achieved an identity and status comparable to Miss G. It could be said that he had ascended to the heavens in a single step. All the disciples in the outer city, including the martial god guards, were envious and jealous of Long Chen. These days, the appearance of Long Chen could be said to have caused a sensation in the entire ancient battle god city for the first time. This lucky youth with strength and status, but who was rumored to be a super divine dragon, could be said to have caused a long period of discussion in the ancient battle god city. Of course, a young girl beside him who had obtained the inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect also walked into everyone's sight. It was rumored that she was like a fairy, even more ethereal and serene than Miss G. She held a primordial Dao tool with 80 Dao patterns. For a moment, Long Chen became the most envious person of everyone. Long Chen, who was quietly cultivating in Mount Dawn, didn't know that Su Zhen's decision had already caused such a huge storm. This was the ancient battle god city. It was a city personally built by the 18 martial gods, one of the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. It was the heavenly palace that the entire dragon sacrificial continent looked up to. Long Chen, who came from the dragon sacrificial continent, seemed so insignificant in the ancient battle god city. If it wasn't for the ancestral dragon bloodline, he wouldn't have been qualified to cause such a huge sensation. Even the members of the demonic bear martial god squad heard this news. Those who still wanted to target Long Chen completely gave up on this idea. They didn't even dare to go near Mount Dawn. However, their daily topic of discussion was still Long Chen. There were even many members of the other martial god squads who came over to inquire about this super lucky guy. Long Chen lived his life unhurriedly. On the 3rd day, Su Yuyao came over as expected. Long Chen knew that this unruly girl would definitely go crazy after such a big thing happened. She would definitely go and argue with Su Zhen. However, this matter had already been announced to the entire ancient battle god city's territory. Her rebuttal and protest would definitely be met with rebuff, even if she was Su Zhen's daughter. On this day, Long Chen sat in the spirit dragon cave and cultivated. In the sky, a group of young men and women flew past. Among them was Su Yuyao with a sour expression. They pretended to be passing by, but they stopped on a branch not far from Long Chen. There were about a dozen people in the group. They were dressed luxuriously and each had their own unique characteristics. However, the one thing that didn't change was the rich martial god bloodline. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was pretending to sleep in the mountain. Lingxi was pondering over the 8 major celestial swords. Long Chen was cultivating diligently. However, because of their arrival, everything was interrupted. Long Chen opened his eyes. From Su Yuyao's ashen face and red and swollen eyes, he could see that she had lost miserably. No matter how much she hated Long Chen, Su Jun probably wouldn't change his decision. This group of people had an especially grand martial god bloodline. It seemed like they were all from the Su clan. Among them, there were a few who were similar to Su Yuyao. They all had outstanding talent and rich martial god bloodline. It seemed like they were all direct descendants. They were the group of people with the highest status in the Su clan. This group of people all had their own unique characteristics. Moreover, their strength wasn't low. There were also many who surpassed Su Yuyao. They were all people of high status. They were the noblest young masters and young mistresses in the martial god ancient city. Little sister Yuyao, this is your new little brother. One of them, a handsome young man dressed in a blue luxurious robe, asked with a smile. Su Yuyao snorted coldly and said, "Everyone, don't take it seriously. My father just pitied him. After all, isn't he a super mystical dragon? There's always something we can make use of." Long Chen had overestimated her intelligence. If Su Jun's plan was to make use of Long Chen, yet she said it so openly because of her personal grudge, wasn't she stupid to the extreme? Because of this, everyone burst into laughter. Super mystical dragon? Why doesn't he look like one? Is it because third uncle's eyesight isn't good? That's right. How can this local kid be on the same level as us? Someone is willing to test his strength. Their laughter grew more and more unbridled. Su Yuyao looked at Long Chen with an extremely gloomy expression. Did you guys notice? This girl is really charming. One of the young masters looked at Lingxi with infatuation. The one who received the ethereal immortal sect's inheritance. Instead, it was Lingxi who attracted their attention. Chapter 1757. Scum. My dear Lil Sis Yuyao, how can you use such beautiful adjectives to describe us brothers? That's right, we're so suave, our fame is widespread, and millions of young ladies are infatuated with us. We have the purest godly bloodline in the entire battle god ancient city, and we're the direct descendants of ancient gods. With such a noble bloodline, it's unknown how many women would flock to us. If you want to describe us, scum is too aesthetically pleasing. You should call us beasts instead. Brothers, do you think I'm right? Su Yuyao glanced at them in disdain, but her plan had already succeeded. Even if Long Chen had a high status, so what? Under the pursuit of the noble scions of the battle god ancient city, she didn't believe that Lingxi wouldn't succumb. They were the group of people with the highest status in the battle god ancient city, and all of them had supreme potential and illustrious backgrounds. It was unknown how many times stronger they were compared to Long Chen. Even if they couldn't obtain Lingxi, their pursuit would still bring terrifying trouble to Long Chen. This was the reason why Su Yuyao brought them here. They surrounded Lingxi, chattering incessantly as though she was trouble. They had no interest in Long Chen at all. Lingxi knew that she might bring trouble to Long Chen. She stood up and walked to Long Chen's side. Long Chen brought her into the divine kingdom, and after that, he quietly glanced at Su Yuyao before turning to leave. Wait. The group of noble scions that Su Yuyao brought called out to him. One of them, a man in golden robes, said, I heard that in a few days, third uncle will bring you into the inner city, right? Long Chen turned his head, calmly looking at this person. The other party revealed a warm smile as he continued, seeing that your looks aren't bad, let me give you a word of advice. It seems that there are many people who aren't satisfied with your existence, especially those from the branch clan. They would do anything to enter the ancestral clan, and your existence would cause them to be envious. I advise you to be prepared to be humiliated, that is, if third uncle doesn't protect you. After saying that, they burst into laughter again. Long Chen remembered what he said. To be honest, the identity Su Zhen gave him might not be a problem, but it could also be a motivation. Also, your younger sister is really quite pretty. She's so pretty and lively. From today onwards, we'll have to compete and chase after her. One of them said. Sister. Lingxi. Long Chen knew that this was definitely Su Yuyao's doing. Long Chen was no longer a child. There was no need for him to forcefully tell them that Lingxi was his woman. All of this was meaningless. He only glanced at Su Yuyao and said, remember, for the battle in 3 months, it's best to make it grand. Don't worry, I'm already prepared. I'm just afraid that you'll run away again. Su Yuyao gritted her teeth and said. Only then did Long Chen leave. The others looked at each other and asked Su Yuyao what was going on. When Su Yuyao told them about the battle, they were immediately shocked. Sister Yuyao, how can you bully others like this? Although the ethereal immortal sex inheritance was too precious, you can't use it. Why do you have to force others to their deaths? I know. Sister Yuyao must have been taken by this kid in that cave, that's why. Wait, if he becomes your brother, wouldn't it be a mess, scram. Su Yuyao had already completed her goal for today, so she turned around and left. The noble young masters reluctantly looked in the direction Long Chen had left in before leaving. When the time was up, Su Yuji came again. Let's go. My father has already made arrangements in the Dragon Martial Palace. You don't have to be nervous. Just meet everyone. Su Yuji smiled gently. Dragon Martial Palace. Yes, a place in the inner city, Su Yuji replied. Long Chen didn't say anything and just followed her. I heard that Yao came to find trouble with you again, and you set a battle for 3 months, right? Su Yuji pretended to be unintentional and asked casually. Yes. Long Chen looked ahead. Su Yuji shook her head and said, Yao is very resourceful. It just so happens that your name has just become famous recently. She spread the news, so now almost everyone knows about your arranged battle. Many people are very curious about your strength, so this battle will definitely attract a lot of attention. I just want to ask, are you confident? Long Chen never believed in confidence. He only believed in hard work. So he didn't say anything about this question. Soon, the two of them entered the inner city and changed to walking. Because this was the inner city of Martial God Ancient City, ordinary people were forbidden to fly. There were too many miracles left in the inner city, and flying in the air was disrespectful to the ancestors. Once again arriving at the inner city and feeling the astonishing nirvana spiritual chi, Long Chen was speechless. This place was indeed a paradise for cultivation. If not for Lingxi's pure maiden bloodline, it would be very difficult for his cultivation speed to catch up to the inner city's average standard. Even if he had the ancestral dragon bloodline, the environment was too bad, and he couldn't display it. If he stayed in the dragon sacrificial continent, it would be even more impossible for Long Chen to improve so quickly. I'm afraid that someone will make things difficult and question us today. Su Yuji suddenly said. As expected. Long Chen didn't care. Su Yuji admired his determination. She said, after all, most people will feel uncomfortable when someone suddenly appears above their heads. Also, my father doesn't have much contact with the other 4 siblings. This time, their family won't appear. Only some people from the branch family will be present. And for them to come, they must be questioning my father's decision this time. Su Zhen would also be questioned. Long Chen sneered in his heart. Seeing that he didn't care, Su Yuji said, I think you have also expected it, so I won't say much. You just need to be quiet about today's matter. Although the people from the branch family have cheap mouths, my father has always been decisive and won't allow them to interrupt. If they are not obedient, my father will take care of them himself. He will prove to you that he is really doing this for your own good. Such words again. Long Chen nodded. It was fine if he heard such words, but he wouldn't take it to heart. Advancing in the inner city, because the inner city was too big, it was very difficult to see other people on the road. However, Longchen met a few of the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers. He also had a premonition that the combat power of these 3,000 reincarnation soldiers was definitely much stronger than Su Zhen when they were alive. These were the subordinates of a true god. After about an hour, they arrived at the Dragon Martial Celestial Palace. In front of them was a golden palace that looked like a dragon palace. It had golden bricks and green tiles, and it had a magnificent aura. There were many divine dragon sculptures on the eaves, which was quite astonishing. This is a primordial Dao artifact with 33 Dao patterns. It is indestructible. Su Yuji casually mentioned. It was indeed a Dao artifact. Long Chen was secretly surprised. The true Martial Emperor Palace had the 5 elements clear sky pagoda to hold down the fort. In the inner city of the martial god ancient city, this Dragon Martial Celestial Palace could only be considered a very ordinary place. However, it also had 30 Dao patterns. In the Dragon Martial Celestial Palace, the aura of experts rose. Long Chen could sense that there were quite a number of reincarnation tribulation realm experts among them. Just outside the door, Long Chen saw a total of 36 martial artists. They were all dragon martial artists, and they were dragon soul generals. These were the Red Dragon, Blue Dragon, Black Dragon, and Gold Dragon who were protecting Su Yuyao and Su Yuji. At this moment, they were just guards. "Miss, everyone has been waiting for a long time," one of the dragon martial artists said to Miss Ji. Miss Ji nodded lightly and led Long Chen into the majestic martial dragon celestial palace. They climbed up a long white jade staircase and passed through a few majestic doors. Finally, they saw the majestic martial dragon celestial palace in front of them. This was the core of the martial dragon celestial palace. In this dragon martial celestial palace, experts gathered. There were many branch families of the Su family in the inner city, and the branch families were also very powerful forces. Among them, most of the experts came from the branch families. After Su Yuji arrived, the golden doors slowly opened, and a dazzling golden world entered Long Chen's eyes. The light inside was somewhat dazzling. At this time, Su Yuji used her delicate little hand to hold Long Chen's. She maintained her composure and maintained a smile on her face as she led Long Chen into the Dragon Martial Celestial Palace. For a moment, Long Chen felt countless gazes on him. He ignored them and only saw that the one sitting at the top was Su Zhen. This middle-aged man was still in the same state as he was in his study. He looked like he was in a trance. Even though Long Chen had arrived, he didn't pay too much attention. This was a world where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. Long Chen understood that he was standing at the core of the Su family. Of course, he wasn't the true core. There were only about 200 people present, and presumably, the Su family's branch families weren't that few. It seemed that there were still many people who weren't willing to give Su Zhen face. After all, most people felt that Su Zhen's decision was too rash. Facing countless doubtful gazes, Long Chen walked forward with his head held high and stood in front of Su Zhen. "Daddy, Long Chen is here." Su Yuji let go of her hand and said in a pleasant and steady voice. "Oh." Su Zhen shook his head and looked at Long Chen. He left his seat and walked shakily to Long Chen. He reached out and held Long Chen's shoulder, then turned Long Chen to the experts of the branch families. He said, "This is Long Chen, and also my adopted son. If you have any objections, just say it. I'll settle it once and for all. I don't have time to waste with you." Su Zhen's action caused the people of the branch families to be slightly flustered. Long Chen glanced over and saw that everyone present was an old man, sitting upright and still. Among them, there were many who looked similar to the Wind Dragon Stream Master, and some were even stronger. This was definitely a group of people who could crush Long Chen to death. There were more than 100 experts from the branch families. However, Long Chen knew that Su Zhen, who was next to him, was much more terrifying than them. Hearing Su Zhen's words, the experts of the branch families looked at each other. Chapter 1758. Hello everyone, I'm Lunatic. I've already announced it a few days ago. Today, my WeChat public platform is finally open. The WeChat public platform is a new function module based on WeChat. Through this platform, I can send text, pictures, and voice messages to a group of people. It is by far the best platform for authors to communicate with readers, and it is also a platform that I will try my best to build. Through the WeChat public platform, I can receive messages from readers from all over the country, and I can also send any message I post to any mobile phone with WeChat in the form of a WeChat message, so that the Brothers of Dragons can communicate with me face to face. Lunatic's WeChat public platform has the following functions. First, lucky draw. The prizes include signed physical books, and so on. The specific prizes will mainly be signed physical books, and other interesting things will be added in the future. The rules are as follows. Once a week, choose one of the readers who gave me suggestions, and give him a signed physical book that is not available on the market. In the future, when Lunatic becomes rich, he can give out more. Second, the WeChat public platform has a group messaging function, which allows me to send updates, plot trends, and some chats to the mobile phones of all the brothers and sisters of dragons every day, so that everyone can be informed of the latest updates in time, and not have a headache because they cannot find the latest updates. At the same time, I will also share some interesting things with everyone. Third, everyone is welcome to provide suggestions for the plot, and send me pictures of the characters. I will use them at my discretion. In addition, I will pick out some time to reply to most of the questions raised by the readers, and please try to be as concise as possible. While giving suggestions and discussing the plot, you may also get a limited edition physical book through the lucky draw. Everyone is also welcome to make friends with me. Fourth, the users that follow the platform are divided into ordinary users and starred users. I can see the information of starred users more easily. I will set the first batch of users who follow me as starred users. The WeChat public platform will gradually become popular in the future, and I believe everyone will play with it. There are many benefits to follow in advance. Fifth, I will also publish some essays or short biographies of characters outside of the plot, and send them to your mobile phones. Sixth, the management of the readers' QQ group is too chaotic, and I rarely go to Tieba, so many readers can't find me. At this time, the WeChat public platform has appeared. If anyone is interested in communicating with me, asking me about the plot trends, the trend of the next book, future development, and so on, you can find me through the WeChat public platform. I believe many readers still don't know who the author of Dragon Blood God of War is. That's right, it's me, Feng Qingyang. Number 7, if you want to communicate with other readers, you can come to the book reviews section or Baidu Tieba. If you want to communicate with the author, it is not practical to use QQ. I usually have to write, so I don't have much time. I don't have time to reply to private messages on QQ. I will reply to the readers' questions in a unified manner. The best channel was the WeChat public platform. I'm ready to run this place. You're welcome to come and find me. If you are the one, the method to add my WeChat public platform is as follows. First, WeChat is installed on your phone and you have a WeChat account. Step 1, open WeChat and click on Contacts. Click Add. There are two ways, as follows. First, click on Search Number, to search for Fengqingyang. A handsome guy wearing green glasses appeared, it was my true appearance. Second, click on Search Public Account, to search for Feng Qingyang. The first handsome guy wearing green glasses that appeared was me. The other accounts like Feng Qingyang weren't me. Remember, green glasses. Both search methods brought up my public account. The method was simple, so simple that it was ridiculous. As long as you have WeChat, as long as you have a mobile phone, you can communicate with me. With this platform, I can meet all the readers face to face and exchange more information about the plot and future trends of the new book. There are more than 200,000 searches for dragon blood every day. With so many readers, I can't wait for you to pick up the soap. Come on, go. Chapter 1759. Su Zhen exuded a mystical aura. He couldn't explain it clearly. Long Chen could only feel such a powerless aura from a samsara tribulation expert. For ordinary nirvana tribulation experts, under the destruction and rebirth of the nirvana tribulation, their strength was manifested in their powerful physique and boundless nirvanic energy. This was a very obvious and wild strength. But for samsara tribulation experts, the pressure they brought to Long Chen should be more on their primordial spirit. The pressure of the primordial spirit. Under the pressure of Su Zhen's primordial spirit, many dissatisfied branch clan experts all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. In truth, this itself was a very inappropriate thing to do. The so-called blood descendants of the gods valued their bloodline the most. In every generation, there would be members of the branch family, and the ancestral family would only have one branch. But this time, Su Zhen had set a precedent, directly allowing outsiders to join the ancestral family and enjoy the power and status of the ancestral family. How could the branch family members be willing to accept this? Only less than 1/10 of the branch clan's experts were present. The others didn't come. It could be considered a formless protest against Su Zhen. And those who came were even more anxious for Su Zhen to change his mind. Why are you still not scramming? Su Zhen lightly spoke. Among the crowd, a long-haired cultivator who looked very old finally mustered his courage and said, "Young city lord, this matter is of great importance. I hope that young city lord can let the city lord know about it. After all, in the ancestral clan, as long as a new life is born, it has to be tested by him, isn't it?" Su Zhen didn't bat an eyelid. "This is my matter, it has nothing to do with you. All of you scram." After these words were spoken, although everyone was enraged, they could only leave their seats. After all, Su Zhen was one of the 5 people in charge of the war god city. Although there were many people who were older than him and more powerful than him, the will of the ancestral clan could not be resisted by the branch clan. This was a rule that had been passed down since ancient times. At this moment, a woman dressed in plain clothes walked in. This woman looked very similar to Su Zhen. She was dressed in blue, and a pair of blue crystal earrings hung from her ears. Her shoulder-length hair made her look valiant and heroic. Another expert on the same level as Su Zhen, Long Chen thought to himself. After the short-haired woman walked in, the martial artists of the branch family hurriedly saluted and said, "Greetings, 5th young city lord." The martial god ancient city had a total of 5 young city lords. Among them, Su Zhen ranked 3rd. And this woman should be his sister. Su Yuji also respectfully bowed to the woman and said, "Yuji greets 5th aunt." However, the other party did not care about these people at all. Her gaze landed on Long Chen and she said, "3rd brother, is this the super Shinran that you mentioned?" Only when he saw this woman did Su Zhen's brows furrow. He no longer had the dazed look from before. He patted Long Chen's back and said, "Yes." The woman was silent for a moment and said, "The decision you made is really incomprehensible. This time, big brother and second brother don't want to pay attention to you at all. I just want to say that even if you decide on your own, he can't be recorded in the family tree. After all, he is not a member of our Su family. In addition, I'm afraid we will not recognize his identity." If the other 4 of the 5 young city lords did not recognize Long Chen's identity, then what was the use of Su Zhen admitting it himself? The experts of the branch family heaved a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Su Zhen did not care and said, "Up to you. I have already guessed it. It's fine as long as I admit it myself. All of you can leave." Seeing that Su Zhen was still unrepentant, the woman said, "3rd brother, I have a good relationship with you. That's why I came to advise you. Don't fall out with other brothers just because of a super Shinran. This is not something you should do. Moreover, father will not allow you to do this. Letting an outsider enter the coarse circle of the martial god's bloodline is simply blasphemy to the bloodline of the martial god. If other people in the ancient city of divine descendants heard about this, how would they laugh at us? With the 5 young city lords leading the way, the others also began to discuss. That's right, the bloodline of the ancestral clan cannot be insulted. Him possessing this identity is simply blasphemy to the ancestors. If this news were to spread, wouldn't the other ancestral clans in the ancient city of divine descendants laugh their heads off? This matter is really too childish. If the 3rd young city lord really wants to cultivate him, he can use other methods. For example, the 2 young ladies are not married yet, so they can be betrothed to him. That's also quite good. For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Long Chen sensed that Su Jin seemed to be angry. He waved his arm lightly and said a word, scram. This word made all the experts of the branch family pale. They fled in panic at the first moment. Only the 5 young city lords still stood in the same place. She looked at Su Zhen with an incomprehensible look and said, "In that case, I won't meddle in other people's business. Goodbye." After saying that, she was about to leave. "Xylan." Su Zhen called out to her. Su Xylan turned her head and asked, "Third brother, is there anything else?" Su Zhen closed his eyes and said, "Regarding the fight for the ancestral clan, Su Zhen will withdraw." Hearing this news, the 3 of them will definitely go crazy with joy, right? As long as I withdraw, then I, Su Zhen, will be a branch family in the future. Then, his identity will naturally not be a problem. Su Xylan looked at Su Zhen sluggishly. Su Yuji was also puzzled. Long Chen roughly understood that as long as the current city lord abdicated, then the new city lord would inevitably be one of the 5 of them. And the one who became the city lord would automatically become the new ancestral clan, while the others would be reduced to branch families. Could it be that Su Zhen withdrew in advance for Long Chen? Or, he did not have this intention in the first place? Su Xylan was silent for a long time before saying, "Third brother is obsessed with martial arts. It's normal that he doesn't want to care about these things, but whether he can withdraw or not is not up to you. It's up to father to decide." "Alright, I'll leave first." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. In the spacious dragon martial heavenly palace, only Long Chen, Su Zhen, and Su Yuji were left. Long Chen was puzzled. What did this group of people want? Su Zhen did not pay attention to them. He also turned and directly disappeared into the deepest part of the dragon martial heavenly palace. "In the future, when you are going back to the outer city, I will arrange for you to stay in the inner city. After all, you now have a noble identity. I suggest you live in the inner city. Only here, you can enjoy endless cultivation resources." Su Yuji said softly. In this place, Long Chen was not used to it. "Take me out." "Alright." Su Yuji did not force him. In less than a quarter of an hour, everything that needed to be done had been done. Although it was a little inexplicable, it was still considered smooth. Long Chen was a little confused. What kind of person was this Su Zhen? Was he really good to him, or was he threatening and using him? This time, while walking in the outer city, Long Chen alarmed many people. Many people pointed at Long Chen with disdain. Long Chen's appearance this time could be said to have violated the interests of many people. If it was not for Su Yuji beside him, they would probably have openly provoked him. After Long Chen left the inner city and arrived at the outer city, he basically knew the way, so there was no need for Su Yuji to send him. "Now you understand. My father is really doing it for your own good, and so am I. My sister is just a child. Don't be too calculative with her." Su Yuji said softly. Long Chen nodded and then disappeared from her sight without looking back. Su Yuji stared at him for a long time, then lowered her head and said in distress, "What does father want this little guy to do? I really can't figure it out. These years, he has become more and more mysterious. However, in terms of martial arts, he is getting more and more profound. It seems that he has the momentum to surpass uncle and second uncle in all aspects. Following that, she returned alone. At this moment, a fiery red figure stopped in front of her. Yao, Su Yuji's gaze turned cold. Su Yuyao sneered and said, Su Yuji, don't you think you're disgusting to pretend to be gentle in front of others all day? Where's your true nature? Where's your devil-like heart? Su Yuji was not angry, but said helplessly, you still misunderstand me like this. Oh right, I heard that you and our new little brother will have a fight in 3 months. Su Yuyao sneered, new little brother, stop joking. Who doesn't know that you guys want to play Long Chen to death? I can only make a move before you guys do. Super Shinran, hee, if it's a manslaughter, or a death in a fight between people of the same level, and not a massacre, even if the people of the 5 great dragon cities find out, they won't be able to say anything. Su Yuji didn't comment, she quietly looked at her younger sister. Su Yuyao coldly laughed, the reason I came here is mainly to ask you, what the hell is father planning exactly? Earlier, he said that he wanted to withdraw from the competition of the Ancestral clan. Why is that? Didn't he put in so much effort all these years just to become the city lord? Also, big brother, he has been fighting outside for so many years and obtained a lot of battle achievements. His strength has risen to a terrifying level. Isn't it all for the sake of father becoming the city lord? This question also caused Su Yuji to be puzzled. But in front of Su Yuyao, she said, even now, you still have the temperament of a child. Other than causing trouble, what else can you do? If father's plans were to be made known to you, wouldn't that be terrible? Go and play around, these matters have nothing to do with you. I only advise you not to disrupt father's plans. Su Yuyao's countenance flushed red. She gloomily stared at Su Yuji and cursed, slut, before turning to leave. After she left, Su Yuji's gaze was similarly filled with killing intent. Chapter 1760. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. The commotion caused by Long Chen in the ancient city of War God gradually dissipated. However, in the minds of the people in the ancient city of War God, because of Su Zhen's insistence, Long Chen's identity as the adopted son was confirmed. Of course, among the true descendants of the martial god, his position was still not comparable to Su Yuyao, who was a natural descendant of the gods. They had a kind of pride and nobility. Sometimes, they even looked down on dragon warriors. After all, the descendants of gods were real, and the divine dragons were just an illusory dream. From the Nirvana tribulation, it could be seen that they were not favored by the heavenly Tao. After returning to Mount Dawn, Long Chen was still in a high-intensity state of cultivation. The pressure of the ancient city of War God was too great, and he had no choice but to make himself stronger as soon as possible. Even though his cultivation speed surpassed everyone else's, he still wasn't satisfied. Even in the eternal god domain, and even in the 5 mysterious dragon cities, reaching his current cultivation level at such a young age would make him one of the top geniuses in the world. With Long Chen's current situation, he was more than stable. He could completely absorb the nirvana spiritual energy in the immortal essence and quickly increase his realm. Since I've been given this identity, if I don't ruthlessly slaughter them, wouldn't I be letting myself down? Long Chen was not a stubborn person, so when Su Yuji came to visit him, he made his request, what about your so-called cultivation resources? At least give me immortal essences with 30 immortal marks. Generally speaking, immortal essences with 30 to 50 immortal marks were considered extremely precious items below the rebirth tribulation realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to obtain such immortal essences, and it would probably not be easy for Su Yuji to obtain such immortal essences either. However, Long Chen thought that Su Zhen must have a lot of them in his hands. An immortal essence with 30 immortal marks could roughly allow him to grow to the late stage of the 3rd level of the Nirvana tribulation realm. This way, he would have enough power to fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, which was the same level as the 3 heroes of Mabe. This request startled Su Yuji. She smiled and said, "I thought you were a proud person. I don't have many immortal spirits with more than 30 immortal runes, but I will explain it to my father." The other party was rich and overbearing, so Long Chen did not stand on ceremony with him. He said, "I need 3 portions. Do you think an immortal spirit with 30 immortal marks is a weed?" Su Yuji rebuked him with a charming look. Long Chen declined to comment. He knew that the other party would definitely be able to find him. Not long after, Su Yuji left. In fact, what Mo Xiaolang lacked was the flame. His comprehension of the flame and the way of devouring were amazing. His realm was profound, and he could already perform more and more attacks. As for Lingxi's Misty Lady Dao seal, she didn't need to ponder much and could naturally improve. As for the Celestial Sword Dao seal, with the ethereal immortal sex inheritance and the help of the 8 major heavenly swords, it was improving by leaps and bounds at every moment. They were all peerless geniuses. When Long Chen became stronger, he would not forget about them. As expected, 3 days later, Su Yuji brought 3 sets of immortal spirits with more than 30 immortal marks. This is the Kunming grass, 33 immortal marks. This is the 100,000 Zhang snow lotus, 34 Dao marks. This is the ghost-faced fire dragon fruit, 32 Dao marks. These are all the things you want. These are given to you by my father. When I was at your realm, it was extremely difficult to ask for these things, but with just a word from you, my father let me bring them to you. Now you believe that he definitely has no ill intentions. Su Yuji smiled gently, staring into his eyes. I believe him. Long Chen kept the items without batting an eyelid. He let Kitten check them, and there were no problems with them. After chatting for a while, Long Chen started to send the guests off. You are really annoying sometimes. No wonder Yao gnashes her teeth at you every day. Su Yuji looked at him angrily. Long Chen suddenly said, "Do you two have a good relationship? Why haven't I seen you two move together?" Su Yuji was startled and said, "Of course, I only have one sister. I have to dote on her." Oh. Long Chen nodded thoughtfully. After Su Yuji left, Long Chen divided the things she sent. He took the Kunming grass and gave the 10,000 Zhang snow lotus to Lingxi. As for the ghost face fire dragon fruit, it was most suitable for Mo Xiaolang. After counting the descending mountain snow lotus, there were indeed 33 immortal marks. No matter where, immortal marks that could increase nirvana power were precious. They were even more precious than Dao tools of the same level, like the Martial Dragon Palace. Long Chen was just trying his luck. He did not expect Su Zhen to be so generous and really give it to him. Of course, using immortal essence to increase nirvana power would cause the foundation to be unstable. This kind of unstable foundation was extremely dangerous in front of the nirvana tribulation. However, Long Chen had the ancestral dragon physique and did not have this restriction. That was why he dared to increase it like this. As for Mo Xiaolang and Ling Shi, they had never used immortal spirits before. This was the only time they had used immortal spirits. It wasn't a big deal, but they couldn't use it too often in the future. As for Mo Xiaolang, he was a mutant, so devouring flames was the right path. The sun rose in the east. The 3 of them were scattered in 3 different locations on Mount Chenxi. Lingxi's cultivation was the weakest, so Long Chen let her stay in the spiritual dragon cave. Mo Xiaolang went to the deep mountain stream. Long Chen was at the peak, under the sunlight, and began to refine the immortal essence with 33 immortal marks. It's so good to be a descendant of the martial god. They don't have to fight for their lives and can casually obtain such good things. No wonder their cultivation speed is so fast. Super bloodline, 100 times the nirvana spiritual energy, and unlimited immortal essence and Dao treasures. These were the reasons why they were so powerful. If not for the fact that Long Chen was the ancestral dragon, he would not have been able to climb to the level where he could fight against them. Long Chen's physical body was strong, and his refining ability was extraordinary. Under his rapid devouring, the immortal essence of the Kunming grass was gradually released in his body, forming the purest nirvana spiritual energy. Long Chen used the blood-colored nirvana power of slaughter and time to transform it into a part of Long Chen's nirvana power. He seemed to be starving to the extreme, and the Kunming grass was the most delicious food. Under his devouring, the Kunming grass began to disintegrate. In less than 4 hours, a huge amount of nirvana spiritual energy was completely devoured by Long Chen. This Kunming grass was definitely planted in the inner city by the martial god's bloodline. Under such a high concentration of nirvana spiritual energy, it had to be planted for tens of thousands of years before it could take shape. The energy contained within it would definitely be so terrifying. If the Kunming grass was planted in the dragon sacrificial continent, it would definitely take tens of millions of years to grow a primordial immortal essence. Therefore, it was very rare for primordial immortal essences to appear in the dragon sacrificial continent. Primordial immortal essences and primordial Tao treasures were all at least tens of millions of years old. Long Chen's speed was much faster than Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi. Every particle in his body was extremely thirsty. His corporeal body had an extremely strong stability and patience, which was enough to withstand the vast nirvana spiritual energy of the Kunming grass. When the Kunming grass disappeared from Long Chen's body, his energy swelled and filled up his body. After Long Chen circulated it over and over again, it finally stopped. And at this time, Long Chen's killing intent didn't stop. While he was becoming stronger, he recalled the experience he had after entering the martial god ancient city. There's always someone stronger than you, and there's always someone stronger. The dragon sacrificial continent is just the bottom of a well. I'm a tyrant in the lower realm, but in the eternal god domain, I'm running into walls everywhere. In this martial god ancient city, I'm being manipulated by others. In fact, when he was in the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen had already expected this. The world had levels, and this was very normal. It was just that no one could climb from his level all the way to this place. Most people were struggling at their original level of the world, and he was a heretic who had broken the rules. Long Chen's experience in the martial god ancient city made him feel very depressed. His bloodline was nobler than anyone else's. The descendants of God's spirits were like ants riding on his head. They thought they were superior, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws above his head, controlling his life. The murderous intent of the ancient blood spirit dragon was gradually revealed in him. The more he thought about it, the stronger the killing intent in his heart became. Gradually, he entered a state of obsession. He clenched his fists tightly, and blood-colored dragon scales appeared all over his body, making him look extremely ferocious. To be honest, his personality was more compatible with the ancient blood spirit dragon, and the void Aeon dragon was illusory, so it rarely affected Long Chen's personality. I must fight and break this restriction. My goal isn't the ancient city of divine descendants, but the eternal dragon city. I haven't fulfilled my father's dying wish. I can't be manipulated by others in this martial god ancient city, power, desire. The killing intent that belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon formed a thick blood cocoon on Long Chen's body. He felt that he had entered an extremely angry world. This was a completely blood-colored world, and countless blood-colored flames, like the fire of the blood sacrifice, were burning and exploding. Those flames were like the waves of the sea, carrying billions of kilograms of power, sweeping towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chen found that his head was buzzing. In his void Aeon dragon primordial spirit, the blood-colored Tao mark of massacre trembled again and again, as if it had finally been released. Long Chen's blood was burning all over. So hot. This feeling was similar to when he used the blood sacrifice in the past. It was just that after he became stronger, the blood sacrifice had hidden itself in his bloodline. However, Long Chen knew that these preliminary mystiques were just like the extreme universal finger. After he became stronger, they would be released bit by bit. Furthermore, this was their true appearance. Hiss. Power surged all over Long Chen's body. He felt an array appear under his feet, and within this array, blood-colored flames rose into the sky, surrounding him. This is the God refining fire. He couldn't explain it clearly. But Long Chen knew that this would be a Khanate Dao technique that was more powerful than the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, and it was also a bloodline mystique. Chapter 1761. The spirit refining fire was the fire of massacre. The fire was not like Mo Xiaolang's. It was a type of massacre and anger. The spirit refining fire was very compatible with Long Chen's current state of mind. As Long Chen became stronger, the massacre dragon seal and heaven slaughtering blood sword would also become stronger. However, the primordial blood spirit dragon had hundreds of millions of primordial runes, and he had hundreds of millions of Daos. Even the spirit refining fire was just a drop in the ocean. The appearance of the spirit refining fire made Long Chen overjoyed. He was immersed in the world of blood-red flames and could not recover for a long time. He knew that all the flames had been absorbed into his body. He was now in the late-stage nirvana tribulation realm. Although his cultivation level was still far from others, his battle power had already far surpassed the 7th-stage nirvana tribulation realm. To be able to reach this level at the 3rd-stage nirvana tribulation realm, Long Chen was an incredible legend even in the eternal God domain. It was just that no one knew his true cultivation level. He had thought that after the fire just now, everything around him would be destroyed. However, when he opened his eyes, he realized that everything was an illusion. The peak of Mount Dawn was still intact, but the sun had risen diagonally above his head. He stood up in a daze and checked his body. He was relieved to find that there had indeed been a huge change. Whether it was the increase in cultivation level or the appearance of the spirit refining fire, it was a guarantee that Long Chen's battle power had become stronger. The appearance of the time dragon, the spirit refining fire, and a large number of ancestral dragon Khanate Daos allowed Long Chen to gradually show that he was different from others and that he was superior. Looking in the direction of the mountain stream, Mo Xiaolang was still absorbing. His body was covered in flames, and it seemed that he would succeed soon. Long Chen was still worried about Lingxi. He came near the spiritual dragon cave. The 8 great heavenly swords formed a white sword formation, surrounding Lingxi in the middle. No one was allowed to approach. Lingxi was originally at the late stage of the 5th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and with the addition of the mountain snow lotus, she might directly trigger the calamity of the Hellfire Star Behemoth. That was why Long Chen was worried for her. Although it was fine now, there would be reincarnation tribulations in the future. Long Chen was confident in himself, but he really did not know what would happen to the others. Would he watch them leave him one by one? Long Chen knew that he could not do it. But from the looks of it, Lingxi was still very powerful. Under the encirclement of the 8 great heavenly swords, she had fully absorbed the nirvana spiritual energy from the 34 immortal marks. It was just that her speed was rather slow. From the looks of it, she would need a day to complete all of it. Long Chen looked at her with gratification. He sat down beside her and waited quietly, watching her transformation step by step. After about 4 hours, Mo Xiaolang appeared beside him. Like Long Chen, he had successfully approached the inner demon tribulation. It was just that his combat power was slightly weaker than Long Chen's. But it was still pretty good. Mo Xiaolang smiled faintly and sat down quietly to ponder his Tao of fire and Tao of devouring. The improvement of the heavenly Tao was the most fundamental. It was not a good thing for him to improve too quickly with Long Chen. What they had to face next was the inner demon tribulation. This was an unfathomable nirvana tribulation. It was no longer in the form of the cosmic beast, but came from underground, from the heart. It was rumored that 90% of people would die in the inner demon tribulation. This was because this tribulation was invisible, unfathomable, and extremely horrifying. Needless to say, the next level of the Big Dipper God mantra was simply a curse. Basically, those who could make it to the rebirth tribulation realm were monsters among monsters. Time passed. The snow-white light on Ling Shi's body and the cold sword intent grew stronger and stronger. Her peerlessly beautiful face was calm and peaceful, and as the milky white light circulated around it, it looked like white, warm jade, sparkling and translucent, as if it was the most beautiful work of art that only the heavens could create. A day passed quickly, and it was the second day in the blink of an eye. After coming to the eternal sacred realm, Lingxi's cultivation had grown the fastest. As long as she survived the infernal flame star beast tribulation, she would be a true nirvana tribulation realm cultivator. There was a huge difference between the bloodline of a god and a dragon martial artist. Long Chen was very curious to see how pure Lingxi's bloodline was. Based on the talent she had displayed so far, it was at least 10%, comparable to Su Yuyao and the others. When the sun rose the next day, the vast power in Ling Shi's body gradually calmed down. The 8 major celestial swords also returned to her fingers, turning into sword shadows that resembled the lines of her fingernails. This allowed Ling Shi to casually stretch out her hand, and when she could completely unleash the 8 major celestial swords, it would be even more terrifying. Buzz buzz. When she stood up, sword chi surged around her, and ordinary people did not dare to approach. Facing Long Chen, she opened her eyes, and in an instant, millions of sword chi shot out, giving Long Chen a lot of pressure. But after that, there was surprise and gentleness. She was like a child who was eager to get Long Chen's approval after completing a task. At this moment, she ran in front of Long Chen, stretched out her white arms, and wrapped them around Long Chen's neck, revealing a soul-stirring smile. Long Chen hugged her waist, smiled, and spun her a few times before putting her down. Chen, the infernal flame star beast is coming. Lingxi said with some pride. Good luck, it depends on your performance. Long Chen patted her perky butt, causing the beauty to chuckle. This time around, Long Chen was also not worried about Lingxi, otherwise, he would not have let Lingxi refine the 10,000 feet snow lotus flower. He liked to take risks, but he would never let Lingxi take the risk. As expected, the infernal flame star beast had arrived. Lingxi flew into the sky, her long dress fluttering in the wind like a blooming snow lotus. Her face was beautiful, and her eyes were full of confidence. This nirvana tribulation that made the 3 emperors of the 3 regions and 9 realms tremble in fear was just a process in Lingxi's eyes to become stronger. If they had not come to the eternal sacred domain, they would never have such growth. Looking at the goddess flying in the sky, Long Chen was a little dazed. This was the woman he had sworn to protect for life, and Long Chen was the center of all people. Long Chen's heart ached for her, and he did not want her to face everything, but if she did not become stronger, he was worried that one day, she would die under the nirvana tribulation. Therefore, he had to force himself, harden his heart, and give Lingxi motivation. He could also be the man behind Lingxi, and let her go out into the world. As expected, Lingxi's infernal flame star beast was still at the level of a normal person. The giant beast made of rocks and flames descended from the sky and charged toward them. A white sword array appeared under Lingxi's feet. She closed her eyes, not nervous at all because of the arrival of the infernal flame star beast. In her hands, 3 celestial swords appeared. They were the immortal slaying sword, the immortal slaying sword, and the immortal trapping sword. The 3 celestial swords danced around her. Sword kinesis divine art. Ling Shi placed her hands on her fingers and used the misty immortal sex imperial sword divine art. She didn't even need to use her hands to hold the heavenly sword, but the heavenly sword could move according to her will. With the imperial sword divine art's mastery, it wouldn't be a problem for Ling Shi to control billions of divine swords. And now, it was only the beginning. In a short moment, the infernal flame star beast rushed in front of Lingxi. She did not move and used the sword kinesis divine art. The 3 celestial swords rotated quickly around her, and the wind howled and the earth shook. Blizzard sword. When the infernal flame star beast arrived, Lingxi stretched out her hand and pointed. The 3 heavenly swords instantly evolved into billions of snowstorms, forming a ferocious swordsmanship formation. Countless snowflakes became the sharpest weapons. Before the Hellfire Astral Behemoth could approach, the snowstorm descended, the wind surged, and the sky changed color. Billions of snowstorm swords swept across the Hellfire Astral Behemoth, and the Hellfire Astral Behemoth was scattered under the impact of the snowstorm swords. The infernal flame star beast was furious, and a large amount of infernal star fire formed a flame shield in front of it. Ling Shi pointed with her sword again, and the blizzard sword was activated once more, frantically breaking through the Hellfire Star's fire shield. The dense blizzard sword all pounced on the Hellfire Star Behemoth's body, violently passing through it. The infernal flame star beast let out a shocking scream. In the next moment, Long Chen was shocked to see that the infernal flame star beast fell apart, turning into rock fragments that fell from the sky. For a moment, there was a flaming meteor shower. This was the fastest infernal flame star beast to be defeated. Before it could attack, it was destroyed by Lingxi. Long Chen found that he could no longer underestimate Lingxi. In the sky, she slowly retracted the sword formation. The power of nirvanic rebirth brought by the heavenly Tao gradually surrounded her, and then surged into her body, allowing Ling Shi to undergo nirvanic rebirth and rebirth once again. In that blood-yellow cocoon of light, Long Chen could sense that she was becoming stronger and stronger. And the flaming meteor drowned Mount Dawn. Mo Xiaolang opened his mouth and swallowed, and all the flames went into his mouth, turning into starry rocks. Otherwise, Mount Dawn would have been burned by the infernal star fire. Walking to Long Chen's side, Mo Xiaolang said in a daze, "Sister Lingxi seems to be getting more and more violent." Long Chen was startled, and he smiled helplessly. In the kingdom of God, Kitten laughed and said, "Someone is going to be miserable in the future. Sister-in-law Lingxi now has 8 heavenly swords in her hands. If someone dares to flirt with other women again, she will just casually cut him." Haha. It seems that the only gentle woman in this world is little sister Soiyan. When Soiyan heard this, she immediately winked and said, "Kitten cat, I'm going to tear your ears off, don't run." Long Chen could not be bothered to listen to their jokes. He stared blankly at Lingxi in the sky, watching her grow stronger step by step. He suddenly found himself full of happiness. I have such a woman in my life, willing to follow me through life and death, never abandoning me, without a word of complaint. What more can I ask for? If this was not happiness, then what was happiness? Chapter 1762. When Lingxi fully utilized the nirvanic rebirth ability brought about by the nirvanic tribulation, everything ended. Right now, although Lingxi's cultivation level was the highest, her strength and the nirvanic energy she possessed was the lowest among the 3. However, she had the help of the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly. Perhaps in battle, she would be able to display unexpected effects. After all, the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly was a rare ancient species. 2 people and 1 wolf stood together. This time's improvement made Long Chen's blood boil, especially the god-refining flame, which came from the deeper profoundness of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Together with the time-roaming dragon, they had almost become his trump cards. In terms of the time-roaming dragon alone, except for people like Su Zhen, who in the entire martial god ancient city could do anything to him. Today we have to celebrate, and tomorrow we will continue to work hard. Long Chen smiled gently. If he was not in this strange cage, he would not feel so much pressure. After coming to the eternal god domain, it was like he had been hit by a stick in the head. Night came quickly. While the 9 Hell fantasy butterfly, Kitten, and Soiyan were playing happily, Long Chen was alarmed. This kind of situation often happened. His first thought was to protect the weak, let Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi come to his side, and then see who came. If it was outside, he naturally did not need to live in such fear. The divine kingdom was boring, who would be willing to stay in it? Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang were the strongest lineup. They stood side by side, looking at the sky. At this time, several rays of light came from afar and landed on top of everyone's head in an instant. They did not immediately come down, but stood proudly in the sky. It was not Su Yuji, who came often, but another group of people. Long Chen had actually seen these people before. Su Yuyao had brought them here before, but there were only 5 of them. The leader was a youth wearing a purple robe. The stars on the robe flowed and emitted a dazzling light, as if he was wearing the entire starry sky on his body. This young man had an imposing appearance, delicate features, and was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were like the bright moon and stars, yet he also possessed a dense aura of a martial god. His cultivation base and disposition both surpassed those of his companions. Long Chen estimated that other than the battle Tao unique to the descendants of the martial god, this young man had also cultivated the Tao of stars similar to Han Yunxing. In addition, based on the comparison between his status and Su Yuyao's, this young man should be the same as Su Yuyao, a member of the Ancestral clan, the son of one of Su Zhen's brothers. As for the other 4, their cultivation was slightly lower. They were all in the late stage of the 7th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. They followed the purple-robed youth as their leader. They should be the young warriors of the branch family, the followers of the purple-robed youth. Looking at the purple-robed youth's age, he should be slightly younger than Su Yuyao. However, the children of the martial god bloodline ancestral family all had extremely high purity bloodlines. This purple-robed youth was no exception. He looked extraordinarily handsome, and was probably a killing machine in battle. At first, Long Chen did not know the purpose of this youth, but when he saw that the youth's gaze was on Lingxi, he knew that the thing he was worried about had come. Su Yuyao's previous provocation had finally taken effect, bringing trouble from the ancestral family to Long Chen. Moreover, Su Yuyao knew that Lingxi was definitely Long Chen's reverse scale. Perhaps the current her was laughing coldly in a corner somewhere. At this time, the purple-robed youth nodded to the 4 beside him. The 4 left his side and spread out to various parts of Mount Dawn. With the purple-robed youth's nod, they opened their divine kingdoms. Instantly, hundreds of millions of colorful flowers, all of which were immortal essences, burst out from their divine kingdoms like raindrops falling from the sky above Mount Dawn. At this moment, the entire night was bathed in an absolutely romantic brilliance. Even the stars in the sky were drowned by these sparkling flowers. The enchanting fragrance quickly swept over, refreshing the mind. A large amount of nirvana spiritual energy was emitted from these flowers. When combined, it was estimated that it was no less than a portion of immortal essence with 30 immortal marks. Such a boundless gift of flowers was the doing of the purple-robed youth. Bathed in the sea of flowers, he looked handsome and elegant, with a sincere smile on his face. He was like a prince who had just walked out of a dream, impeccable. Step by step, he walked in the direction of Lingxi. Countless beautiful flowers swirled around him, forming a magnificent path. This scene could only be described as beautiful to the extreme. The purple-robed youth's gaze and intoxicating smile never left Lingxi. He stopped when he was about 20 meters away from Long Chen and the others. At this time, Mount Dawn had already been submerged in the sea of flowers. The purple-robed youth was gentle and elegant. He said in a cool voice, "I am Su Yuchen, a descendant of the ancient city of Ares. My father is one of the 5 young city lords of the ancient city. He is ranked 4th, and his name is Su Chan Miss Lingxi. Please forgive me for my sudden visit today." So he was the son of the 4th. Of the 5 children of the ancient city of Ares, only the 5th was female. The other 4 were all male. Su Zhen was ranked 3rd among them. This Su Yuchen was Su Chan's son, so his status in the ancient city of Ares was probably similar to Su Yuyao's. The 2 of you probably already know me. That's right, I am young Master Chen. When Su Yuchen said this name, his expression was vaguely proud. He looked deeply and passionately at Lingxi, but he did not expect that neither Lingxi nor Long Chen would be moved. In fact, their hands were even clasped together. A trace of displeasure flashed in Su Yuchen's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and asked with a face full of smiles, "Miss Lingxi, are you satisfied with this greeting gift?" I spent 10 days collecting precious flowers from the territories of the 3 ancient cities of the descendants of gods. Some of these flowers are even primordial immortal essences. If they are placed in Mount Dawn, they will not wither. They can even turn Mount Dawn into a place with abundant nirvana spiritual chi like the inner city. There are a total of 99,999 flowers, which symbolize immortality. At this point, he thought that Lingxi and the others would be moved, but they still looked wary. He could only laugh and say, "I understand. Perhaps I have offended you today. I am truly sorry. It is just that I have seen Miss Lingxi once before, and I missed her so much that I couldn't eat or drink. My mind was filled with your beautiful figure, and my heart was filled with admiration. Today, I really could not control myself, so I came to Mount Dawn to express my feelings. Miss Lingxi, I am sure you are still not aware of it. But it is all right. Today, Yu Chen is only here to give me flowers, and nothing else. I wonder if Miss Lingxi can have a private chat with me for a while? If you agree, Yu Chen will be eternally grateful." His words were gentle and polite, showing the discipline of a descendant of a great clan. However, he also had the domineering attitude of a descendant of a great clan, coming uninvited and arrogant. His eyes were filled with passion and irresistible will as he stared at Lingxi. He wanted to have a private chat with Lingxi, and the only person standing in his way was Long Chen. Looking at Long Chen, he said, "Even though you are my third uncle's disciple, you are younger than me. Just call me Big Brother Chen. I have some things I would like to discuss with your sister alone. If you can leave for now, I will protect you in the inner city. What do you think?" Big Brother Chen. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't going to answer, the 4 who had been sprinkling flowers were starting to get anxious. "Hey, newcomer," one of them said, "come take a walk with us. Even if you're her older brother, it's not right to interrupt Brother Yu Chen and Miss Lingxi. Besides, there's no one else in the eternal life godly domain as outstanding as Brother Yu Chen." "That's right. Miss Lingxi is too shy to talk to you, right?" They chuckled and tried to put pressure on Long Chen. Su Yuchen was starting to get impatient when he saw that the 2 of them weren't listening to him. He had lived like a prince, and had pursued countless women. In his eyes, these 2 were nobodies who had popped out of nowhere. It was rare for them to meet someone as important as him, and he had already given them gifts and flattered them. All he wanted was a chance to have a private chat, and yet they were acting so coy. Su Yuyao had told them that Long Chen was Lingxi's big brother. "If I don't deal with this guy, she'll cause a lot of trouble. Besides, Su Zhen is forcing me to be his adopted son. That's basically giving me a chance to cause a scene. Why shouldn't I take advantage of my status? Why shouldn't I cause a scene?" As soon as he realized that, Long Chen felt like he was on fire. His suppression, his patience, under Su Yuchen's words and that lofty expression, began to crumble bit by bit. His eyes began to turn bloodshot, and his grip on Ling Xi's hand also tightened. "That's right. Why should I suppress myself? Since Su Zhen gave me this identity, he definitely won't let me be killed. Since that's the case, why should I make things difficult for myself? These people who think that they're the descendants of God are noble." There was even a murderous look in his eyes. Beside him, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang could clearly feel Long Chen's emotions. They were the ones who understood Long Chen the best. "Big brother, go ahead and cause trouble. Give them a headache, and no one will be able to do anything to you," Mo Xiaolang said to himself. As for Lingxi, she was even more determined. She only said one sentence: "You focus on dealing with him. I'll try to deal with 2 opponents." For her, who had just reached this realm, it was actually not easy to deal with 2 descendants of the martial god, even if they were from different families. But Long Chen believed that she would do well. Since he had decided, he would do it. Defeat them. Trip them up. Fight them. Make their blood boil. Let these experts witness the power of a true genius. Long Chen was not afraid of them. Even if he was the son of the young city lord and the grandson of the city lord, so what? They really could not defeat him. Chapter 1763. Su Yuchen didn't say anything, but the people from the branch family couldn't stand it anymore. Long Chen, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that just because you're the foster son of the fourth young master, you're on the same level as brother Yuchen? You better use your brain to understand that the person in front of you is a true descendant of the martial god bloodline. He's the son of young master Su Chan, the grandson of the city lord. He's not someone you can compare to. Su Yuchen stopped him from speaking. His gaze gradually turned cold, and he no longer cared about Long Chen. Instead, he said to Lingxi, Miss Lingxi, are you really not willing to do me the honor of coming? You're not even willing to talk to me in private on account of the precious flowers I've gifted you. His somewhat domineering gaze pressed down on Lingxi. Lingxi was a little angry. She didn't care about anything else and directly reached out to hold Long Chen's waist. She placed her face on his arm and said in a cold voice, I'll tell you two things. First, I don't care about these things, so please take them away. My original Mount Dawn is much more beautiful. Second, I'm not his sister, but his wife, his woman. We've already gotten married under the witness of our respective elders and the world. I'm a married woman now, so I won't accept any pursuits from anyone. If young master Su Yuchen can understand what I'm saying, please go back and tell your brothers about this. Don't come back anymore. It was rare for her to use such harsh words to deal with others. Especially when she said she was a married woman, it really moved Long Chen. Lingxi's resolute attitude was the best encouragement and support for him. When Lingxi finished speaking, Su Yuchen took 3 steps back. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Husband and wife? Why did Miss Yao say they're brother and sister? The other 4 landed beside Su Yuchen, and their expressions were also very interesting. They don't look like brother and sister. Turns out they're just a couple. A young girl who followed Su Yuchen looked at Long Chen and the others with disdain. Brother Yuchen, let's go. We've wasted our efforts. Miss Yao is truly despicable. As for that woman, she already belongs to someone else. Brother Yuchen, I'm sure you won't be interested in her. No matter how good someone else's things are, they're nothing but rotten cabbages. Seeing that Su Yuchen's emotions were fluctuating too much, the 4 of them hurriedly comforted him and wanted to send him away. Su Yuchen's face was filled with unwillingness. He glared at Long Chen and Lingxi. This was a huge blow to him, who had been preparing for this for a long time. What was even more unacceptable was that his target had already belonged to someone else. Su Yuchen breathed heavily. He had never suffered such a blow before, and his mind was a little muddled. As a man, Long Chen should stand out at this time. He coldly said, Su Yuyao is just fooling you. How could you believe her? But little she is right. Since you know the truth, you should quickly sever your thoughts in this regard. Also, his gaze shifted to the 2 young men and woman. He coldly said, what are you talking about? A couple of dogs? Rotten cabbages? That's what you said, right? Long Chen's domineering words made his opponents laugh. The 2 who spoke earlier laughed and pointed at Long Chen's nose. I knew it. This dog thinks he's ascending to the heavens in a single step after becoming young city lord Su Zhen's adopted son. Let me tell you, everyone without the martial god's bloodline is my Su clan slave. You guys are the same. Don't be so stupid that you can't even recognize reality and get killed by others. You're right. Nowadays, people really don't know shame. They're dreaming of becoming a phoenix. The woman from the branch family said in a sarcastic tone. That's right. Long Chen's gaze turned gloomy. Just as the other party was talking excitedly, Long Chen escaped into the river of time and instantly appeared in front of them. When he appeared, his right hand had already turned into a dragon claw and fiercely swept the faces of the 2 who spoke. Slap. Two loud sounds rang out. Then, two screams rang out. Under Long Chen's sudden and unexpected attack, the two of them were slapped in the face and fell to the ground. Their faces were covered in dirt and their faces were swollen, making them look like pig heads. Blood flowed from their wounds. Long Chen completed all this effortlessly. He returned to Lingxi's side, ignoring Su Yuchen. He looked at the two and said softly, "Watch your dog mouth. Next time, it won't be as simple as slapping your face." Apart from the screams of the two, there was no other sound. Su Yuchen and the others raised their heads in disbelief, looking at Long Chen in shock. "You actually dared to attack my people." Su Yuchen spent a great deal of effort to say these words. The other two's eyes were round as if they had seen something unbelievable. Long Chen smiled lightly, saying, "I just hit two dogs. What's so surprising about that? In the War God Galaxy, when I poured the sea frog venom into Su Yuyao's mouth, she could only cry and scream. It's such a simple matter. Why wouldn't I dare to deal with two pieces of trash?" These words made Su Yuchen and the others take a few steps back. The two who were hit staggered to their feet. They were flustered and exasperated, crying, "Brother Yuchen, I can't stand it anymore. That's right. This outsider dares to be so arrogant in the land of the descendants of gods. He's simply too arrogant. I was actually beaten by a slave. If word of this gets out, how am I supposed to live in the world? That's right, we can't take it anymore. At the very least, we have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, Brother Yuchen, you'll be the laughing stock of others. Those people will say that you were scared off by this guy who popped out of nowhere and scurried away with your tail between your legs. That's enough, trash." At this time, Su Yuchen roared angrily. His body exuded a strong evil aura, completely different from before. He glared at Long Chen. Today's situation was something he could never have imagined. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and asked coldly, "Long Chen, can I take your previous actions as provocation and challenge me?" "Yes," Long Chen replied quickly and concisely. Su Yuchen raised his head and sneered, "You have too many troubles. You want to defeat me to establish your prestige and let your name resound in our Su family. You want everyone to look up to you and then you can ascend to the heavens in a single step, right?" "Yes." Long Chen looked straight into his eyes and replied with a single word. "Very good, very good." Su Yuchen took a deep breath. He was confirming whether or not he was clear-headed. After he calmed down, he said, "Then I'll give you a fair chance to fight. I'm 20 years younger than Su Yuyao and just reached the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. You're about to challenge her, so I'll fight before her. Let's see how capable you are. I'll give you a fair fight. The four of you, get out of my way." One of them said, "That won't do. We should surround him and take the opportunity to subdue that Lingxi, bullshit, scram." Su Yuchen roared. However, when he saw Lingxi's vigilant gaze, his heart burned with anger. He asked Long Chen, "Do you dare to fight?" The other party was clearly a narrow-minded person, but he still wanted to act as if he was fair. It really made Long Chen feel disgusted. At this moment, he silently took out the god-slaying sword and Lingxi sword and held them in front of his chest. "Act according to your capabilities." Long Chen reminded Lingxi. "I can do it." Lingxi smiled sweetly with boundless gentleness. "Help me take care of little Shi." Long Chen reminded Mo Xiaolang. "Don't worry, big brother. I'll beat that idiot flat." Mo Xiaolang said without any pressure. They were going to cause a ruckus that would cause a commotion in the martial god ancient city. Who said that the young city lord's children couldn't do it? Su Yuyao couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Since they were going to do it, they had to do it with a bang. The three of them were ready for battle. "The two of you deal with one. Subdue Lingxi and the desolate beast she tamed. I'll play with this Long Chen." Su Yuchen said coldly. "Yes." The other four were overjoyed. No matter how they looked at it today, their strength was definitely overwhelming. This battle was on the verge of breaking out. Lingxi was near the spirit dragon cave. She used heaven and earth as a formation. 8 heaven swords were still in her fingers. Wherever she went, sword chi surrounded her. 2 late-stage Nirvana Tribulation warriors jumped into the range of her sword shadows. The sun-devouring demonic wolf expanded its huge body to fight the other 2. Xiao Lang was unsurprisingly victorious. After all, he had defeated Li Chongfeng previously. With him paying attention to the movements over there, Long Chen could finally face this young expert with the martial god's bloodline for the first time. Su Yuchen's body was covered in starlight. A flame-like galaxy coiled around his body. Although he was at the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, the martial god's bloodline was a descendant of a god. He had innumerable methods. The bloodline of a god was much stronger than ordinary warriors, even surpassing most dragon warriors. Long Chen held 2 swords in his hands. His body was covered in blood-red scales and barbs. He looked extremely ferocious. At this moment, his aura was cold and fierce. Blood surged. The 2 swords, one in front and one behind, were definitely super-killing weapons. Su Yuchen sneered and waved his fists in the air. The pure martial god's bloodline gave him extraordinary comprehension of the Tao of battle. He practiced his martial Tao in the air. With a punch and a kick, space trembled. A formless pressure came from the wild aura of the martial Tao. It had a certain impact on Long Chen. This Su Yuchen had 2 Tao seals. Martial Tao seal, Star Tao seal. Martial Tao seal in his right hand, Star Tao seal in his left. For a moment, he looked like a god. Star flames burst out from his left eye, extremely similar to the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Huff. At this moment, his aura had risen to the extreme. Long Chen bent his body. His streamlined muscles and the terrifying power of his body could be clearly seen. Hiss. When Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang both attacked, Su Yuchen and Long Chen started fighting at the same time. Su Yuchen first used his right hand to deal with Long Chen. This was the martial Tao that the martial god's bloodline was most proficient in. When he waved his fist, heaven and earth trembled. Martial god. Dragon fist. With a loud explosion, Su Yuchen's hand was surrounded by 81 divine dragons. He punched out, causing Mount Dawn to tremble. Chapter 1764. The martial god Dragon Fist was a Khanate Tao technique passed down from the martial god's bloodline. It was executed using the Tao of battle and had little to do with dragons. However, the pure Tao inherited from the martial god brought boundless power. Su Yuchen punched out. It looked simple and ordinary, but in the blink of an eye, it descended on Long Chen's head. An astonishing golden light burst out from his right eye, forming a huge impact on Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the martial god Dragon Fist had already become a huge threat to him. The power of this punch was much stronger than Xiong Ba's War Demon Fist. If it hadn't been refined by the Kunming grass, Long Chen probably wouldn't have been able to take this punch. In Su Yuchen's right eye, Long Chen seemed to see a god. It was a peerless god of war who wore golden armor and held a golden spear. He had 18 clones, and the guy in front of him was his bloodline descendant. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the martial god Dragon Fist had already dealt a devastating blow to him. Long Chen could almost see Su Yuchen's mocking face. However, did he think he could defeat him like this? Long Chen gripped both swords tightly. The Lingxi sword became the heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Ancient slaughter runes revolved around it, and it was filled with killing intent. The god-slaying sword in his left hand was hidden under his armpit. The Lingxi sword had a rare primordial spirit slaughter ability, and the heavenly slaughtering blood sword was a mystique belonging to the ancestral dragon. Under the dual use of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, Long Chen's powerful physical strength and the power of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword clashed directly against the martial god dragon fist. Rip. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword clashed with the opponent's vast energy. The collision was shocking. Even though Long Chen used the heavenly slaughtering blood sword in his human form, he wasn't any weaker than his opponent. After all, this was a mystique from the ancestral dragon. As for the Lingxi sword's unique soul slaughter ability, it had unknowingly defeated Su Yuchen and injured his soul. It could be said that at the beginning of the battle, Long Chen had directly used the heavenly slaughtering blood sword to cut apart his opponent's martial god dragon fist. However, this was only the beginning. After breaking through the martial god dragon fist, Long Chen's figure moved rapidly. He used the time dragon and the god-slaying sword's fastest god-slaying art. His eyes, body, and heart overlapped as he disappeared rapidly. When he reappeared, the god-slaying sword was already in front of Su Yuchen. That malevolent sword of death took advantage of Lingxi's murderous intent and slashed towards Su Yuchen. Long Chen's continuous attacks could only be described as astonishing. Su Yuchen did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. He was still in pain from his soul when his opponent had already arrived in front of him. Drink. The god-slaying art was extremely fast. A ray of gray light swept over, its target Su Yuchen's smooth neck. Su Yuchen was taken aback. As soon as he tried to resist, he saw Long Chen's cold gaze. His eyes became illusory. Eternal. Instant. When all the killer moves were combined, the attack formed was rather terrifying. Although Su Yuchen was only blocked by the eternal instant for a moment, at that moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword slashed across his neck at lightning speed. If Su Yuchen had not frantically and fearfully broken free from the eternal instant and retreated a little, his neck would have been cut off by Long Chen in that instant. Even so, half of his neck was severed, and the remaining half was stuck to his torso. Su Yuchen's throat had been severed. Naturally, he did not even have the strength to scream. He had almost killed him, but Long Chen did not stop. The dual sword technique allowed him to better use the two swords in his hands. Lingxi's sword stabbed violently at her opponent from another angle. Su Yuchen was shocked. At this critical moment, he did not dare to be careless anymore. He used a large amount of immortal essence to recover from his injuries. On the other hand, a shocking Dao treasure appeared in his left hand. It was a sword of stars. He swung the sword down, and a terrifying sword aura with raging flames rushed towards Long Chen. Under this sword chi, if Long Chen continued to fight, it would only result in a lose-lose situation. Thus, he could only retreat. As soon as the battle started, he had already gained the upper hand and firmly suppressed his opponent. In that case, he would be able to suppress his opponent a second time and a third time. The two retreated. Long Chen stood on a big tree, the two swords in his hands hanging down. Blood dripped from the god-slaying sword. This warrior covered in blood-colored dragon scales was like a death god from hell, cold and emotionless. After using a large amount of rare immortal essences, Su Yuchen finally managed to heal his neck in the shortest time possible. However, because the god-slaying sword was the key to the sword of death, a scar had formed on his neck. It would probably take a few years for it to disappear. To Su Yuchen, this was definitely a great humiliation. After recovering, he panted heavily and glared at Long Chen. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His bulging eyeballs were bloodshot with hatred. How is this possible? The experts from the branch family who were fighting Lingxi and the sun-devouring dire wolf were also watching the battle. They saw an unbelievable scene. How did Long Chen do it? If it wasn't for the arranged battle between Long Chen and Su Yuyao, they wouldn't have known that Long Chen was so powerful. They originally thought that they had overestimated him, but they didn't expect that they had still underestimated him. This guy could force Su Yuyao into such a predicament and cause a storm in the inner city. He was definitely a ruthless person. But he has angered Brother Yuchen. When Brother Yuchen shows his full strength, that will be the real battle. Yes, he is more proficient in the stellar sword Dao. He has already taken out the Hellfire stellar sword. While they were chattering, Long Chen was already staring at his opponent's weapon. Without a doubt, it was an ancient Dao treasure. Hellfire stellar sword. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that it was a transparent sword of light with astral energy circulating within it. There were a total of 9 blazing stars embedded on the blade, and one could vaguely see the Hellfire Star behemoth roaring. This Hellfire Star sword burned with the Hellfire Star flames, and its power was astonishing. Around the hilt of the sword, there were a total of 40 Dao runes. Half of the 8 great sky swords. This Hellfire stellar sword was definitely a supreme treasure among the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Many late-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm warriors did not have a Dao treasure of this level. But Su Yuchen had already familiarized himself with the burning Hellfire stellar sword. He recovered and pointed the scorching Hellfire stellar sword at Long Chen. Panting heavily, his face was ashen. He growled in a low voice, "I underestimated you just now. You are qualified to be my opponent. Let's fight." Boom. Shocking power rippled out in all directions. The surroundings became a sea of Hellfire stellar fire. To be able to collect the Hellfire stellar fire and create a Dao treasure, the creator was definitely a genius. Su Yuchen was proficient in the stellar sword Dao. He was like a fish in water when using the Hellfire stellar sword. His combat power soared terrifyingly. Coupled with his Nirvana power of the 8th Nirvana Tribulation realm, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Moreover, this descendant of the martial god still had many bloodline abilities that he had not used. However, Long Chen did not even frown. He bent his body and his expression was cold, ready to fight. Su Yuchen held the divine sword in his hand and soared into the sky. Wherever he went, the hellfire would engulf him. His shining body was very dazzling in the night sky. Pointing the sword at Long Chen, he was guided by an invisible force and also soared into the sky. Boom! With the sound of weapons clashing, the two began an intense battle. With the Hellfire stellar sword, Su Yuchen had finally caught up to Long Chen's level. He could guarantee that he would not be defeated in a short period of time in a battle with Long Chen. He even attacked. The power of the Hellfire stellar sword was something that Long Chen was afraid of, but at the same time, it excited Long Chen. The god-slaying sword went crazy and kept using the heaven-slaughtering blood sword to clash with his opponent. Every now and then, he would tear off a piece of flesh from the Hellfire stellar sword. 9 Yang Divine Sword. Su Yuchen was shrouded in the Hellfire stellar fire. His whole body was golden and he looked like a god. He drew a circle with the Hellfire stellar sword in his hand and 9 suns formed above Long Chen's head. Within the suns, countless Hellfire stellar sword chi exploded and formed a densely packed stellar fire cage, trapping Long Chen within. Your lowly bloodline dares to compete with me, the descendant of the martial god? How can my noble bloodline lose to your ridiculous, non-existent worm? There are no dragons in this world. There are only gods, and we are the sons of gods. Su Yuchen laughed coldly. Is that so? He had angered the pride in Long Chen's heart. He could have dodged, but Long Chen seemed to have gone crazy. He held his swords horizontally and turned them into a wheel. The violent power struck again and again. The power that could topple mountains and overturn seas formed a terrifying impact. Finally, at the last moment, the 9 suns were completely destroyed. Heaven's slaughtering blood sword. Both swords were imbued with the ancestral dragon mystique and they slashed down. Su Yuchen swept the Hellfire stellar sword. The swords with 9 Dao patterns and no Dao patterns were not weaker than the Dao tools with 40 Dao patterns. The Hellfire star sword was filled with flames with terrifying destructive power. At this moment, the sun-devouring demon wolf roared and the Hellfire stellar sword was swallowed by it. Long Chen's swords slashed down violently. The Lingxi sword pierced the spirit essence, while the god-slaying sword specialized in killing Dao tools. With a terrifying tremor, Su Yuchen was smashed into the ground and the Hellfire Stellar Sword flew out of his hand. Long Chen charged down violently and snatched the Hellfire Stellar Sword. In front of Su Yuchen, he pressed the Hellfire Stellar Sword to the ground and suppressed the sword's rampage. Then, he raised the God-slaying sword. Do you know what he is? He is the natural enemy of Dao tools. After saying this, the God-slaying sword was like a child. It held a knife and stabbed the Hellfire Stellar Sword over and over again. Let go. Su Yuchen recovered and he used force to summon the Hellfire Stellar Sword. It flew out of his hand and returned to his hand. Chapter 1765. It was a very thin crack that was almost indistinguishable. However, Su Yuchen understood what it meant. For a sword-shaped doctrine weapon like this to have such a crack, it was basically equivalent to being destroyed. If he had only been angry before, he was now twitching. He stared blankly at the Hellfire Star's sword in his hand. He stared at the 9 blazing stars embedded in the sword. His mind was blank and he could not believe it. Who would have thought that Long Chen's God-slaying sword could actually shatter the Hellfire Star's sword? Long Chen stood before him. He roughly understood how Su Yuchen would feel after his doctrine weapon was destroyed. However, Su Yuchen had asked for it. Long Chen was also burning with rage because of what Su Yuchen had said. Su Yuchen had said that divine dragons were illusory and that there were only gods in this world. There had never been dragons. This was an insult to Long Chen's faith. It was already kind of Long Chen to not kill him. However, this battle was far from over. Su Yuchen panted heavily. The more he looked at the Hellfire Star's sword, the redder his eyes became. This guy was about to go crazy. At this stage of the battle, Long Chen had never felt any fear. While Su Yuchen was still struggling and going crazy, he attacked again. With lightning speed, both swords slashed down crazily, slashing at Su Yuchen's Hellfire Star's sword again and again. The God-slaying sword displayed an incomparably terrifying side, biting off pieces of flesh from Su Yuchen's body. Under Long Chen's powerful attack, Su Yuchen's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Long Chen and retreated step by step. Long Chen was too fast. All he could do was defend. At that moment, the 9 fiery stars exploded and a large amount of Hell's starfire swept across the surroundings. Just as the entire Mount Dawn was about to be destroyed, Mo Shaolang swallowed all the Hell's starfire into his stomach at that moment. The Hellfire Star sword exploded violently, turning into dust in front of Long Chen's eyes. All of it was greedily swallowed by the God-slaying sword. Long Chen put the God-slaying sword on his back and hurriedly retreated away from the crazed Su Yuchen. He could feel that there were Dao patterns forming on the hilt of the God-slaying sword. When the 10th Dao pattern was formed, the God-slaying sword underwent a major transformation. One of the eyes of the skull on the sword hilt lit up and emitted a green light. This green light was awe-inspiring, terrifying, cold, and filled with an endless aura of death. When this eye opened, the surroundings instantly sank into a gloomy atmosphere. Most people felt a chill in their hearts, as if there was an invisible ghost clawing at their hearts. As Long Chen held on to the God-slaying sword, he still felt his hair stand on end. The power of the God-slaying sword had undergone a huge transformation. From an ancient Dao weapon, it had become an ancient Dao weapon. Next, it was the 11th Dao pattern. The 12th Dao pattern was a huge leap. After devouring the 40 pattern Dao artifact, the God-slaying sword had grown to a total of 21 Dao patterns. It had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Even the God-slaying art had changed a lot. Perhaps it was only now that the God-slaying sword revealed its true glory. A dark aura surged from the God-slaying sword into his body. Long Chen gripped the God-slaying sword tightly, and the surging power of death emanated from it. The God-slaying sword was also an extremely mysterious sword. It had come from the city Lord of the Wronged, and the city lord of the wronged had been an overlord of the eternal sacred realm many years ago. As the god-slaying sword underwent a terrifying transformation, Su Yuchen knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with grief as he looked at the fragments of the Hellfire Star Sword. He stood up, his body brimming with endless killing intent. Long Chen, I will send you to hell. His voice was so hoarse that it didn't even sound like his own. While their battle was one-sided, an equally fierce battle was taking place on the other two sides. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already dealt with two opponents. Although he did not kill them, he had temporarily trapped them with the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire. Meanwhile, Ling Shi was fighting fiercely with the other two. She was not as strong as Mo Xiaolang, so she could only barely withstand the attacks of two people. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already gone to help her. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and focused on facing Su Yuchen. This was not a weak opponent. He spread his arms, suddenly filled with confidence. He laughed coldly and said, "Brothers, let's show these idiots the power of the gods in our bloodline." Yes. The Su family members who were fighting suddenly became enthusiastic. Your opponent is me. Su Yuchen stood in front of Long Chen, as if he was talking in his sleep. He spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. On his body, a golden formation diagram from the primordial era suddenly appeared. There were countless golden runes on it, and they were cryptic. However, the divine energy of desolation swept out, causing people to tremble. Su Yuchen's face twisted as he roared at Long Chen. "And, we have the blessings of our ancestors. We have the blood of the gods in our veins. We are the true descendants of the gods. Although it's very troublesome to use this power every time, and we can only use it once or twice a month, it's still very satisfying." He looked at Long Chen hysterically. His eyes bulged as he said coldly, "Then, I'll let you, a filthy dragon warrior, witness the blood of our gods, boil." Boom. The golden spell formations exploded on the 5 of them. Among them, Su Yuchen's was the brightest. For a moment, the light covered Long Chen's vision. Su Yuchen's body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. It was an unknown transformation. As his blood boiled, his power increased rapidly, and gradually reached the level of the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Continue. The destruction of the Hellfire Star Sword had caused Su Yuchen to lose face. If he did not kill Long Chen today, he would not rest. Their blood began to boil and their strength skyrocketed. Even the two people who were trapped by Mo Xiaolang had broken free from the 9 nether demon ancestral flames shackles. Explode. For a moment, Mount Dawn was unrecognizable. Long Chen gritted his teeth. This was a good place that they had painstakingly built, but these guys destroyed it so casually. When the golden diagram exploded, Su Yuchen's strength had risen to its limit. Moreover, this was probably an ultimate increase without many side effects. It was truly amazing to be able to use such a huge increase at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Especially Su Yuchen, whose strength had risen the most. This should be the most fundamental reason why the descendants of gods are so powerful. They can make their blood boil and inherit the power of their ancestors. They are so strong. The destruction of Mount Dawn had caused more and more trouble. How could Long Chen not feel the strong killing intent of the opponents? However, the one Long Chen was most worried about was not himself, but Ling Shi. This was because Ling Shi had originally only been able to block 2 people. After the other party became stronger, her strength was quickly stretched. When Long Chen turned his head to look, the 2 cultivators had already completed the process of their divine blood seething and were launching ferocious attacks at Ling Shi. The 2 martial artists wielded a blue war spear and a large red seal respectively. They launched devastating attacks at Ling Shi. Ling Shi used the sword net formed by the 8 heavenly swords to block their attacks, but after her divine blood began to boil, the strength of the other party skyrocketed, to the point where it seemed endless. The sudden increase in attacks could be said to have broken through Ling Shi's limits, causing her sword net to be in imminent danger. Long Chen clearly saw that in this instant, her face started to pale, but she still gritted her teeth. Now that Lingxi was in danger, Long Chen wanted to go over and help her. But at this time, Su Yuchen's speed increased as he arrived in front of him. He mocked, "Your opponent is me, no one can go over." When Long Chen was in a hurry, he would not waste words. So what if he had God's spirit blood? So what if there were no side effects? In front of the ancestral dragon, it was all trash. Long Chen's body moved, and he disappeared into the river of time. This was the first time he had used this skill in front of Su Yuchen. He had used it once before, but it had been very short, and Su Yuchen had not been able to see what was going on. When Long Chen disappeared in front of him, Su Yuchen was stunned. Long Chen. He hurriedly turned around, but Long Chen had disappeared. In the distance, Ling Shi was still bitterly holding on. The attacks of the two opponents had broken through her sword net, and Ling Shi could only use the misty immortal track to change her figure. There were a few times when her opponent's attacks brushed past her. In terms of nirvana force, Ling Shi was too much weaker than them. The fact that she was able to fight until now showed that she was quite talented. "Brother Yuchen, tell us not to hold back." Yes. The two attackers found an opportunity, and their attacks were merciless. The red seal descended from the sky, and countless Tao patterns lit up. Lingxi could only control 3 celestial swords at the moment, and 2 of them were sent flying by the seal. The other person was overjoyed. He held a blue spear and stabbed it towards Lingxi's throat. He laughed and said, "Sorry, I got it first." His voice came to a stop after he said the word. Swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared behind him, and with a tearing sound, the god-slaying sword swept past his neck, separating his head from his body. Ugh! The martial artist's body fell to the ground, and there was no more movement. At this time, Lingxi had successfully sent the other opponent flying. Like a ghost, Long Chen appeared behind her with 2 bloody swords in his hands. He passed the god-slaying sword to his other hand, and hugged Lingxi from behind with one hand. He pulled her into his embrace very tightly. Long Chen's heart was beating very fast. If he had been a step slower, Lingxi would have been in danger. Chen. Feeling that familiar warmth, Lingxi returned from her shock to his gentle harbor, and her heart calmed down. Chapter 1766. Long Chen hugged the beauty in his arms and turned his gaze to the martial art practitioner who had been hit. The situation had been too urgent previously, so Long Chen had not controlled his attack. Just as the god-slaying sword had struck the other party, the god-slaying sword had gone berserk and destroyed all the vitality in the other party's body, achieving the effect of killing him in one blow. In reality, Long Chen had no intention of killing him. His original intention was to teach him a lesson. It was just that he had been too anxious just now, and the god-slaying sword had formed 21 Tao patterns and become a primordial Tao artifact. Its lethality had increased by too much, and Long Chen had not noticed it at first. In addition, he was worried about Ling Shi's safety, so he had killed one person. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they saw the corpse on the ground with its eyes wide open. Long Chen made a prompt decision and let Imo Shaolang and Lingxi enter the God Nation. The other 4 walked over to the corpse. "He's dead," one of the Su family disciples told Su Yuchen after checking. Su Yuchen didn't grieve. Instead, he laughed and looked at Long Chen with schadenfreude. "I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to deal with you. Look at you now. You're asking for it. Even I don't have the right to kill them at will. You, on the other hand, killed them the moment you attacked. Although this brat is nothing compared to me, there are several reincarnation tribulation experts in the clan." The other 3 looked at each other in shock and anger. If they had been in Long Chen's position, they would have died without a doubt. But since he had killed his own people, as long as the elders appeared, Long Chen could continue to be arrogant. "The 3 of you, carry his corpse back." I will fight with this person here, Su Yuchen ordered coldly. The others did not want to stay here. Now that someone had died, they had to go back and complain. Longchen wasn't frightened by this matter. Wasn't Su Zhen always mysterious? He wanted to kill someone and see what Su Zhen would do. As for Su Yuchen, after the others left, only he and Longchen were left in the dilapidated Mount Dawn. Su Yuchen walked up to him and said, "Let's continue. We haven't decided the winner yet. Don't tell me you're already frightened." The opponent was getting stronger and stronger with the help of seething divine blood. It was even comparable to Su Yuyao's power of nirvana. If I don't let you understand, you won't know the difference between a true descendant of a god and a dragon warrior like you, even if it's a super divine dragon. Not only can I use boiling divine blood, but I can also accept the will of a true god. Su Yuchen spread his arms and shouted, "That is the will of a true god, comparable to the heavens and earth. You won't understand it at all. You are a rare and difficult opponent that I have met, and I can use you to test my newly awakened ability." Longchen did not transform into a dragon. He held the Spirit Dawn sword in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of his chest, while his right hand held the god-slaying sword behind him. It looked simple, but in fact, it was full of killing intent. He held the Lingxi sword in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of his chest. His right hand held the god-slaying sword behind him. It looked simple, but it was actually full of killing intent. When Su Yuchen saw him as a difficult opponent, he also saw Su Yuchen as a difficult opponent. Soon, Su Yuchen closed his eyes. On his body, the golden martial Dao patterns were like tattoos, appearing all over his body. Even his face had golden patterns. This was the unique symbol of the martial god's bloodline. On his body, Longchen discovered an indescribable radiance. It was as if the entire world had gathered on his body. It was as if this person had the power to control the world. His words were law. If he wanted the world to change color, he didn't even need to lift a finger. The originally ordinary Su Yuchen had transformed out of thin air. He had a temperament that made Longchen feel awe. This must be the temperament of a deity. As a descendant of a deity, he could at most imitate it. But even so, Su Yuchen's performance was not simple. Hua. When he opened his eyes, his golden gaze seemed to pierce through the world. Buzz. Longchen felt a burst of ringing in his ears. The Su Yuchen before him seemed to have grown countless times larger, towering between the heavens and the earth. He had transformed into an ancient giant standing before him, bringing him endless mental pressure. "I am a primordial god. You lowly thieves dare to invade my home and bully my descendants? Hurry up and die." Longchen felt like he had been struck by lightning. His ears were ringing, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The opponent's pressure felt like the whole sky was pressing on his head. It was extremely heavy. He even had the urge to kneel down and worship him. He could not even see Su Yuchen. He was in torture. This was probably the martial god's will. Inheriting the will of a deity was a special method of descendants of a deity. If it was anyone else, they would have long since been scared out of their wits. However, Longchen was an extremely prideful person. His bloodline was the proudest bloodline in the world since ancient times. Even the will of a god might not be able to subdue him. This was because, in his eyes, gods were not supreme beings. Only the ancestral dragon stood at the peak. Boom. The undying will in his bones exploded. Longchen let out a crazy roar in his most desperate moment. The opponent's martial god's will was nothing more than a primordial spirit pressure. Longchen's primordial spirit was the Void Universe Dragon. The Void Universe Dragon looked mysterious, but when provoked, it was terrifying. The furious roar directly shattered Su Yuchen's martial god will, causing everything he had built to crumble. At that moment, Su Yuchen was going crazy. He had never seen anyone who could resist the martial god's will. Boom. Su Yuchen took a few steps back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The god spirit halo around him gradually faded. Only the amplification of God's blood was still there. Longchen acted as if nothing had happened. But he could not let Su Yuchen go just like that. He had provoked him. Of course, Su Yuchen would not let this go. He looked at Longchen with extreme shock and said, "I have never seen someone at your level be able to resist my martial god's will. If that is the case, I can only use my god's blood to defeat you." Buzz. He did as he said. He mobilized his power. The golden lines changed on his body. His god's blood continued to boil and his power continued to explode. Su Yuchen gathered a fist and attacked again. 3 primordial punches. First punch, martial breaks mountains and rivers. This 3 primordial punches was a connate path technique that was even more profound than the martial god dragon fist. Su Yuchen could only use this move when his god's blood was boiling. The martial god's fist moved. One of the mountains in Mount Dawn was crushed. Countless rocks flew towards Longchen. With an explosion, Longchen and the mountains he was on disappeared. To be honest, after this guy's god's blood was boiling, Longchen could not defeat him with his normal power. Su Yuchen stood in the wind and laughed. "Longchen, how much longer can you hide? If you're a man, then come out." "Longchen, how much longer can you hide? Come out now if you're a man." As soon as he said this, he felt a fatal danger behind him. He abruptly turned his head and saw a blood-red figure enveloped in a blazing dragon-shaped flame. It was a pure blood-red flame. It wasn't big, nor was it terrifying. In fact, it didn't even feel like it was burning. However, it was this dragon-shaped flame that made Su Yuchen inexplicably suck in a breath of cold air. "You have God's blood too?" Su Yuchen asked in a daze. He could sense that Longchen's body was emitting a fluctuation similar to the seething god's blood. The blood-colored flame had actually given him a huge boost. The degree of this boost surpassed Su Yuchen's seething god's blood. These burning blood-colored flames were extremely similar to the blood sacrificial flames from back then. But this time, the blood sacrifice fire had been reborn from the ashes. The dragon-shaped flame that Longchen controlled now was the God-refining flame. The spirit cultivation fire was a flame that could improve one's strength for a short period of time without any side effects. Every time he used the blood sacrifice fire, his strength would regress. But now, Longchen did not have to worry at all. He did not even have to use the god's blood boil a few times a month. But the effect of the spirit cultivation fire was not so simple. It was not only used on himself, but also on the enemy. Longchen waved his hands. His blood-red flame dragon head roared and coiled around his arm. The spirit cultivation fire burned on the Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword. Again. Longchen only said 2 words. Su Yuchen sneered in anger. He developed the fist Dao and danced in the air. Dense fist shadows formed around him. When he punched out the last punch, the sky changed color. 3 primordial punches, 3rd punch, Python swallows antiquity. This punch created a vortex, and the vortex was like a sky-devouring python. It was formed from the martial god's fist intent, and it formed a power that could devour the heavens. Everywhere it passed by, everything in its path was destroyed. The god's blood boil was extremely strong. This was the strongest move that Su Yuchen had ever used. At this moment, Longchen's expression didn't change. He was bathed in the dragon-shaped spiritual refinement fire as he charged towards the strongest punch of the 3 primordial punches. His figure was undoubtedly tiny compared to the sky-devouring giant python. However, when the blood-colored flame rushed in, countless blood-colored sword chi shot out and pierced the sky-devouring giant python. Longchen. Su Yuchen was defeated. Swoosh 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 swoosh. A blood-red shadow appeared. Su Yuchen realized that he was already enveloped in the blood-red flames. Just as he realized it, he was in unparalleled pain. He let out an earth-shattering scream. Under the burning of the spirit cultivation fire, his nirvana power burned rapidly. In a short moment, a large amount of it disappeared and his cultivation seemed to have regressed by a level. This was the destructive power of the spirit cultivation fire. It was absolutely shocking and terrifying. If Longchen wanted to, he could make his cultivation return to zero. But he did not do so. He just wanted to teach Su Yuchen a lesson. Of course, from today onwards, Su Yuchen was no longer qualified to fight against him. Longchen slashed out 16 times and carved an ancient dragon character on Su Yuchen's chest. This was to tell Su Yuchen that dragons existed in this world. They definitely existed. Chapter 1767. It had no side effects, and it could burn the enemy's nirvana energy, causing the enemy's strength to regress. This was the heaven-defying power of the spirit-refining flame. It could be said that the ferocity and power of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was completely revealed after the spirit-refining flame. Its rule was to kill, and no one could compare to it. There was nothing more terrifying than having one's strength regress. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't have to experience such a nightmare. At this time, Su Yuchen, who had fallen to the ground, had been burnt black by the spirit-refining flame. He rolled on the ground, howling in pain. On one hand, it was physical pain, and on the other hand, it was spiritual pain. He could clearly feel the strength in his body dissipating. That was the strength that he had painstakingly cultivated for Longchen. Su Yuchen was still conscious. In extreme pain, he hurriedly stood up and looked at Longchen with his burnt face. He said in disbelief, "You actually have a demonic technique. You deserve to die, my nirvana energy. I'm going to tell my father and ask him to kill you on the spot, you bastard." Longchen said, "You can't do it yourself, so you have to look for your father. It seems that no matter what, the real trash is still you. Is this the so-called god's descendant?" Su Yuchen coughed a few times. Su Yuchen coughed a few times. He retreated while laughing loudly, as if his throat was about to be torn apart. He said, "You killed a descendant of one of the 18 branch families, and even caused my cultivation to regress. Such evil deeds, even if you become my third uncle's adopted son, you will still suffer the harsh family laws. Longchen, you will definitely be crippled. Just watch, your fate will be much worse than mine. With your lowly bloodline, you still dare to fight me?" Suffering such a crushing defeat, and to such a small fry, was a heavy blow to Su Yuchen. His mind was in a state of complete chaos, and his eyes were bloodshot. His nirvana force had already regressed back to the 7th stage of the nirvana tribulation realm. Although this kind of injury could be made up with a huge amount of precious immortal essence, it could also cause his foundation to be damaged, and he would not be able to face the next stage of the nirvana tribulation. Even if he could face it, there would already be a hole in his foundation, and he would need a lot of time to recuperate. He would definitely be left behind by others. Therefore, Su Yuchen's desire for all of this was just a dream. His hands trembled as he pointed at Longchen. He was very confused. Under such circumstances, Longchen could still remain calm. Longchen could vaguely feel the arrival of many warriors. Moreover, they were all powerhouses of the war god inner city. The 3 branch family youths had already gone back to report. With their speed, they should have arrived by now. For Longchen, this was the truly exciting moment. Hoo-hoo. A large number of powerhouses broke through the air and descended above the 2 of them. These people were not only from the dead disciples' family, but also other people who heard the news and came to watch. In a short period of time, there were more than 100 people gathered above the 2 of them. They were the real Su family members of the war god inner city. Longchen had just caused a sensation in the war god inner city and obtained Su Zhen's protection. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time, there would be another big event related to him. In fact, for every divine descendant in the ancient city, every divine descendant was extremely important. It was difficult for them to reproduce, and a child with a high concentration of divine descendants bloodline was a treasure to them. They were extremely protective of the lives of their own people, even to the point of madness. It was rumored that the destruction of the ethereal Immortals sect was because the people of the Immortals sect killed the divine descendant. And this time, the news was that a person from one of the 18 branch families had been killed by Long Chen. There were more than 100 branch families of the martial god bloodline, but only 18 of them could be called the 18 branch families. The 18 branch families were not fixed. Every 1,000 years or so, all the branch families would be selected according to the strength and foundation of each family. The 18 strongest families would be called the 18 branch families. It was rumored that the 18 branch families could occupy the ancient treasures left behind by the 18 martial gods. It was normal for a person like Su Yuchen to be together with a descendant of the 18 branch families. After all, only the ancestral family was the strongest. The people who came looked at all this in shock. Many people knew that Long Chen had just survived the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. With his talent as a dragon warrior, he might not have reached the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Such a person should not have too strong a combat strength. After all, he was too young and his cultivation level was too low. Therefore, even if Su Zhen let him be his adopted son, he did not receive any attention in terms of strength. As for the arranged battle with Su Yuyao, everyone only treated it as a joke. However, when they heard that a 7th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm late-stage disciple of the Su clan was actually killed by Long Chen, and that Long Chen was now fighting with Su Yuchen, the monstrous genius of the ancestral family, there was no need to mention how wonderful the expressions on everyone's faces were. They came to the scene with shock and doubt in their hearts. And when they saw Su Yuchen struggling in front of Long Chen, they looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe their eyes, and even more could not believe that the usually confident Su Yuchen would actually become like this. The current Su Yuchen, the word miserable, could not describe it. The difference between this reality and the ideal in their hearts was too great. Before coming, they had already imagined the scene of Long Chen being captured by Su Yuchen. In their hearts, they had never thought that Su Yuchen would be defeated. To them, this was something impossible. For a period of time, everyone was helpless. When many people saw Su Yuchen's condition, they knew that this matter would definitely be blown out of proportion. A bunch of trash, what are you all still standing there for? This Long Chen dared to slaughter the descendants of the martial god and even heavily injured me. This is a provocation to all the descendants of the martial god. Quickly kill him, quickly. Su Yuchen collapsed to the ground as he howled hysterically. Everyone woke up from their stupor, feeling the same hatred for a common enemy. Someone saw that Su Yuchen was heavily injured and had already gone back to report to the Zone clan. This matter was even more serious than they had imagined. More and more people arrived. At this moment, a huge amount of killing intent surged over from the inner city. Long Chen knew that the real trouble had arrived. He inclined his head and saw about 7 or 8 people. All of them were middle-aged men, radiating killing intent and terrifying combat prowess. Although they were not at the Samsara realm, all of them were at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. These people should be from the clan of the deceased, one of the 18 branch clans. Their eyes filled with hatred instantly locked onto Long Chen. Without saying a word, under the command of a middle-aged man who was in the lead, they moved to surround Long Chen. When they surrounded Long Chen, they didn't make a move. The eyes of the majestic-looking man clad in purple were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and spoke, "You are Long Chen, the one who killed my son." Behind him, Su Yuchen malevolently spoke, "Su Baijian, that's right, you are the one who slaughtered your son. I saw it with my own eyes, and the other 3 also saw it with their own eyes. There's no need to ask any more questions. This kind of outsider actually dares to touch the descendants of the martial god? Just do it. As a father, how can you endure the fact that your son was killed?" Under Su Yuchen's instigation, Su Baijian's entire body was already trembling. He breathed heavily, resembling a gigantic beast that blotted out the sky. The air he breathed out was sufficient to cause the surrounding rocks to tremble. Long Chen roughly understood that this fellow's strength should be on the same level as Su Yuji. This kind of opponent was still too difficult for Long Chen. However, he had his own plans, so he wouldn't be intimidated by this kind of situation. As for the matter of killing his son, Long Chen couldn't figure out the changes in the god-slaying sword. This wasn't something he had to consider, but rather something unexpected. For now, he could only act according to the circumstances. Many times, misfortune turned out to be a blessing in disguise. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Su Baizhan lowered his voice and asked, Long Chen, considering that you are young Master Su Zhen's adopted son, I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. The hatred of my son's death is absolutely irreconcilable. You have to explain yourself properly. By the time he finished speaking, his expression had already become very sinister. The other members of his family also had faces full of hatred. Long Chen said indifferently, everyone has to be responsible for their own decisions. He decided to follow Su Yuchen to bully and provoke me, and he decided to kill my beloved. In that kind of urgent situation, if I hadn't accidentally killed him, I'm afraid I would have regretted it even more. He was speaking the truth, so he didn't do anything wrong. Su Baizhan clenched his fists, releasing the purest martial aura belonging to the martial god's bloodline. He was different from the other nobles. At a glance, one could tell that he was the kind of person who had experienced hundreds of battles and had truly forged super combat strength and lethality. This kind of person was even more terrifying. Since that's the case, as a father, I can't let my son die in vain. Long Chen had expected that the other party would lose his reason and attack. The moment the other party attacked, his body ignited with the spirit refinement flame. Seeing this flame, Su Yuchen felt like he had seen a nightmare. He screamed, quickly retreat. Su Yuchen's warning made Su Baizhan hesitate for a moment. The flame in front of him completely disappeared, and at the same time, Long Chen also disappeared. That's right, Long Chen used the spirit refinement flame and escaped into the long river of time, using the time dragon. He quickly swam out of the encirclement and hid in a corner. He couldn't escape from the ancient city of martial god, because Su Zhen's level restricted his freedom. However, he also couldn't let Su Baizhan kill him. Before the real big shots arrived, Long Chen chose not to show himself. He wanted to wait for Su Zhen to arrive and see how this guy would defend himself. Where did he go? Everyone present was even more shocked. He had just survived the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. No wonder he dared to be so calm in front of everyone. It turned out that he still had such a magical method. Even Su Baizhan completely lost sight of Long Chen's figure. He turned around sluggishly and glanced around. Chapter 1768. Long Chen was not shocked. He knew that in the Su family, there were at least 100 or even hundreds of reincarnation realm experts. Although the time dragon was extremely exquisite, Long Chen's current cultivation level was too low. Moreover, his comprehension of the Tao of time was not enough, so he could not completely understand the time dragon for the time being. If he cultivated to the highest realm, perhaps even a true god would not be able to discover him. But at least for now, his time dragon was still flawed. At Su Zhen's level, Long Chen had that kind of intuition that he could see through him. He calmly came back to his senses. The person standing 10 meters behind him was not Su Zhen, but a tall and thin old man. The hair on his head was sparse, and his skin was wrinkled. He looked yellow and bloodless, like a withered grass. He wore a simple hemp robe, which was very different from the other graceful and luxurious disciples of the Su family. He was more like an ascetic hidden in the forest. But there was one thing, and that was that his eyes were golden, as bright as the sun. From this, Long Chen could see that this guy was also a member of the Su family, and his cultivation level was extremely high, about the same level as Su Zhen. He had definitely discovered him because his eyes were definitely looking at him. This is the power of time. Eternal Dragon City. The other party muttered suspiciously. With a flip of his hand, Longchen felt a gust of wind sweep over him. He was unable to move, and under the opponent's lead, he was brought back to Suyuchen. And his time dragon, under the control of the opponent's power, was actually broken. He was already mentally prepared. When this mysterious old man appeared, everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Greetings, young city lord Su Chan." Sure enough, this person was the fourth son, Su Chan. He looked old, but in fact, he was younger than Su Zhen. It was just that his cultivation method was different that he looked old. His son was injured, so it was normal for him to catch up quickly. However, Long Chen could not help but curse in his heart. This Su Chan and Su Yuchen's appearance was simply heaven and earth. Was this really his son? At this time, everyone had already seen Long Chen, who was controlled by Su Chan. "I know everything that happened here." Su Chan's voice was hoarse, yet it caused others to feel extremely restrained and slightly at peace in their hearts. Father. Su Yuchen was his youngest son. At this moment, his face was scorched black, and it was too horrible to look at. He knelt on the ground, tears flowing down his face, and said, "This Long Chen relied on his status as third uncle's adopted son to make a big move. Not only did he use demonic methods to make my strength fall back to the 7th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he even killed my good brother. He brazenly looked down on us and ignored the bloodline of the martial god." Su Chan wasn't infuriated. He stretched out an emaciated finger and placed it on his lips to make Su Yuchen keep quiet, and then he raised his head to look up ahead and said, "Third brother, since you've come, then why don't you show yourself?" Everyone looked over in shock, only to see the scholarly Su Zhen suddenly appear, followed by Su Yuji. Usually, it would be a miracle if one of the 5 young city lords appeared. But today, because of Long Chen's matter, 2 of them appeared. They stared at each other. "Let him go first," Su Zhen said. Since he had come, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With him here, no matter what, he wouldn't be punished on the spot. At the same time, Long Chen could probe what secrets this Su Zhen had. Su Chan didn't waste his breath and directly let go. Long Chen obtained his freedom, and at this moment, Su Yuji walked forward and brought him back to Su Zhen's side. Her intention to protect him was already very obvious. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many people changed, especially Su Baijian, who had lost his son. His eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he walked in front of Su Zhen with large strides, knelt on the ground, and said, "Young city lords, my son was innocently slaughtered, and the murderer is here. According to our Su family's laws, if an outsider kills a descendant of our martial god, his 9 generations should be exterminated. Even if it's according to our Su family's laws, killing our compatriots is also a first-class felony. My son's name is tragic. On behalf of our 17th branch family, I hope that the 2 young city lords can give us justice." Long Chen was also very curious as to how they would deal with him. He wasn't worried, because he knew that no matter what, he definitely wouldn't die. The onlookers grew more and more, and they all nervously looked at the decision of the 2 young city lords. And at this time, Su Chan made an inviting gesture and asked, "Third brother, you are the elder, what do you think should be done?" Su Zhen said, "Your son's cultivation regressed, and this is also a big matter. Then, what do you think should be done?" His eyes were blank, and he was very confused, as if he didn't exist in this world. Su Chan's golden eyes rotated, emitting a harmonious radiance like the sun. He softly said, "He is your adopted son, or at least, that's what you think. In that case, let's carry out the Su clan's rules. The instigator is my son, and his only fault lies in his brutal methods, directly killing people. In that case, he needs to be taught a lesson. Su Baijian, what do you think the lesson should be?" Su Baijian didn't expect that Su Chan would ask him this question. In front of the Ancestral clan, even the 18 branch clans had to bow their heads, especially since Su Baijian wasn't the leader of the branch clans, and his status wasn't too high either. However, the hatred of his son's death couldn't be forgiven. He gnashed his teeth and said, "In my opinion, not only did he kill people, but he also used demonic methods to cause young Master Yuchen's strength to regress. Moreover, he still doesn't know how to repent, and is content with his own actions. He clearly doesn't put our Su clan in his eyes." Su Yuchen hurriedly said, "You're right. He's not a member of our Su clan, so it's impossible to kill him. If we don't kill him, where will our Su clan's face be? We'll be laughed at by the other deity's descendants." Su Chan moved slightly, making Su Yuchen shut his mouth. He said, "He's not the instigator. He was just passively defending and accidentally killed people. So, third brother, in order to dispel the public's anger, I think we should cripple a part of his strength and let him start over again. I hope this can suppress the murderous nature and demonic nature in his bones." As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately clamored. In reality, although it wasn't as good as directly executing Su Chan, this punishment was still very heavy. Su Chan really knew how to protect his son. This punishment could also satisfy the crowd. "You're right. He dared to cripple me, so we should give him a taste of his own medicine and lower him to the divine martial realm." Su Yuchen's anger was finally vented, and he sneered. Everyone was waiting for Su Zhen's answer. Su Chan gave pressure. The others were all saying that this was a good decision. If Su Zhen opposed it, then it would be too obvious that he was shielding Su Chan. The crowd cheered Su Chan's wise decision. Su Chan's eyes were calm, and he only looked at Su Zhen. At this time, Su Zhen said calmly, "There's no need to cripple his strength. I have a more suitable decision." The crowd quieted down. Many people's eyes were filled with anger. Was Su Zhen really going to shield Su Chan? Su Chan didn't bat an eyelid, and he listened quietly. He was the biggest instigator. If it was just Su Baijian, Su Zhen could have completely ignored him. At this time, Su Zhen's eyes quietly looked at Long Chen, and he said, "Everyone, do you think it's appropriate to lock him in the Martial Demon Cave for 50 years? The Martial Demon Cave." The crowd's eyes changed. Long Chen thought to himself, "This Martial Demon Cave is this guy's true thoughts. What is the Martial Demon Cave? What does it have to do with me? If it wasn't for this, would he have thought of other ways to let me enter the Martial Demon Cave?" Long Chen's intuition told him that Su Zhen's decision to let him stay had a lot to do with the Martial Demon Cave. Moreover, from the expressions of the others, they were only shocked, not dissatisfied. In other words, the punishment of the Martial Demon Cave was definitely not inferior to crippling his strength. It might even be more terrifying. What kind of place was this? After the Martial Demon Cave said this, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Su Yuchen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suddenly laughed and said, "Good, this is good. Then let him stay in the Martial Demon Cave for 50 years. Su Baijian also revealed a strange smile, and said, "Since young city lord has decided so, there's nothing we can do about it. Let's go with the Martial Demon Cave." Long Chen didn't panic, because this was Su Zhen's proposal. Although he might not be doing it for his own good, he had finally found his purpose. He was no longer as clueless and confused as before. As for the consequences, the moment he was captured into the ancient city of Martial God, it was clear that this was a disaster. Who would win in the end, whether it would be him or Su Zhen, was still uncertain. In the end, Su Chan revealed a puzzled expression, and said, "Since third brother has decided, then let's do it this way. We will leave first." After saying this, he took Su Yuchen and left the place first. The others looked at each other, and very tactfully left. As for Long Chen, Su Zhen had already said that he would lock him in the Martial Demon Cave, so he would definitely do it. They didn't need to worry. In the end, Su Baijian said, "I hope you have a good time in the Martial Demon Cave." After saying this, he also left. There were only 3 people left. Su Zhen stood in front of Long Chen, mysterious and elusive. Long Chen didn't know whether he was good or evil. Su Yuji revealed a nervous expression, and hurriedly asked, "Father, why the martial demon cave?" At this time, Suzhen turned around. He looked Long Chen up and down, and said, "This is not a punishment, but a test, a fortuitous encounter for you. Whether or not you can walk out alive will depend on whether you are the darling of fate." After saying this, his body actually disappeared from the space just like that. It was as if he had never appeared. Su Yuji had a strange expression, then looked at Long Chen, and said, "Forget it, he meant for me to bring you to the martial demon cave. You really know how to cause trouble, giving him such a big problem in just a few days. But don't take it to heart, my father said that this is just a fortuitous encounter, and it will definitely be of great benefit to you." Long Chen only needed to listen to her words. In any case, no matter what, Su Yuji would always say good things about Suzhen. It was just that Long Chen was very curious about what this martial demon cave was. When he reached home, setting up a network required a lot of time, and everything was inconvenient, but there would be no lack of updates. What was owed yesterday would be returned tomorrow, and 3 chapters would be updated today. In addition to writing the book, there would also be a lot of trivial things to worry about. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.